Chapter 632. It was Liang Jingfeng and Finger, with Lu Wanchun behind them. Liang Jingfeng was carrying a large paper bag, and Lu Wanchun also had one, but hers was smaller than Liang Jingfeng's. She looked like a thief, as if she were here to steal money. They were startled upon entering, clearly surprised to see someone in the classroom. However, upon seeing Lu Yuanqiu and the other two, they smiled knowingly. "You came so early. Did you also pack a large bag?" Liang Jingfeng asked curiously. Lu Yuanqiu and Zheng Yifeng shook their heads in bewilderment. Only Bai Qingxiu replied hesitantly, "I donated 30,000. Lu Wangchuan's eyes widened in surprise. Xia, it's not easy for you to save money. Why are you donating so much? Just leave it to us." Liang Jingfeng nodded. "Yes, we're not short of money." Bai Qingxiu smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. We can still earn." As she finished speaking, as if suddenly recalling some past memory, her eyes blurred for a moment. "I really don't want my friend to be unable to cure leukemia because of lack of money." Lu Wangchuan's heart ached, and she hurried over. She set the heavy bag aside and threw her arms around Bai Qingxiu. Bai Qingxiu wiped her eyes with her hand and gave Lu Wangchun a strong smile. Lu Yuanqiu also raised his hand and stroked Bai Qingxiu's head with heartache. The moment Bai Qingxiu looked at Lu Yuanqiu, she suddenly couldn't stop crying. She was very strong most of the time, but she would instinctively show her vulnerable side in front of someone. There is always someone in the world who you don't need to pretend in front of when you are sad. Lu Yuanqiu knew Bai Qingxiu must be thinking of her mother. A woman so glamorous and beautiful, once unable to seek medical treatment due to lack of funds, would be heartbreaking for anyone. Lu Wanchun patted Bai Qingxiu on the back and soothed her softly. "Even though I'm not very close to you, as long as I know about this, I definitely help. Don't be sad, Xia. If you're sad, I'd be sad too." Liang Jingfeng nodded and waved the paper bag in his hand. "Don't worry, the money we have is pretty much the same." Lu Yuanqiu, genuinely curious, walked over to peek inside Liang Jingfeng's large paper bag, then looked up blankly. "Do you need such a big bag for these 20,000 yuan?" This guy's paper bag looked so big it looked like it held 1,000,000 yuan, but Lu Yuanqiu looked inside and saw only 2 wads of money. 20,000 yuan isn't a lot of money, is it? It's half a year's salary for an average person. I didn't even dare come when there were so many people, Liang Jingfeng explained, stiffening his neck. Indeed, Lu Yuanqiu agreed. To have young Master Liang spend 20,000 yuan was a testament to his sincerity. Liang Jingfeng took out the 2 wads of money, shook them, and sighed, "Uncle is one of us. When a friend is in trouble, I, Liang Jingfeng, will not stand idly by." He walked to the donation box and shoved 20,000 yuan into it. Finger followed suit and donated 2,000 yuan, which was all the money he had in his little coffers, originally intended to be used for gaming. Lu Yuanqiu had just noticed Lu Wangchuan's bag was filled with red bills. He asked, "How much did you bring?" 800,000. Her voice wasn't loud, but the other 4 people in the classroom heard it and turned to look at her. Zheng Yifeng even raised his eyes slightly. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to his mouth and leaned against the wall, not intending to speak. With a doting ATM dad there, Lu Yuanqiu felt that even if Lu Wanchun wanted the stars in the sky, Lu Qingye would agree. Lu Wanchun walked to the donation box and stuffed the bag of money 80 times before it was empty. She turned around and said to the others, "Anything that requires money is not a problem." The first class ended. Bucktooth Chong and Ding Wanjun walked into the classroom. "I've talked to the school leaders about getting a few more donation boxes to put at the cafeteria entrance. I want to see how these are made." Bucktooth Chong had just picked up the donation box when his arms felt a sudden drop, and he almost fell forward. Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxiu, and the others sat at their desks, silently glancing in that direction. "Is this a prank? What was stuffed inside?" Bucktooth Chong raised his head and asked seriously. He could imagine that with everyone's enthusiastic donations, the box would have a certain weight, but the obvious weight in his arms was like a pile of bricks, at least 20 pounds. He refused to believe it was the weight of money. When no one answered, he moved the box back to the table, ready to open it and see what was going on. As he was moving it, the tape underneath the box suddenly loosened, and stacks of red bills cascaded out of the box, landing all over the floor. Bucktooth Chong was so frightened that he jumped back, hugging the box, his head raised, his eyes wide open. The entire classroom fell silent. The Taoist priest, unsure of what had happened that morning, stared at the floor with wide eyes. Zhong Jincheng stared at the red carpet and swallowed. Bucktooth Chong and Ding Wanjun exchanged glances, then looked toward the students in the classroom, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. What's going on? Seeing no response, Bucktooth Chong smacked his lips, quickly squatted on the floor, and eagerly called to Ding Wanjun, count, see how much. The two of them squatted down and began counting the money. Almost everyone in the classroom gathered around curiously, but no one dared approach. This was a sum of cash that most of them had never seen in their lives. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and saw Liang Jingfeng sitting at his desk, his chin held high, like a mastermind. 1,083,555. Bucktooth Chong and Ding Wanjun tallied up the money and announced the number together. Ding Wanjun suddenly looked up. Do you want to check the classroom security? Bucktooth Chong was hesitantly nodding when Liang Jingfeng suddenly shouted, Teacher, if the donors don't want anyone to know, why are you exposing us? Exposing them? Everyone looked at Liang Jingfeng in unison. Oh no, I almost let it slip and exposed myself. Liang Jingfeng covered his mouth slightly and placed his other, slightly trembling hand under the table. He frowned, his expression serious. Now that the medical expenses are sufficient, use them immediately. It doesn't matter who donated it. Saving lives is the most important thing now. Yes. Bucktooth Chong nodded quickly. All the donations here will be used for Zhang Wenjun's treatment. Please supervise. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia turned their heads and glanced at each other, both with faint smiles on their faces. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly thought of superheroes, those who wore masks while performing good deeds. As a child, Lu Yuanqiu had wondered how they could maintain their motivation without anyone knowing their true identities. Looking at Liang Jingfeng today, it all made sense. Even the pretentious young Master Liang was making the purest effort to save others this time. And what about those who were actually superheroes themselves? Chapter 633. All the donated money was given to the uncle's wife, and the money needed for chemotherapy was finally out of the question. The most pressing issue now was finding a matching hematopoietic stem cell. A week later, Zhang Yifeng suddenly rushed into the Ringjian fireworks restaurant, his phone in hand. Lu Yuanqiu was helping Bai Qingxia cook noodles at Xia Yuan Noodles. Zhong Jincheng was working part-time as a noodle cook and delivery person, but he was still a bit overwhelmed. What's wrong? Seeing Zhang Yifeng hurried into the restaurant, Lu Yuanqiu looked up through the steam and asked. Bai Qingxia also glanced over. Zhang Yifeng handed him the phone and said sternly, Teacher Su, something's going on. Please accompany me. Lu Yuanqiu took the phone. Bai Qingxia wiped her hands on her apron and immediately looked at the screen. Su Miao Miao, my boss said he was out to discuss work and needed me to translate. But after we left, I realized the client wasn't a foreigner at all. Something felt off. They kept trying to get me to drink at the table. Zhang Yifeng, can't you leave now? Su Miao Miao, I don't dare leave. I'm afraid they forced me to stay. Call a few more people to pick me up, don't come alone. The following is the address Su Miao Miao sent me. Lu Yuanqiu nodded quickly, pushed open the small door to the counter and walked out. Bai Qingxia immediately followed, untying her scarf. What are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu looked back at her, confused. Bai Qingxia frowned. Let's go together. What's the point of you going? Bai Qingxia said nothing, lowering her head and insisting on following beside him. Lu Yuanqiu sighed, but still took her hand. As the three of them were leaving, they happened to run into Zhong Jincheng returning from delivering food. What are you doing? Zhong Jincheng asked. Lu Yuanqiu turned around, ready to pull him along, but thinking of Zhong Jincheng's personality, worried it might cause trouble, he changed his words. We're going out for a bit, and we'll be back soon. Ask a senior to help cook some noodles. What's so urgent? Zhong Jincheng followed a few steps behind, but Lu Yuanqiu and the others had no time to pay attention to him. Sitting in the taxi, Lu Yuanqiu gestured to Zhang Yifeng. Call. Zhang Yifeng dialed the number, put it to his ear on speakerphone, and Su Miao Miao quickly spoke. Hello, Yifeng. The ambient sound on the line was a little noisy, and Lu Yuanqiu could faintly hear the voices of several men chatting and laughing. Zhang Yifeng, we're almost there, we pick you up right away. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia sat on either side of Zhang Yifeng, listening intently to the call. They heard Su Miao Miao talking to the person next to them. Mr. Li, my boyfriend's coming to pick me up right away. I have to go back home for something. Why are you panicking? Even if you come out without an interpreter, you still get paid, not a penny less. Mr. Wang is here today, and he really admires you. Little Su, you need to be sensible. You're going back now, and you're leaving Mr. Wang and me sitting here doing nothing. Let your boyfriend go first, and I take you home after dinner. No, he's almost there. Huh? Beep. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Zhang Yifeng. From the noise on the line, it seemed Mr. Li had snatched Su Miaomiao's phone and hung up. Mr. Li sounded a little drunk, while Su Miaomiao's voice was still clear. Lu Yuanqiu, don't call yet. He then turned to the driver and said, Driver, please drive faster. The taxi driver clearly understood what was happening. He glanced in the rearview mirror and stepped on the accelerator. Zhang Yifeng sat in the middle, phone in hand, silent. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia stared at each other, both remaining silent. Lu Yuanqiu understood Zhang Yifeng's feelings. Is this Mr. Li the one who wanted to take Teacher Su to the US for a meeting? Zhang Yifeng shook his head. Probably not. It's an executive from another company who often chats with her. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. I've always wondered why Teacher Su would take on these part-time jobs. She shouldn't be short of money. Zhang Yifeng, I'm not sure, but my guess is that it's my fault. I'm trying to show her parents how wealthy I am. Teacher Su has a lot of expenses, and she used to ask her parents for her living expenses. Now she's stopped asking, probably because she's afraid her parents will misunderstand me as stingy and won't give money to my girlfriend. Bai Qingxia whispered, It's not that you don't give her money, it's that Teacher Su simply won't take it. Lu Yuanqiu understood this feeling all too well. Zhang Yifeng nodded. Yes, Teacher Su might be afraid her parents might think too much, so she's just taking on a part-time job. A minute later, the taxi stopped abruptly. Lu Yuanqiu and the other two quickly opened the door and got out. After entering the hotel, they searched for the private room number Su Miaomiao had texted them. Zhang Yifeng jogged ahead, while Lu Yuanqiu followed behind, holding Bai Qingxia's hand tightly. After finding the private room, the three of them pushed open the door and saw a bald, middle-aged man with one arm around Su Miaomiao's shoulders and the other holding a glass of wine to her lips. Su Miaomiao smiled and raised her hand to decline, deliberately keeping one hand between them to maintain distance from the bald man. Hearing the sound of a door opening behind them, everyone at the table looked over. The moment Su Miaomiao saw Zhang Yifeng, her eyes instantly reddened. She quickly stood up and ran over to his side, her hand still trembling slightly. Bai Qingxia was a little dazed. Just a moment ago, Teacher Su had been smiling and handling the situation, but the moment she saw Zhang Yifeng, her facade of strength dropped. It turned out that even Teacher Su, who was several years older than them, and had considerable social experience, felt aggrieved and wanted to cry the moment she saw her lover. I didn't do anything to you, did I? Zhang Yifeng asked sternly. Su Miaomiao clutched Zhang Yifeng's hand tightly, smiling softly and shaking her head, but her eyes were red and tears welled up. She was afraid of such a scene. How could she not be afraid? Bai Qingxia hurried over and took Su Miaomiao's other hand. I'm fine, Su Miaomiao said to Bai Qingxia. Old Wang. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly shouted. A thin man sitting at the table, frozen in place, tensed up again. The bald Mr. Li was still glaring at Zhang Yifeng angrily, but when he heard another man call out Mr. Wang, Old Wang, he suddenly looked over with a hint of surprise. Hey Xiaoqiu, why are you here? Old Wang, the general manager of the Lu branch, stood up from his seat and smiled. Lu Yuanqiu walked over to him and, in front of the dozen or so middle-aged people at the table, snatched the wine glass from Old Wang's hand and threw it to the ground. The glass shattered into pieces. Old Wang swallowed, not daring to speak. A private room, a dozen men, pulling a woman over and forcing her to drink? Lu Yuanqiu leaned close to Old Wang's face and questioned him. Lao Wang gave a dry laugh and explained, I don't know what happened. They were here to discuss cooperation, and I thought it was a girl Mr. Li brought along himself. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Do you know who her girlfriend is? Do you realize the impact your actions will have on the company? Chapter 634. It was clear whose girlfriend it was. Old Wang looked at the very handsome boy at the door, but he didn't know him and had no recollection of having met him before. Seeing the prince's girlfriend sizing him up, Old Wang nodded and smiled at Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia decisively turned her head away, ignoring him. Old Wang, frustrated, turned back to Lu Yuanqiu and asked in confusion, I really don't know, whose son is that handsome guy? No, Old Wang. What's going on? Who's that kid next to you? Your son? The bald man surnamedly stood up and pointed in his direction, holding a wine glass. Normally, seeing the sturdy boy throwing the glass, he should have called security, but Old Wang's attitude towards the boy made Baldly a little unsure. And Su Miaomiao, isn't she just an ordinary graduate student? Working so many part-time jobs, she's clearly short on cash, not like she's dating some rich kid. Old Wang was speechless. He truly regretted coming to this place. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu staring at him intently, he introduced him to President Li, This is young Master Lu Yuanqiu, the grandson of the founder of the Lu Group. Su Miaomiao looked at Lu Yuanqiu in surprise, then quickly glanced at Zheng Yifeng. Zheng Yifeng said nothing, only a slight nod. Su Miaomiao was a little surprised to learn Lu Yuanqiu's true identity. Having attended meetings with President Li these days, she was well aware of the Lu Group's weight in the industry. Take, for example, President Wang, Lu Yuanqiu's companion. He was merely the general manager of a branch, yet President Li seemed to be somewhat flattering him. No wonder Lu Yuanqiu and Zheng Yifeng are so close. It turns out their backgrounds are inextricably linked. Their families are both in the food business, and they're both second-generation wealthy. Mr. Li let out a sigh of relief, his back hunched over. His eyes widened, and he trotted over, wine glass in hand. I'm sorry, Master Lu. Xiao Su is your friend, right? I didn't know. I didn't even know she had a boyfriend. Bai Qingxia, you knew. You told me on the phone. Lu Yuanqiu was about to retort when he heard Bai Qingxia's voice, and glanced at her in surprise. Mr. Li glanced back, then slapped his thigh in regret. Oh! I was drunk. So, I have a drink as punishment. He tilted his head back, and emptied his glass. Then he quickly gestured to Lu Yuanqiu, and glanced at the people around him. Lu Yuanqiu waved at him, and President Li hurried over, bowing slightly. Standing beside Lu Yuanqiu, he nodded and smiled. What do you mean, young Master Lu? Lu Yuanqiu placed one hand on his shoulder, pointed at Zheng Yifeng with the other, and asked, Do you know who he is? Who is it? President Li's expression was exaggerated, his voice rising, his eyes widening in applause. No matter who that handsome guy was, he knew he was in trouble, and he had to maintain his composure first. His second uncle is the general manager of Daohe Enterprise. You should be in the food business, right? Have you heard of Daohe? President Li's heart instantly sank. He suddenly smiled, not knowing what else to do. He turned to Zheng Yifeng, clasped his hands together, and explained with a reverent expression, I'm not in the food business, I'm in export trade. I had no idea Xiao Su was Mr. Zheng's girlfriend. I really didn't know. Sorry. Su Miaomiao's expression was no longer friendly. Have you heard of Daohe? Lu Yuanqiu patted his shoulder again. Yes, I have. We've worked together before. Mr. Li quickly turned around to explain. Zheng Yifeng wasn't about to let him go. He picked up his phone and called his uncle, then took Su Miaomiao aside. This? Mr. Li looked at the scene helplessly, sighing anxiously. Old Wang gestured to Lu Yuanqiu to step aside and quietly explained, Well, Xiuqiu, I was just here today to discuss a partnership. Who knew something like this would happen? Your Uncle Wang, I really didn't know she was your friend, and I didn't do anything to her. Look, I was so far away from her when you came in. I didn't even touch her. If you're worried, you can ask Miss Su. Lu Yuanqiu removed Old Wang's hand from his shoulder and retorted, on the phone, Mr. Li said, You really admire my friend's girlfriend. Old Wang helplessly spread his hands, indignantly explaining, he was drunk. He just wanted Miss Su to accompany him. That's why I'm saying this. You said Miss Su, and I didn't know each other at all, and we just bumped into each other here. I have no idea who she is, and she didn't do anything outrageous. She was just trying to get me to drink. What else could I do? Lu Yuanqiu looked at him expressionlessly. Can you guarantee her safety after she gets drunk? Old Wang was speechless, mumbling dejectedly. Well, Xiuqiu, this kind of thing happens so often. It's your friend today, and I can only blame my bad luck for being in this situation. But your Uncle Wang really hasn't done anything like this. So don't tell your uncle, okay? He finished, giving Lu Yuanqiu another wry smile. Did you expect me to stop you? Yes, it really was a misunderstanding. Uncle Wang will write you a letter of apology, how about that? Lu Yuanqiu knew he couldn't trust this guy, but what he just said was probably true. After all, he could ask Su Miaomiao to verify it. And Su Miaomiao's resistance to drinking was definitely noticeable. He should have stopped her, but Old Wang didn't. But Old Wang was right. There were countless such situations. At a dinner party, the person who intervened would be seen as an outsider by others. And what was the reason? They weren't familiar with each other, and men are all lustful. But Lu Yuanqiu would still intervene. Whenever he saw someone, he would resolutely intervene. This was how Bai Qingxia saw him, and how he saw himself. In this regard, Lu Yuanqiu could only say that he and Old Wang were not the same kind. But there was no way to delve into this matter, as it would make things difficult for the uncles. After all, Old Wang was just an indifferent bystander today. Lu Yuanqiu said, You don't have to tell me, but I'm very disappointed in you, Uncle Wang. Old Wang lowered his head and raised his hands, ultimately unable to explain himself. Dejectedly he said, "It's my fault, Xiuqiu. Just consider it Uncle Wang owes you a favor, okay?" Lu Yuanqiu ignored him and walked towards Bai Qingxia. Zheng Yifeng coldly handed the phone to Mr. Li. It's unknown what Zheng Yifeng's uncle said, but Mr. Li kept apologizing into the phone, and Zheng Yifeng finally snatched it away. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and the others about to leave, Old Wang hurriedly followed. "Xiaoqiu, how did you get here? Let me take you there." "No need." Leaving the restaurant, Su Miaomiao wrapped her arms around Zheng Yifeng's. Her former teacher now looked like a protected child, her eyes red and pitiful. Chapter 635. Lu Yuanqiu hailed a taxi back to Zhuhai University, and the four of them piled into it. After getting in, Lu Yuanqiu, sitting in the passenger seat, turned back to Su Miaomiao and asked about Lao Wang. Su Miaomiao's answer was almost identical to Lao Wang's, but Lu Yuanqiu still found this choice of inaction in a private room unforgivable. Perhaps people are truly different, so much so that their perspectives on the world and the choices they make in response to what they encounter in life differ. Lu Yuanqiu stared blankly at the car window, wondering if he, too, might sometimes be considered an outlier. What's wrong with a middle school student teasing a fool? Why would he help a fool who has no connections? What's wrong with forcing someone to drink in a private room? Why would he help a girl he didn't even know? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly came to his senses and saw Bai Qingxia's fair hand resting on his arm. Bai Qingxia looked at him intently. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, touched her hand, and exhaled deeply. But good things will surely be rewarded, right? Bai Qingxia was Lu Yuanqiu's greatest gift. Will you still work part-time at this company in the future? Zheng Yifeng turned to look at Su Miaomiao, questioning her deeply. Su Miaomiao sat in the middle, her head bowed, her temper and energy for argument gone. She paused for a moment, then suddenly choked out, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia exchanged glances, both remaining silent. It was a rare sight for Zheng Yifeng to lecture Su Miaomiao. If we hadn't arrived so quickly, can you imagine what would have happened? Zheng Yifeng frowned. The more he spoke, the more Su Miaomiao cried. Bai Qingxia quickly pulled a tissue from her pocket and wiped her tears, speaking on her behalf. "Don't blame her. Didn't Teacher Su notify you immediately after realizing something was wrong?" Zheng Yifeng retorted. She shouldn't have left the company to go to a second event. Lu Yuanqiu glared. "Why are you being so mean to my Xia? It was fine." She didn't feel Zheng Yifeng was being mean to her. Why did Lu Yuanqiu suddenly snap? Zheng Yifeng's tone was a bit harsh, but Su Miaomiao felt even more reliant on him after hearing it. She threw her arms around Zheng Yifeng and rested her head on his chest, sobbing softly. Zheng Yifeng blinked at Lu Yuanqiu, looking a little bewildered. Lu Yuanqiu pouted and made a few tsk sounds. After getting out of the taxi, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia returned to the Ringjian Fireworks restaurant. On the way back, they happened to see Zhong Jinqing jogging in one direction, carrying a pile of noodles in each hand. His back was dripping with sweat, but his raised arms were still full of strength, and his pace hadn't slowed down at all. They stopped and watched the scene in silence. "Is this still the Zhong Jinqing I knew?" Lu Yuanqiu murmured with a smile, his arms folded across his chest. Bai Qingxia leaned slightly against him and replied, "Everyone changes." Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head, wrapped his arms around Bai Qingxia's waist, and quickly kissed her temple. Bai Qingxia immediately shrank to the side, staring at him in surprise. "Why did you kiss me?" Xia changes too. She bravely stood up to that bald guy today. Bai Qingxia was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Because you're by my side, I'm not afraid." Her expression darkened as she saw Lu Yuanqiu's lips approach her again. She quickly raised her hand to press against his lips, but Lu Yuanqiu shamelessly kissed her palm. "One more kiss on the cheek, just once, just once." "No." Lu Yuanqiu wrapped his arms around her waist. Bai Qingxia had nowhere to hide, so she could only cover his mouth with one hand and lean back. As expected of a dancer, her waist was incredibly flexible, and Lu Yuanqiu felt the sweetheart in his arms was as soft as a snake. Lu Wangchun, who had just emerged from the Ringjian Fireworks restaurant, was so startled she froze in place, her popsicle ball falling to the ground. "Hey you guys. What's with that weird position? You bastard Lu Yuanqiu. Let her go." Lady Lu rushed over, her foot on the popsicle, and kicked Lu Yuanqiu on the right buttock, leaving a vanilla-flavored footprint on his buttocks. Su Miaomiao didn't return to her dorm. Zheng Yifeng led her hand as they walked across the playground, their feet treading on the winding white line. Su Miaomiao's sobs had ceased, but her eyes were still red. She cried initially out of fear, but later in the car, It was entirely because of the sense of security Zhang Yifeng had given her this time. Even though he was being mean to her at the time, Zhang Yifeng was indeed being manly today, completely different from before. Su Miaomio turned her head and surreptitiously glanced at the person next to her. Zhang Yifeng noticed and turned his head away too. Su Miaomio quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head like a shy little girl. Seeing her hair drooping in front of her forehead, Zhang Yifeng raised his hand to smooth it back. The moment his hand touched Su Miaomio's hair, she stopped dead in her tracks and burst into sobs, startling Zhang Yifeng into thinking she had a head injury. "What's wrong? You didn't even offer any comfort," she cried bitterly, her eyes tearing up as she stood there, tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Zhang Yifeng suddenly felt a little strange too. Su Miaomio seemed especially clingy today, a fact he wasn't used to. "Don't cry, it's okay, I'm here," Zhang Yifeng tried to offer a simple soothing reassurance. The effect was palpable. Su Miaomio immediately opened her arms and hugged him tightly, resting her head against his chest. Zhang Yifeng couldn't help but grin. "Is this a blessing in disguise?" Knock, knock, knock. Su Xiang knocked on the ward door. He pushed it open and saw an elderly man, bald and pale, sitting on the bed. The elderly man's head was drooping, and he couldn't tell if he was asleep or tired. His eyes were closed, motionless. Su Xiang approached the bedside. Hearing the noise, the uncle turned and looked over, smiling. "It's Xiaong." "Uncle, how are you feeling today?" Su Xiang sat down beside the bed. The uncle shook his head slightly, gave a tired, wry smile, and said nothing. The chemotherapy had been excruciating, and he didn't even have the energy to say, "I'm fine." "Xiaong, aren't you good at feng shui? Burial is customary in our area, and I'd like to." "Uncle." Su Xiang quickly grabbed the uncle's hand. He lowered his head, unsure what to do. After a moment, he looked up and said, "I'm a fake Taoist priest. Haven't you noticed yet?" The uncle closed his eyes and grinned. Su Xiang quickly wiped his eyes and explained, "My father was a genuine Taoist priest. I've been influenced by him since I was a child, and I love these things too. He's my role model, but he never let me touch them. He always urged me to study hard, saying he'd teach me these things once I passed the county imperial examination. I passed, but he died of lung cancer. I put on his robes and became a fake Taoist priest." Chapter 636. "Your father knows all those things, don't you?" The uncle turned his head. "What do I know? He didn't teach me anything." The Taoist priest smiled bitterly. "All the things I usually show you were learned from Lin Zhengying. In some ways, Lin Zhengying spent more time with me than my father did." "My father? He's a man of no credibility." The Taoist priest leaned back, his eyes glimmering with a dark color. The uncle paused, then raised his head slightly. "But Mr. Su certainly knows how to be your father better than Lin Zhengying. Perhaps it's because he knows his time is running out that he can't teach you those things. He hopes that you can have a legitimate and glamorous career like other children in the future, get into a good university, become a doctor or a lawyer, get married and have children." The Taoist priest raised his eyes and looked at the uncle, whose body was emaciated on the hospital bed. His eyes were vacant for a moment, and then a smile spread across his lips. "Uncle, sit against the bed. You're tired," the Taoist priest said, then stood up, walked to the end of the bed, and shook the headboard upwards. The uncle leaned back with a smile, letting out a long breath. He closed his eyes and sighed, "Little lamb, I actually feel the same way as your father. At this point, all I can think about is my family and children. I hope my 2 babies can go to school, work, and get married like other children. If they didn't do well on the college entrance exam, they can just take it one more time. Don't be like their father, who kept taking the exams. It's unnecessary. He wasted so much of his youth, never even seeing the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland." The uncle closed his eyes, his voice slow and leisurely, as if narrating his most cherished wish. Suddenly, he frowned in pain, his body trembling with pain. After a few seconds, it relaxed a little, his brows relaxed, but he seemed to have aged even further. Su Xiang couldn't bear to watch this scene. His nose felt sore. The uncle's 2 children's bone marrow wasn't compatible, and there were no matches among their relatives. They had no choice but to apply for a search through a national bone marrow bank. The doctor said the initial screening and obtaining a response would likely take at least 2 months. Perhaps this is what it's like to be diagnosed with a terminal illness. The first step is the financial barrier, and once enough is raised, it's discovered that money can't solve the problem. As Lu Wanchun said, problems in this world that can be solved with money aren't really problems. The most frightening thing is that money can't solve them. Uncle, I'm going back to class. You should get some rest. Su Xiong slowly pulled up the quilt on the bed. The uncle didn't respond, his breathing light and even, as if he were asleep. The Taoist priest said nothing more, slowing his pace and gently approaching the door. Just as his hand touched the door, the uncle's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Little lamb. The Taoist priest turned and saw the uncle looking at him with his eyes open, a slightly dazed expression. What did you say? I seem to have fallen asleep. The Taoist priest stood still for a moment, then suddenly became serious. He took a step forward with his right leg, crossed his forearms, and placed his right index and middle fingers together in a sword gesture, placing them between his eyebrows. He muttered a few inaudible words, then extended his sword finger straight out and pointed it at the uncle. Command? The uncle blinked in confusion, then, regaining his composure, asked with a smile, What curse did you cast on me? He remembered the Taoist priest's stance when casting the curse. At school, whenever he saw a boy he disliked, he would strike a pose and cast an impotence curse on him. Many times, the uncle would jokingly ask Xiaoyang, Is this the only curse you can cast? In the ward, Su Xiong put his hand away and replied seriously, A health and safety curse. The uncle stared at the baby-faced boy at the door for a long moment, his eyes welling up. In the months since his diagnosis, he hadn't cried in public, reluctant to show his vulnerability to his family and friends. But now, he couldn't help it. The uncle wiped his cheek with his hand, tears streaming down his face. Does it work? The Taoist priest tilted his head through tears of laughter. I did it, it must work. In classroom 303, the Taoist priest turned his head to glance at the empty seat next to him. He pulled his textbook from the desk hole and placed it on the table, also taking out a notebook. He thought the uncle would still take the final exam. Hello, Lu Yuanqiu. Someone poked him in the back. Lu Yuanqiu turned and saw it was Zhong Jincheng. Bai Qingxiao also glanced over. What's up? Have you heard about the Daichuang project? When can we start that? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. The earliest we can do it is next semester. The base is still occupied by the seniors. Seeing Zhong Jincheng nod slowly, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and asked, What's wrong? Tired of delivering food? Bai Qingxiao then reached out and parted Zhong Jincheng's sleeve, revealing a plaster on his wrist. Zhong Jincheng quickly retracted his arm and explained, No, this was put on me by a senior. I just complained to her about my arm being a little sore, and she bought me a bunch of plasters the next day. Liang Jingfeng's lips curled up at the words. Oh my, you're showing off. You finally got your chance. Lu Yuanqiu also curled his lips. Oh my, showing off. You're acting like you're single. Yeah, Liang Jingfeng agreed out of habit. His face froze as he realized the attack was directed at him. He instantly bared his teeth at Lu Yuanqiu like a vicious dog. Zhang Yifeng, standing next to him, chuckled. Seeing Bai Qingxiao's equally endearing smile, Lu Yuanqiu seized the opportunity to take advantage, his eyes fixed on the girl next to him. Hello, Xia, hug me. Lu Yuanqiu threw his arms around Bai Qingxiao's waist, his head buried in her chest. The smile on Bai Qingxiao's pretty face faded, and she frowned, raising her fists and gently tapping Lu Yuanqiu's back. Right, Lu Yuanqiu said, as if remembering something. He suddenly straightened up, and Bai Qingxiao was stunned. Her two small white fists hung in the air. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands behind his back. From Zhang Yifeng's vantage point, he could see that Lu Yuanqiu's hands were reaching into his school bag. What? Bai Qingxiao asked. Lu Yuanqiu grinned slyly, raising an eyebrow and a snarky goading. Punch me in the eyes twice, quick. Bai Qingxiao shrank back, her hands tucked back to her neck. You're a pervert. Zhong Jincheng, sitting at the back, added, Has he been a pervert for just a few days? Bai Qingxiao turned her head, and suddenly heard Lu Yuanqiu retort, Get lost. What's our flirting as a couple got to do with you? Hearing the word flirting, Bai Qingxiao immediately turned away from him, and sat up facing the podium. If you don't hit me, I harass you for the whole class. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's threat, Bai Qingxiao reluctantly put down his pen. He turned to look at Lu Yuanqiu, raised his fists side by side, and gently punched Lu Yuanqiu's eyes. Ha! The girl even thoughtfully added a voiceover. Woo-woo, Lu Yuanqiu choked out, Xia gave me panda eyes. He lowered his head as he cried, but then he raised a cute panda plush toy in front of Bai Qingxiao. Chapter 637. Bai Qingxiao's eyes lit up, and she took it with both hands. In the back row, Zhong Jincheng and Liang Jingfeng, faces frozen, stiffened and slumped in their seats. You're messing with your buddies, aren't you? Where's my sword? Finger, who had been watching from the side, growled, "I can't take this anymore." Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu quickly shoved the panda plush toy into Bai Qingxia's arms. He knew what was about to happen, and sure enough, Finger immediately locked his neck in a handcuff. "If you want to play this little game, can't you do it when no one's around?" "Damn you, Lu Yuanqiu. Taste my thirsty sword." Zhong Jincheng grinned wickedly, attempting to force the entire bottle of Waha mineral water into Lu Yuanqiu's mouth. Lu Yuanqiu struggled mightily, while Bai Qingxia continued to gaze at the plush toy with delight, oblivious to the real-life three heroes versus Lu Bu scene unfolding nearby. By the time she looked up from the stuffed animal, Lu Yuanqiu's hair had been ruffled by them. Against the backdrop of the three men, seemingly transformed, Lu Yuanqiu, still smiling brightly, asked the girl in front of him, "Do you like it?" Zhong Jincheng popped his head aside and said, "No." Lu Yuanqiu's smile remained undimmed. Without even turning, he raised his hand and tapped him on the head, whacking a mole. "I like it," Bai Qingxia replied, her face high. She grasped the toy with both hands, lifted it up, and shook it from side to side, making the rings on the panda's head flutter. Lu Yuanqiu smoothed down his messy hair, turned around, put his arm around Bai Qingxia's shoulders, and said, "If nothing goes wrong, we go see the giant pandas this winter break." "Okay." She was so happy that even the last part of her voice rose. Lu Yuanqiu, seeing the moment was right, pouted and leaned closer to her side. Bai Qingxia looked to the side, subconsciously shrinking her neck. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yuanqiu snorted, crossed his arms, lowered his brows, and imitated her usual angry expression, his face a pout. "You won't kiss me when there are too many people," she murmured softly, gently waving the panda in front of her. "Okay, you said so." "What?" "I wait until everyone leaves after school." Lu Yuanqiu flicked his watch, turned his head, and looked at her with a wicked smile. Bai Qingxia looked at him, then at his watch. The movement of the panda in front of her chest became smaller, and finally stopped. A bad feeling arose in her heart. Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant. Xia Xia. Lu Wanchun rushed to the entrance of Xia Yuan Noodles, arms adorably spread wide. Like Lu Yuanqiu, she wasn't exactly cute, but she always tried to appear adorable around Bai Qingxia. It was a truly incomprehensible human behavior. Bai Qingxia raised her dark eyes. Lu Wanchun was startled to see a small red patch on Bai Qingxia's fair right cheek, like a newly formed oval birthmark. "Hey! What's wrong with your face?" Lu Wanchun reached up to touch it. Bai Qingxia shook her head, lowered it, and glanced stealthily toward the side of the shop. She was like a girl being bullied, afraid to speak out. Lu Wanchun followed her gaze, and saw Lu Yuanqiu, his mouth open and teeth bared, picking his teeth with a toothpick against a reflective iron rack inside the shop, looking completely indifferent. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head arrogantly. Lu Wanchun frowned. "Did you hit her?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and silently turned his face away, unable to hold it back. Didn't they say Lu Wanchun had a girlfriend? Is this the extent of his comprehension? Why does it feel like these wealthy ladies are all scammed and help count money, except for Long Liano? Or maybe Bai Qingxia has a buff that reduces her IQ by half the moment she gets close. Lu Yuanqiu often feels like he's been tricked, and now he seems less intelligent than before. He nodded proudly at Lu Wanchun. "Yes." "Ah." Looking at Lu Wanchun's enlarged fist, Lu Yuanqiu was a little confused. Why did he just say yes? This time, he really had a real panda eye. At the dining table, Lu Yuanqiu leaned on Bai Qingxia's shoulder and whimpered aggrievedly, while Bai Qingxia applied an ice pack to his eye sockets. Lu Wanchun squeezed his legs together, resting his hands on his knees. He said apologetically, "I've only seen kisses on the neck turn red. How could it be on the face?" Bai Qingxia paused as she applied the ice. She recalled Lu Yuanqiu's suction-like mouth swishing against her cheek. "Just do it yourself." "Why? So cold all of a sudden?" Lu Yuanqiu looked up. Bai Qingxia ignored him, and asked Lu Wanchun, "Chun, what did you want to talk about?" Lu Wanchun then remembered something. She moved the stool under her, making a shrill noise, and moved closer to Bai Qingxia. "My dad bought an RV. I'm going to take you out for a drive this winter break, okay? Is there a place for me?" Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand, like an elementary school student. Lu Wanchun glared. "No." "Oh, sorry about that." Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Qingxia closer, raising an eyebrow. "Bai Qingxia and I have a date for winter break." Lu Wanchun pouted in disapproval. "What date? You're getting married?" Lu Yuanqiu, "Yes." Bai Qingxia rolled her eyes at him, and explained to Lu Wanchun, we're planning to go see the giant pandas. But we're not sure yet. Where do you want to go? Anything's fine with me. Lu Wanchun happily threw himself into Bai Qingxia's arms. Lu Yuanqiu groaned, his mouth tense as he suddenly bore the weight of two women. Hey, I can't hold on any longer. I'm about to collapse. Can you get up for a moment? Lu Yuanqiu bowed his head. Lu Wanchun retorted, I just can't get up. Bai Qingxia exchanged glances with her bestie in her arms, her back resting against Lu Yuanqiu's chest. She even played a mischievous role, pushing back hard, tilting her head back to observe Lu Yuanqiu's expression. Seeing his cheeks flush, she smiled with triumph. My Xia has become naughty. Lu Yuanqiu thought. If she can't get up, that's fine. Lu Yuanqiu had discovered a new world. From his vantage point, he could just see the two girls' chests pressed together. When Lu Yuanqiu fell silent, Bai Qingxia leaned back to stare at him, finally realizing what was going on. She quickly raised her hands to cover their chests. Lu Wanchun, the naive woman, was unaware that she had exposed herself and continued to grin and push forward. Only after she saw Bai Qingxia's actions did she react. The two girls immediately stood up warily, turning back to glare at Lu Yuanqiu. What's wrong? Bullying me together? I can't watch anymore. Pervert. Who? Lu Yuanqiu. ? January 2013 arrived quietly. The past 2 months had flown by so quickly that Lu Yuanqiu barely even noticed New Year's Eve. Perhaps it was the loss of someone on campus, or perhaps it was the anticipation of their winter break RV trip. But Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia immersed themselves in their final exam reviews every day, barely noticing the passage of time. Until bad news arrived from the hospital. Chapter 638. The National Bone Marrow Bank has only found one registered volunteer so far, but he's from an ethnic minority, having registered 15 years ago. The remaining information is very vague, and contacting him will likely take quite a while. But the uncle couldn't wait any longer. His condition suddenly worsened, and he was admitted to the emergency room last night. After he was released, the doctor issued a critical illness notice and gave him a deadline, 2 months. Lu Yuanqiu was a little confused when he heard the deadline. The father figure in the dormitory had been sealed in everyone's minds. Lu Yuanqiu stood in the hospital ward, holding the hand of the girl beside him tightly. He looked at the uncle sitting on the bed. His once dark complexion had turned a sickly gray, and his lips were devoid of any color. The aunt cried nearby, and it was clear she was forcibly suppressing her grief. In truth, she had become numb. After all, she hadn't heard a single piece of good news since the money was raised. The reason I couldn't hold back my tears today was, firstly, because I received the critical illness notice from my husband, and secondly, because it was the first time I saw so many people rushing to visit him. It turned out that there were so many people in this world she didn't know who were also reluctant to see her husband go. Lu Yuanqiu asked, Where are my 2 younger brothers? They've been sent home. Auntie lowered her hand, pointed at the older man on the bed, and choked back tears. He didn't want his 2 children to see him like this. The older man didn't even look up, only raised his arm wearily. What are you doing here? It's affecting your studies. Perhaps it was the chemotherapy, but his voice had changed, becoming quite hoarse. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't quite connect the haggard man before him with the uncle, who had always liked to sit in the corner, watching everyone with a silly smile. He felt deeply sad and powerless. There were many people here today, all in attendance. Men's dormitories 401 and 402, women's dormitories 306, including Bucktooth Chong, Ding Wanjun, Su Miao, and Lu Wanchun. Everyone stood in rows silent. Don't treat it. Don't waste the money. Save it, and take it easy. You've worked so hard for this family for so long. It's time to take a break. The uncle, still with his head bowed, spoke in a halting, dialect-like voice. Everyone in the ward knew who he was talking to. Su Miao hurried over and hugged her aunt, who was about to speak, but had already broken down in tears. She believed that this was the most despairing moment for a wife. Everyone, it's best not to have so many people standing in the ward. A voice suddenly rang out from the doorway, and everyone turned. It was the doctor. Lu Yuanqiu gestured to the others and patted Bai Qingxia. The others trudged out, leaving only the 3 people from 401 in the entire ward. No, 4. Uncle. The Taoist priest called softly, sitting down beside the bed. The uncle looked up, his eyes slightly dazed as he surveyed Lu Yuanqiu, Su Xiang, and Finger, the 3 children he had so lovingly cared for in the dormitory. The uncle seemed to be trying to force a smile, but he couldn't muster the energy. He only asked hoarsely, Is this our dormitory? Lu Yuanqiu also sat down beside the bed and nodded. Yes, uncle, look how clean you've kept our dormitory. After he finished speaking, he turned and waved at Finkel, but Finkel shook his head, not having the courage to approach. Don't lie to me, Shuchio, my eyes aren't blurry. This is a hospital ward. The uncle smiled, eyes closed. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him, lowered his head, and said nothing. The uncle then patted his hand and said weakly, Shuchio, I've always felt that you're the most adult among them. Can you help me make this decision? Lu Yuanqiu, uncle, please. The uncle made his signature head-scratching gesture, only this time it was his bald head. He began to narrate from his hospital bed. I saw a movie a few days ago called The Bucket List. I don't want to get treatment anymore. Can you take me out for a walk during winter break? It's okay. I promise that anything that happens during this time has nothing to do with you. My life has been so boring. Let me have fewer regrets before I leave. Lu Yuanqiu exchanged glances with Su Siyang, neither of them saying anything. He emerged from the ward and was about to discuss the matter with his aunt when Lu Wanchun suddenly approached, hand in hand with Bai Qingxia, his expression serious. Lu Yuanqiu, do you dare to do something big with me? Lu Yuanqiu stared at her. What is it? Bai Qingxia looked at Lu Wanchun anxiously. Lu Wanchun said to Lu Yuanqiu, this hospital is useless. If we can't find that volunteer, we just look for one ourselves. I just asked the doctor for a place. Bai Qingxia thought of Lu Wanchun tugging at the doctor's collar. Lu Yuanqiu sighed helplessly. Calm down. It's not that the hospital can't find the person. It's just been so long that the information in the archives has become blurred. Their methods of finding volunteers are definitely more professional than ours. We were just looking for a needle in a haystack. The doctor actually said the same thing, but Lu Wanchun simply felt it was more convincing coming from her friend. She panted, leaned against the wall, and fell silent. Lu Yuanqiu thought for a moment, then turned to Lu Wanchun. Can you use your RV? This time? Lu Wanchun raised his eyes. Why? A week later, final exams were over. Lu Yuanqiu hadn't imagined that a spontaneous trip would happen so suddenly and unexpectedly. Zhang Yifeng was the RV driver, while Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia squeezed into the cab. Inside the car, an elderly man sat in a wheelchair. The Taoist priest pulled a pair of sunglasses from his bag and put them on him, then held a mirror in front of the elderly man. Do you look handsome? The elderly man asked, smiling as he turned. The Taoist priest with a short haircut nodded in response. Handsome. The uncle gave a thumbs up. Your new look is pretty cool too. Lu Wanchun, sitting nearby, grumbled, you two should stop bragging about your business. Ha ha ha. Even though they laughed, Lu Wanchun couldn't help but smile. She preferred to show her emotions on her face. Today was the first day of the trip, and the uncle seemed unusually energetic. There weren't many people traveling together this time. The three in the cab, plus the uncle, the Taoist priest, and Lu Wanchun in the car, a total of 6. The others wanted to follow, but Lu Yuanqiu thought better of it, and decided that fewer people would be better. Zhang Yifeng, if you only had 2 months left, what would you do? In the cab, Zhang Yifeng, driving, also wore sunglasses, his reflection in the glass looking incredibly handsome. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at him. Why do you ask such a question? Zhang Yifeng smiled. Aren't you bored? Just tell me something. Or suppose you're reborn, and in 2 months you be back to your original timeline. Chapter 639. He turned his head and looked over. Lu Yuanqiu immediately shouted, Look ahead, watch the road. Bai Qingxia silently glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, unsure why he had suddenly become so loud. Zhang Yifeng stared straight ahead again, but his peripheral vision from behind his sunglasses darted to the side. You bastard, trying to test me again. Lu Yuanqiu muttered to himself. What else can I do? Just accept fate, Lu Yuanqiu replied. After his rebirth, he had imagined countless times how he would live his life, but he had never considered what he would do if he only had 2 months left. He thought he would definitely have a grand wedding with Bai Qingxia in those remaining 2 months. But in some movies and TV series, this idea is quite selfish. They often leave their loved ones before they die, allowing them to forget them and, after their death, to have a brand new life. Lu Yuanqiu had always scoffed at this choice, because it didn't apply to everyone. Knowing Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu knew such a stubborn girl wouldn't be able to escape this relationship unscathed. He felt that even if he tried his best to sever the relationship, it would only lead to a worse outcome. He even believed that even if he could eventually forget Bai Qingxia, she wouldn't be able to forget him. This wasn't narcissism. Her world was small. Just like her QQ contact list, she wouldn't add anyone extra, nor would she easily delete anyone. The one person labeled special care would always be her top priority. Removing this person would be like personally cutting a piece of bloody flesh from her heart. The only result would be heart failure. Zheng Yifeng, where's Bai Qingxia? Why isn't she talking? Bai Qingxia's small body huddled in a corner, turning to look over. Actually, the cab only had room for 2 people, and Lu Yuanqiu had dragged her over. I don't know. Bai Qingxia's answer was quiet and simple, consisting of just 4 words. Neither Lu Yuanqiu nor Zheng Yifeng were surprised by Bai Qingxia's answer. Indeed, at this moment, Bai Qingxia would only answer I don't know. How did the exam go? Zheng Yifeng changed the subject again. Normally taciturn, he was the one to initiate the conversation today, perhaps sensing the heavy moods of everyone on this trip, and he was the most rational person in the car. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Not bad, I think I pass. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips, revealing a faint smile. Under her supervision, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't fail. Before he knew it, the first semester of his sophomore year was almost over. The difficulty of the exams increased in a step-by-step manner each semester. Lu Yuanqiu had already noticed this while reviewing, and he didn't know how many more semesters he could survive. But there was one thing he didn't know. The Lu family elders had already tacitly paved the way for him. Being a branch manager was just the first step in his training. His ultimate mission was to take over the entire Lu group. Degrees or no degrees. For the changes that had taken place in Lu Yuanqiu so far, those 2 certificates no longer mattered. Lu Yuanqiu had long since earned the recognition of his elders. The elders had simply given him a goal, to become even better. Even Lu Yuanqiu had gradually forgotten the depth of his rebelliousness in his previous life, but the Lu family elders were aware of it, and they all observed his transformation. Zheng Yifeng, are you really going to Xiangqing? Lu Yuanqiu, go ahead. Even if we come up empty-handed, it doesn't matter. The scenery along the way is what matters. The bone marrow match volunteer was in Xiangqing. Coincidentally, the Taoist priest was from Xiangqing, so Lu Wanchun took the lead and immediately decided to make Xiangqing the destination for this trip. Although the hospital was still working on the project, they all knew the person was definitely gone. They didn't know how many times the volunteer from 15 years ago had changed phone numbers. Furthermore, it was unknown whether the person currently had any illness or was suitable for a transplant. And the uncle only had a little over a month left. According to the doctor, it might be less than a month. In the carriage, the uncle sat in a wheelchair, the Taoist priest sat beside him, and they both looked out the window at the scenery. Lu Wanchun, listen to some music? Sure. Lu Wanchun turned on the car stereo, and suddenly a resounding tenor voice blared, My old father, my dearest one. Lu Wanchun's eyes widened, and she immediately changed the song in disgust. She looked at the uncle and the Taoist priest who were looking over, and explained awkwardly, Haha, it must have been my dad who played it earlier. He loves to indulge himself. The Taoist priest and the uncle nodded blankly. The music after the change was Zhou Chuanxiong's Blue and White Porcelain. Lu Wanchun began moving her head to the rhythm. The uncle sitting by the window, and the Taoist priest also started chatting. Xiaoang, why do you like Taoist priests? The Taoist priest smiled. Actually, I asked my father that question, but I asked, why did he become a Taoist priest? The uncle, keep talking. The Taoist priest looked across, and saw that the uncle was bleeding from the nose again. He turned to look for tissues, and Lu Wanchun immediately handed him a pack of tissues. The uncle smiled innocently, and wiped it off sheepishly. Lu Wanchun kindly leaned over, and rolled up 2 pieces of paper, and stuffed them into his nose. Thank you, Xiaoqun. Lu Wanchun didn't respond and sat back down, feeling down. She had never imagined that this RV's first long journey would be imbued with such profound significance. The Taoist priest exhaled and smiled. My father said that a Taoist priest is like a ferryman, using profound principles as their boat and compassion as their oar. They build a spiritual bridge across the yin and yang between the living and the dead. That is their mission. Lu Wanchun, I don't understand. What exactly do Taoist priests do? Su Xiang explained. In short, they help the living and liberate the dead. The uncle suddenly fell silent. He suddenly felt unsure whether he was still alive or dead. After all, he was a dying man. The uncle looked up. That sounds quite admirable. So Xiaoyang, this is the profession you've revered since childhood. Su Xiang chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm useless. I can't help the living or the dead. He then reached for his backpack and pulled out the yellow Taoist robe. Lu Wanchun could smell a strong odor of smoke, and the robe had burn marks from the ash. The Taoist priest stroked the robe and said, I plan to burn it when we get to Xiangqing. I stopped being a fake Taoist priest and, like you said, become the person my father wanted me to be. The uncle smiled. Just then, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly emerged from the driver's seat, cell phone in hand. Seeing the look on his face, the three people in the car knew it was likely another bad news. The uncle spoke. Xiuqiu, go ahead. I can't accept anything anymore. Lu Yuanqiu paused, then said, the good news is, the volunteer from Xiangqing has been found. The bad news is, he died 2 years ago. The uncle nodded calmly. The Taoist priest and Lu Wanchun were both silent. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in from the highway through the window, blowing a yellow Taoist robe to the ground. Su Xiong bent down to pick it up, but he paused and turned back to ask, died 2 years ago? Do you know his name? Lu Yuanqiu, Su Qiancheng. Su Xiong's eyes widened slightly, and he quickly stood up. Did he die of lung cancer? It seems. Lu Yuanqiu slowly lowered his phone. Chapter 640. Do you know him? Lu Wanchun looked at the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest immediately turned to look at her, about to speak, but after a few seconds of thought, he hesitated. He stroked his cigarette-smelling Taoist robe and asked Lu Yuanqiu, do you have any other information? I'd better confirm it. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Yes. I just wrote it down on a piece of paper. It has his former home address and other things. He walked towards the cab, but before he could enter, Bai Qingxia trotted over with the note in both hands. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her, took it, and passed it to the Taoist priest. The uncle, with a dry, gray face, blinked in the back, his throat moving with tension. As roommates, they all knew the Taoist priest's father, the real Taoist priest, had died of lung cancer. If the matched volunteer, recorded in the bone marrow bank 15 years ago, was the Taoist priest's father, did that mean Su Xiong, Su Qianqing's son, might also be a bone marrow match? In reality, no one had given up hope. This trip was primarily to fulfill the uncle's wish. But if there was even a slight chance of a turnaround at this point, Lu Yuanqiu believed he would sincerely thank the heavens in his heart. Su Xiong frowned slightly as he read the note. He pulled out his phone and said to Lu Yuanqiu, it's been so long, I can't quite remember. I call my grandfather. Okay. Su Xiong placed his Taoist robe on the table and walked to the back of the car, phone in hand. It's snowing. Bai Qingxia's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Lu Yuanqiu turned to look out the window, and saw that heavy snow had indeed begun to fall on the road outside. January 10, 2013, was the first snow Lu Yuanqiu had seen that year. Snowflakes, as soft as goose feathers and cotton balls, shattered into tiny hexagonal flakes as they slammed against the car window, eventually transforming into water streaks clinging to the glass. Yes. The Taoist priest turned, his face filled with surprise. It's my home. It's my dad. He glanced around at the people in the car, his gaze sweeping across each face with joy. Lu Wanchun finally understood the situation. She stood up and said, your father and uncle are compatible, so could you be? We're all thinking about that possibility, the Taoist priest immediately replied to Lu Wanchun. Suddenly, sobbing could be heard from the back. Everyone turned to see the man in the wheelchair, his head bowed and sobbing. Zhang Yifeng glanced up in the rearview mirror, and saw a group of people gathered around him. He heard the others talking, thought for a moment, and then temporarily parked the RV on the side of the road, activating the hazard lights. Outside, the snow was falling harder and harder. Everyone, what's up? Zhang Yifeng removed his sunglasses and entered the train. Lu Yuanqiu turned and shook his head slightly, then squatted down and asked the older man, what's wrong, uncle? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Nothing, I just suddenly felt. We've only known each other for a little over a year. Why would you do this for me? The older man wasn't even 40, but he looked like a withered old man, and his tears made him look even older. Lu Yuanqiu's voice was gentle. A little over a year has already proven a lot. If there's hope, take good care of yourself and become our apprentice in the future. I call the doctor in Zucheng. After saying that, he stood up and walked aside. Bai Qingxia squatted on the ground, hugging her legs, and raised her head to the uncle, saying, Uncle, when you recover, I give you a raise. Lu Wanchun chuckled at this, and the Taoist priest also laughed, squatting beside him and echoing, I want a raise too. If uncle recovers, I'd definitely be a great hero. Bai Qingxia nodded at him. Everyone gets a raise. Zhang Yifeng looked outside at the gradually graying sky and the heavy snow that obscured his view, and pressed his seat with some concern. They had ignored the weather this time. After all, they had an RV, and weather was part of the journey. But given the current situation, bad weather wouldn't be any good. They were almost in Mang province, and returning to Zhucheng was unlikely. Uncle couldn't afford the delay, and his deadline wasn't a precise number to begin with. While Lu Yuanqiu was consulting, Zheng Yifeng went to the driver's seat to listen to the radio and search on his phone. Lu Yuanqiu's voice quickly rang out from the car. The doctor says it's possible, but he recommends we choose a nearby hospital. The hospital in Zucheng will contact us to discuss the progress of Uncle's treatment. Zheng Yifeng emerged from the driver's seat and murmured, "Let's keep going. We can't go back in this weather. Let's go to Xiangya, the best hospital in Meng province." Okay. The RV set off again, but the atmosphere inside was completely different from before. Despite the renewed hope, everyone fell silent as they awaited an unknown outcome. However, due to the heavy snow, the car was moving very slowly, and some sections of the road ahead were even closed. Glancing at the sky, Lu Yuanqiu suggested they rest in the RV for the night, and continue their journey tomorrow after the roads had been cleared of snow. There was only one bed in the RV, a double bed on the second level. The uncle should have been sleeping on it, but Lu Yuanqiu, fearing it would be too much trouble, had the uncle and the Taoist priest sleep on the sofa below. The Taoist priest could still keep an eye on the uncle. So, the question of bed allocation became a challenge for Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia, Lu Wanchun, and Zheng Yifeng. You two have been driving all day, taking turns. You must be tired. Why don't you take the bed? Lu Yuanqiu suggested to Zheng Yifeng and Lu Wanchun. Lu Wanchun pointed at himself, his eyes wide. Before you say that, could you please respect our gender? Zheng Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu stroked his chin and nodded seriously. That's true. Then Xia, let's get in bed, he said, leading the bewildered Bai Qingxia towards the ladder. Lu Wanchun quickly grabbed his collar from behind. I mean, Xia and I, two girls, should sleep in the bed. What about Zheng Yifeng? I'm tired too. Zheng Yifeng was about to speak when Lu Yuanqiu raised an index finger and placed it on his lips. Don't talk. You're tired. Bai Qingxia squinted at the two people in ambiguous relationship. Lu Wanchun muttered, actually, there are sleeping bags in the car, so we can sleep too on the floor. Why didn't you tell me you had sleeping bags earlier? Finally, under Lu Yuanqiu's persuasion, Lu Wanchun and Zheng Yifeng finally used their sleeping bags to lie on the floor, while he and Bai Qingxia successfully slept on the double bed on the second floor. The sleeping bag couldn't touch anyone, but the bed allowed them to get into the same bed. Of course, there wasn't much they could do in this situation. Lu Yuanqiu just wanted to cuddle up with Bai Qingxia for a night's sleep. Zheng Yifeng's question from earlier had made him a bit emo. Chapter 641. After cuddling Bai Qingxia and tucked into the comfortable bed, Lu Yuanqiu habitually let out an "ah." What are you yelling about? Bai Qingxia lowered her voice, speaking slowly and rhythmically into Lu Yuanqiu's ear. She then gave Lu Yuanqiu a gentle pinch on the waist. She seemed a little reserved. After all, there were 4 other people in this space. Both of them were wearing sweaters. Lu Yuanqiu actually wanted to take off another layer, and had just done so, but Bai Qingxia stopped him, probably fearing others would misunderstand them for taking too much off and doing something nefarious. Not to mention that they usually had no chance to do anything bad. How could they possibly do anything bad in this environment? However, the first 2 characters in Bai Qingxia's name, reversed, spelled innocence. She was like a young lady from an ancient family, clinging to her innocence. Lu Yuanqiu remembered using this metaphor before, but last time, it was to emphasize a different aspect of her character. Xia smells so good. Lu Yuanqiu buried his face in Bai Qingxia's neck, his right hand caressing her flat belly through her sweater, deeply absorbing the warmth and tranquility of the moment. 3 months had passed since their last session. It had truly flown by in the blink of an eye, so quickly that Lu Yuanqiu barely even noticed. Bai Qingxia rested her palm on Lu Yuanqiu's hand on her belly. She turned her head slightly, acutely aware of his shifting mood. Normally, Lu Yuanqiu would have whispered something to her at this moment, but he was so quiet. Bai Qingxia, are you sleepy? Lu Yuanqiu closed his eyes and shook his head. No. Can I reach under your clothes and touch your belly? Bai Qingxia paused for 2 or 3 seconds, then lifted her own clothes and took Lu Yuanqiu's hand and slid it inside, though her hand remained resting on Lu Yuanqiu's wrist. Touching the girl's smooth, warm belly, Lu Yuanqiu spoke. If that question Zheng Yifeng asked you earlier were to actually happen, what would you do? Despite being reborn for over 2 years, Lu Yuanqiu had always been quite insecure. He was a rather mean person, pursuing his ideals, but when life reached a certain level of beauty, he began to doubt their reality. Bai Qingxia was about to shake her head when Lu Yuanqiu gently pinched her belly, pinching a small handful and interrupting, "You're not allowed to say you don't know." So Bai Qingxia pursed her lips. She asked again, "Do I have 2 months left?" Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes, paused, and corrected himself. What are you going to do? Bai Qingxia turned to look at him, their eyes locked. She spoke earnestly. I do everything I can to save you. What if it's clear I can't save you? Why? Just what if? Why? What if we only have 2 months left to see each other? Lu Yuanqiu had barely finished speaking when he noticed Bai Qingxia's clear eyes suddenly flush red. He widened his eyes slightly, and quickly pulled his hand away, forcing a smile. He reached for her cheek with his right hand. What's wrong? Are you sad? Bai Qingxia looked at Lu Yuanqiu, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. She lowered her voice, a soft tinge in her voice, her small, rosy lips moving. Why do you have to ask such a question? Are you hiding something from me? There's something wrong with you. No, nothing. It's just that after what happened with that uncle, I'm feeling a little melancholy. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his eyes. Bai Qingxia frowned. Look into my eyes. Lu Yuanqiu raised his gaze, smiled, and reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Don't laugh. Oh! Lu Yuanqiu looked at her, his face serious again. Bai Qingxia shifted from lying on her back, with her head tilted to facing Lu Yuanqiu sideways. Their eyes met at such close range. Even though the girl was heartbroken, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but smile. Smiling at the person he loved, was it a conditioned reflex? He didn't know. Lu Yuanqiu reached out to wrap his arms around Bai Qingxia's slender waist, pulling her close. He only knew that he loved the girl before him, everything about her. You're crying, huh? Shame on you, Xia, you're such a crybaby. Tell me, are you a little crybaby? He asked softly. No. Then who was crying just now? It was me, you who made me cry. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and moved closer to her. Bai Qingxia didn't look at Lu Yuanqiu, but moved her neck forward, her face closer to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her innocent and beautiful face, blinking and hesitant until Bai Qingxia's eyelashes fluttered and she cast a brief gaze at him. Lu Yuanqiu's gaze froze, then he began to confirm. His face moved closer, and Bai Qingxia noticed her eyes slowly closing. In the narrow space, Lu Yuanqiu's mouth gently touched her soft lips. After the kiss, Lu Yuanqiu looked into her eyes. A hint of shyness flashed across his large, slightly red eyes, and he immediately looked down. The girl pursed her lips, a faint smile on her face. She grasped Lu Yuanqiu's sweater at the chest, gently tugging at the wool, again and again. Too fast. Do it again, Lu Yuanqiu said. Bai Qingxia looked up at him, her head tilted slightly upwards, her eyelashes slowly closing, a look of eagerness. Suddenly, she heard a stir below her. She opened her eyes immediately, placed a hand on Lu Yuanqiu's chest to prevent him from getting any closer, and her ears perked up in alarm. Lu Yuanqiu glanced back. It was Lu Wanchun stirring, but he was clearly asleep, even grinding his teeth. It's okay, he whispered to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia swallowed, seeming to calm down a bit. She softly replied, Let's go to sleep. It's not good for us to be like this. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's pout, a hint of resignation, she smiled, then leaned forward and embraced him, resting her forehead on his cheek and closing her eyes, as if ready for sleep. Well, it looked like the kiss wasn't going to happen. Lu Yuanqiu rubbed his cheek against her hair. The kiss wasn't particularly memorable, but the feeling of having taken Bai Qingxia's first kiss was incredibly satisfying. Hey, thinking about that, he felt a surge of satisfaction. The next day, Lu Yuanqiu woke up and checked the time. It was 4:30 a.m. He thought Bai Qingxia wasn't awake, but when he turned around, he found her fully dressed and already downstairs. What puzzled Lu Yuanqiu was that Bai Qingxia was squatting beside Lu Wanchun, harassing him and preventing him from sleeping. Lu Wanchun, on the other hand, was rolling around on the ground, moaning and groaning, utterly sleepy. The noise had Zheng Yifeng, standing nearby, doubled over like a green shrimp. Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wanchun suddenly yelled, tilting his head back in discontent. What did you do to Xia? I told her to go back to sleep, but she refused. Lu Yuanqiu sat on the bed, bewildered. As the culprit who harassed Lu Wanchun, Bai Qingxia, who was squatting with her back to Lu Yuanqiu, had her ears red. Chapter 642. Because of last night's kiss, Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head. He didn't mind. It was just a kiss on the lips, no big deal. But Bai Qingxia must have cared. It was obvious that this girl had been carried away last night. After the first kiss, she had happily agreed to Lu Yuanqiu's second. If Lu Wanchun hadn't turned over and made a noise, Lu Yuanqiu might have even thought he could teach her how to open herself up next. Slurp. I seem to have forgotten something. I remember now. I forgot to laugh, he. Get up. Has the snow stopped? Lu Yuanqiu asked, propping himself up on the edge of the bed and jumping down from the second floor. Before he could even call out Gaia or even get into position, there was a click. Zhang Yifeng suddenly woke up, sat up abruptly, and looked at his right foot. Lu Yuanqiu also silently lowered his head, looking at the object beneath his feet. At 9 o'clock in the morning, red snowplows cleared the road, making a buzzing sound. Several traffic police officers were directing traffic on the side of the road. Lu Wanchun, his hair disheveled, sat in the driver's seat of the RV. Yawning, he shifted the steering wheel and steered the white RV toward the center of the road. Then they set off. Lu Yuanqiu crossed his legs in the car, his expression numb as he answered Su Miaomia's call. I think we have to spend the new year in Orange City. We probably won't be able to go back anytime soon. The main thing is, there are 2 patients here. Not Su Xiang, but Zhang Yifeng. No, it's okay, Teacher Su, don't worry. It's not serious. He seems to have a minor fracture in his foot. Yes, he's so stubborn. He insisted on imitating a monkey climbing a tree and refused to come down no matter how much we begged. Who says he's not? Okay, I scold him for you later. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's words, Bai Qingxia and Zhang Yifeng both looked up. Lu Yuanqiu immediately smiled, his index finger raised to his lips in a flattering manner. Zhang Yifeng shook his head and sighed, reaching out to touch his swollen right ankle. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia poured hot water into a disposable cup, picked it up with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Zhang Yifeng, her face full of apology. This time, she and Zhang Yifeng were on the same side in a rare confrontation over Lu Yuanqiu's issue. After the call ended, Lu Yuanqiu slid to his knees, looking down at Zhang Yifeng's right foot, his hands trembling, before raising his solemn gaze. He hesitated to speak, his brow furrowed, his face heavy with regret. Bai Qingxia remained expressionless. At that moment, she had only one thought: Lu Yuanqiu's acting was better than those celebrities. Lu Yuanqiu had already contacted the hospital before arriving. As soon as the RV pulled up, doctors and nurses came out pushing a stretcher. Lu Yuanqiu helped carry the old man onto the stretcher, then pointed to the Taoist priest standing nearby and said to the doctor, "This is the son of the volunteer I mentioned on the phone." Okay. The doctor agreed. Xuqiu, the old man lying on the stretcher, suddenly called out. The doctors and nurses stopped, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly walked over. The old man grabbed his hand tightly. His weathered eyes seemed to hold many words. Lu Yuanqiu, uncle, go ahead. The old man's eyes moved, as if he had mentally prepared himself. If I hadn't succeeded, I still wouldn't regret taking the college entrance exam all those years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you. I've made so many wrong choices in my life, and meeting you makes me feel that my choices weren't all wrong. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a moment, then replied earnestly, "You definitely succeed, uncle." Bai Qingxia took the knitted hat Lu Wanchun tossed from the RV door with both hands. She opened it and lovingly placed it on the uncle's bald head. Snowflakes were still drifting in the sky, and Lu Yuanqiu saw one land on Bai Qingxia's head, like a melting angel feather. "We go first," the Taoist priest said, turning back. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, put his arm around Bai Qingxia's shoulders, and watched the two of them go ahead. Uncle must feel very sorry for Auntie, having devoted so many years of his youth to the college entrance exam, placing the burden of life on Auntie, Lu Yuanqiu said. Bai Qingxia replied softly, but Uncle didn't disappoint Auntie. If leukemia was inevitable, then all those years of preparation were to save himself today. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl beside him, and suddenly it made sense. If leukemia had been inevitable, the uncle who had given up the college entrance exam wouldn't have met them. The medical bills would have been exorbitant, and he wouldn't have become close friends with Su Xiang. That's how fate works. Lu Wanchun's voice rang out from behind. "Hey, help! There's another patient here." Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia saw Zhang Yifeng sitting in the uncle's wheelchair at the entrance of the RV. Lu Wanchun stood behind, gripping the wheelchair handles with both hands. The next moment, Bai Qingxia turned and, along with the two in front, gazed at the culprit at the scene. My bad. Lu Yuanqiu clasped his hands together and hurried over. The diagnosis confirmed that Zhang Yifeng's right foot was indeed fractured. It wasn't serious, but he needed hospitalization and a cast. The Taoist priest's bone marrow test to confirm a match would take at least a week. The 2013 Spring Festival was approaching, and Lu Yuanqiu had recently felt that time had flown by so quickly. It felt like 3 years had already passed in the blink of an eye, and he had actually been reborn for 3 years. After completing the hospitalization procedures for Zhang Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu left the hospital with the two girls and found a restaurant. The three of them gathered around a table. Lu Wanchun glanced at the menu, unsure what to order, and handed it to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia glanced at it symbolically. She was never the one to order at the table. She simply pointed at the menu and moved it in front of Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu took it and began to read. What do you say? How about renting a place here for a short period? Lu Yuanqiu asked Lu Wanchun, twirling a pair of chopsticks. Bai Qingxia was definitely going along with her husband. It all depended on Lu Wanchun's plans. If she wanted to go back, that was fine, but with Zheng Yifeng and the uncle situation, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't leave. Lu Wanchun, if Xia stays here, I stay here too. Lu Yuanqiu raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Qingxia. Just like Bai Qingxia would eat whatever Lu Yuanqiu ordered at dinner, she would also be wherever Lu Yuanqiu was. Seeing Bai Qingxia's adorable expression, Lu Wanchun tactfully turned to the head of the household across from him and asked, You want to rent a place for a short period of time, right? Lu Yuanqiu, yes. Then I share a room with Xia, Lu Wanchun requested. Bai Qingxia turned and smiled at him. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu concluded that Bai Qingxia would definitely not agree to share a room with him. This girl was just like that. Sometimes she was fine with everything and never picky, but there were certain boundaries she would stick to no matter what. Lu Yuanqiu readily agreed. It's up to you. If she's fine with it, then I'm fine with it too. Chapter 643. Lu Wanchun. Xia will definitely have no objection. Bai Qingxia nodded. Okay. Damn it. Lu Yuanqiu slammed the menu on the table. As the two girls across from him blinked and stared, Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Waiter, bring out some signature dishes. He crossed his fingers and added sternly to the two across from him. I don't know what to eat. Hunan cuisine seems to be a bunch of spiciness that's so intense it'd make your asshole spit fire. Lu Yuanqiu can't handle spicy food, and neither can Bai Qingxia. Lu Wanchun doesn't know, and Lu Yuanqiu doesn't care about her life or death. The apartment rented quickly. If money wasn't a concern, there was no need to worry. Expensive things always come at a good price. In that regard, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia could just follow Lu Wanchun's lead as his younger brother and younger sister. Of course, Bai Qingxia paid the most, and she also had to sleep with him. Hello, Dad? I'm in Orange City. I won't be going back for the New Year this time. In the living room, Lu Wanchun slumped on the sofa, talking on the phone. The room had underfloor heating, so she'd taken off her coat and rested her feet, clad in black leggings, on the edge of the coffee table. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her long legs draped over the coffee table, then froze as he noticed Bai Qingxia, clutching a cardboard box, staring at him from the corner. Lu Yuanqiu coughed lightly, and continued moving things as if nothing had happened. Live with Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia. Are you getting senile? Why are you thinking of Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia? I'm definitely sharing a room with Bai Qingxia. What are you thinking about? Is Lu Yuanqiu even worthy? Lu Wanchun suddenly sat up straight, stamped his right leg, and shouted into the phone. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia were shaking out the blankets in the room when they heard this. Bai Qingxia, standing across from the bed, burst out laughing at Lu Yuanqiu. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu raised an eyebrow and pointed at her. Bai Qingxia's smile faded, and suddenly, she saw Lu Yuanqiu put down a corner of the blankets and walk towards her. Lu Yuanqiu gently closed the bedroom door with his foot, looking like he was about to do something sinister. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia also put down a corner of the blankets, clasped her hands in front of her, and asked, What are you doing? Lu Wanchun was still on the phone in the living room, his voice booming like a cannon. In his excitement, he suddenly burst into tears, shouting that he missed his father. Lu Yuanqiu approached Bai Qingxia in the bedroom with malicious intent. Bai Qingxia blinked, confused, and backed away, her back pressed against the wall. Mr. Bai, may I ask what you were laughing at just now? Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand, and slammed it against her head. None of your business, Bai Qingxia retorted. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised by her assertiveness, Bai Qingxia raised her head and added, Did you just peek at Chuanchuan's legs? This statement instantly deflated Lu Yuanqiu's spirit. Lu Yuanqiu avoided the girl's gaze and explained, I just glanced at her, and I didn't know you'd see me. Then do you know why I was looking at her legs? Lu Yuanqiu rested his elbows on Bai Qingxia's head, moving closer to her, trying to regain the initiative. Bai Qingxia lowered her eyes, her voice sour. Chuanchuan's legs are long and beautiful. Lu Yuanqiu, no, because you won't let me see them. So what can I do? Then I can only look at others. What a twisted theory. Bai Qingxia retorted. Just like I can't see your abs, I won't look at anyone else's. Seeing the girl's ears blush as she spoke, Lu Yuanqiu almost laughed. He said, "Why didn't you say you wanted to see abs? Bah, what are you looking at? Just touch them." Lu Yuanqiu then grabbed her hand and reached inside his clothes. Bai Qingxia tugged it away, resisting fiercely. "No, I won't touch it, I won't." The girl's hand finally rested on her abs. Although Lu Yuanqiu kept a firm grip on her wrist, he could clearly sense her resistance gradually weakening. Her slightly curled hand slowly opened, and Bai Qingxia's face took on a strange expression, a blush spreading across it. Lu Yuanqiu suppressed a laugh. "What does it feel like?" Bai Qingxia shyly didn't answer. Lu Wangchuan's phone call in the living room was loud and noisy, but it inexplicably gave the two of them a sense of security as they continued their small meeting in the room. If Lu Wangchuan's phone stopped ringing, Lu Yuanqiu could almost imagine Bai Qingxia bolting for the door. Lu Yuanqiu released Bai Qingxia's hand, but she continued to caress his belly. It took her a second or two to react, and she quickly pulled her hand back, clasping it behind her back with a guilty look. "Make the bed. Your room isn't made yet." "No, kiss it first, then make it. You promised me last time, but I didn't kiss you." Lu Yuanqiu sternly reached behind her waist and grasped her hand. Bai Qingxia panicked, her eyes quickly darting outside. "Chuanchuan's still here. If you keep doing this, I'd be angry. If you're angry, I'm angry too. Let's all be angry together, and we be mad as hell." Lu Yuanqiu was unfazed. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's scoundrel words, Bai Qingxia yielded, standing on tiptoe. She raised her head and gave Lu Yuanqiu a quick kiss on the mouth, then buried her blushing face in her hands, attempting to break out from the right side. "Want to escape?" Lu Yuanqiu laughed, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind and embracing her. Bai Qingxia pinned his arms with both hands, her feet thrashing in the air. "You scoundrel. Now that you're done kissing, I'm going to make the bed. I've already called you a scoundrel, and you still believe what I say?" Bang! The bedroom door opened, and Lu Wangchun, holding the phone in one hand, stared at them blankly. Her eyes were still red, probably from crying. "What are you two doing? Is the bed made?" Lu Wangchun asked, sniffing her red nose. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia, whose body was suspended in midair, turned back, both bewildered. Lu Qingye's voice was still ringing on the phone. "What's going on? What are they doing?" "They're hugging." Lu Qingye was also stunned for a second. His voice suddenly became urgent. "Don't look, don't look. Get out. Close the door." Lu Wangchuan's brows furrowed. She hung up the phone with her annoying father, wiped her tearful eyes, and ordered the two people in the room. "You're making love before the bed is made? Don't forget who pays the rent. Get to work. Believe it or not, I whip you." Lu Yuanqiu immediately nodded respectfully. "Okay, Sister Lu." He put Bai Qingxia down. The girl quickly ran over, grabbed the blankets, and began to shake them. Lu Yuanqiu stood on the other side with a smirk. Only after Bai Qingxia glared fiercely did his expression calm down. "I want a relationship too. Why don't I have a partner?" Suddenly, Lu Wangchuan's hysterical voice rang out from outside. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia paused again, and this time, Lu Yuanqiu was the first to burst out laughing. Bai Qingxia simply pursed her lips, not daring to smile. Chapter 644. 2 weeks later, in the morning of his rental apartment bedroom, Lu Yuanqiu liked a post from the Taoist priest. It had a simple caption paired with a photo. In the photo, he was sitting beside a hospital bed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, while the older man, also in a hospital gown, lay in bed, both smiling broadly at the camera. The post's title was, "Health and Peace Mantra, Command." The likes were all from familiar faces. Even Bai Qingxia, who rarely commented, followed the others in a comment, "Congratulations." After Lu Yuanqiu liked the post, he noticed Zheng Yifeng had also liked it. Immediately, Zheng Yifeng posted a post as well. It was still the same caption paired with a photo. The photo featured a right leg in a cast, propped up on the footrail. The caption read, "Lu Yuanqiu, can you sleep?" "I can't." Lu Yuanqiu scratched his abs and commented with a smile, "Health and safety spell, you cast 1 too." Lu Wangchun, he sleeps like a champ, still snoring at 11 a.m. every day, and he can finish 2 bowls of rice at every meal. Zhong Jinqing replied to Lu Wangchun, "How do you know so much?" Bai Qingxia replied to Zhong Jinqing, "The 3 of us share a house in Juqing." Su Miaomi replied to Bai Qingxia, "Funny." Su Miaomi replied to Lu Yuanqiu, "I already know the truth, Lu Yuanqiu. Just wait until school starts." Lu Yuanqiu replied to Su Miaomi, "Eh." Just as he finished replying, A door suddenly opened from far away, followed by the shuffling of slippers on the floor. Lu Yuanqiu's bedroom door was pushed open, and Bai Qingxia stood prettily at the door, clutching her phone. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu, his upper body exposed, leaning against the headboard. She looked as if she had suddenly forgotten what she was going to say. After a few seconds, she remembered and snarled at him, "Serves you right." Then she left. The bedroom door closed again, and the clatter of slippers outside gradually faded away. Lu Yuanqiu, You came into my room just to say you deserved it? I'm really going to give you a good beating. Lu Yuanqiu rolled over in bed, put on his shirt, opened his bedroom door, and walked over to Bai Qingxia and her friend's double room. Knock, knock. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and knocked on the door, his voice stern. Bai Qingxia, come out. No one paid any attention. Lu Yuanqiu threatened, if you don't come out, I open the door. Anyone without clothes better get dressed. He put his ear to the door and listened. There was no movement from inside. Lu Yuanqiu reached for the doorknob, but before he could touch it, the door swung open from the inside. Lu Wanchun appeared. Lu Yuanqiu instinctively tucked his arm back and took a step back, a wry smile on his face. What's up? Lu Wanchun asked, raising his gaze in a dignified manner. He began snapping his fingers, making a crisp clicking sound. Lu Yuanqiu swallowed, then pointed into the room with a somewhat immature smile. Excuse me, I'm looking for Xia Xia. The room they shared wasn't as tidy as he'd imagined, but the distinct fragrance of a girl wafted from the doorway. Lu Yuanqiu glanced inside and saw Bai Qingxia sitting on the bed, wrapped tightly in the quilt, creating a makeshift safe house for herself. 2 snow-white feet were accidentally visible beneath the safe house. Her smooth black hair now looked puffy and messy. If it weren't for the smile on her face, one would have thought she'd been bullied. These days, sharing the apartment, the 3 of them rarely left the house except to visit Zheng Yifeng at the hospital. Everyone looked a bit unkempt. Lu Wanchun, standing by the door, had a single strand of hair sticking up from the back of his head, like a lightning rod. Don't come in, Lu Wanchun said sternly. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. No, no, let Xia Xia come out. Bai Qingxia sat on the bed and shook her head. No. She knew the consequences of coming out. These days, Lu Yuanqiu would try to kiss her whenever he got the chance. She used to think being kissed on the cheek by Lu Yuanqiu was excessive, but now, to avoid a kiss on the mouth, Bai Qingxia had to proactively kiss Lu Yuanqiu on the cheek to get him to let her go. As time went by, kissing each other on the cheek became completely natural. There was even one time when, after kissing Lu Yuanqiu on the cheek, Bai Qingxia realized Lu Wanchun was still there. It was an awkward exchange of glances between the sisters. If this continued, she felt her limits would drop lower and lower, until she completely gave in to Lu Yuanqiu. It was a complex mix of apprehension, nervousness, and excitement. Bai Qingxia was both excited and daunted. She used to strongly believe that intimacy between lovers should be reserved for marriage, but now, all her perceptions were gradually shifting under the influence of Lu Yuanqiu and her own physiological needs. But her rational mind still made her feel that this was happening a little too fast. Luckily, Lu Wanchun was there, otherwise, she couldn't believe her teeth would have held up that last line of defense. Come out and cook. It's lunchtime. Lu Yuanqiu gave up, turned, and headed for the bathroom to wash up. Bai Qingxia pulled her arm out of the covers, glanced at the time on her phone, and realized it was almost noon. She leaped up from the bed, the neckline of her strawberry nightgown askew, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder and collarbone, with a thin white strap. What do you want to eat? Bai Qingxia adjusted her collar, got out of bed, and put on her shoes. Lu Wanchun, whatever. If you don't want to cook, I can order takeout. Lu Yuanqiu brushed his teeth and turned back to see 2 girls in cool nightgowns walking out of the room, one in front and the other behind. Bai Qingxia, who was walking in front, paused at the sight of Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu opened her mouth and claws and growled at her. Bai Qingxia mouthed the cursed idiot and turned to the kitchen. Lu Wanchun, clinging to her, remained sleepy, as if he were sleeping on Bai Qingxia's back. Xia Xia is so kind. Without you, we'd both starve to death, Lu Wanchun muttered drowsily. Bai Qingxia retorted, nonsense. You just said you wanted takeout. Lu Wanchun half awakened. Huh? Did I say that? Bai Qingxia, After sharing a room with these 2, Bai Qingxia realized that children from wealthy families, without the constraints of parents or school, could truly live without any sense of time. Their 24 hours began the day they woke up. One day, she woke at 3 in the morning to find Lu Wanchun still in bed, grinning and checking his phone. The same thing happened with Lu Yuanqiu. Sometimes, When Bai Qingxiao went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, she would hear the bed creaking in Lu Yuanqiu's room. She wondered what he was doing. Lunch was at 1 in the afternoon. Are you going to the hospital to see Zhang Yifeng today? At the dinner table, Lu Yuanqiu asked a question that silenced both girls. Chapter 645. Lu Wangchun whimpered, biting the tip of his chopsticks and stamping his feet under the table, angrily shouting, "No, no, no! I'm on my period. I'm not going." Lu Yuanqiu, didn't your period just start a week ago? You won't leave. Seeing Bai Qingxiao's puzzled gaze, Lu Yuanqiu immediately explained with a smile, I provoked her that day, and she didn't fight back. That's how I figured it out. What's that called? Quick thinking combined with a little life experience. In reality, he had only noticed the trash can in the bathroom. There was nothing he could do. Sharing a room with a girl doesn't always mean he has to close his eyes even when he's in the bathroom. Ah! Lu Yuanqiu had barely finished speaking when he was punched in the eye. He put down his chopsticks with an innocent look on his face. Why did you hit me? Lu Wangchun calmly replied, to make up for what happened the other day. So this guy was just pretending today. Lu Yuanqiu felt certain, rubbing his eyes, and looking at Bai Qingxiao. Do you want to go? Bai Qingxiao pouted slightly. Putting on makeup is such a hassle. You've changed. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at her, then stood up, stepped on the bench, and said sternly, only I. Do I truly consider Zhang Yifeng a friend? Bai Qingxiao raised her head, and ruthlessly exposed him. You're afraid of Teacher Su. Lu Yuanqiu sat down obediently, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, glanced at Bai Qingxiao, and said nothing more. After dinner, when Lu Yuanqiu had finished packing and was ready to go to the hospital, Bai Qingxiao was clearing the table. Lu Wangchun, the lazy bum, was sprawled on the sofa, swinging her legs and looking at her phone. She never worked. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu preparing to leave, Bai Qingxiao quickly turned around and called out, Wait! What? Lu Yuanqiu was just pushing the door open when Bai Qingxiao ran over in slippers. She snatched her scarf from the hanger and wrapped it around Lu Yuanqiu's neck, reminding him, It's windy outside. Put on your scarf. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled and instinctively glanced toward the sofa. Bai Qingxiao also turned her head. Sure enough, Lu Wangchun was peeking. She snorted disdainfully and turned her head away. Lu Yuanqiu then reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Qingxiao's slender waist beneath her nightgown. He tilted his cheek. Bai Qingxiao slightly raised her head, raised her toes, and kissed him on the side of his cheek. She then raised her hand to adjust her drooping scarf, then smiled and waved gently at Lu Yuanqiu. Go slowly. Okay. As the door closed, he could still see Bai Qingxiao's smiling face, deliberately following the edge of the door. The sight was so adorable that Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to close it. When they arrived at the hospital, Zhang Yifeng was lying on the bed, 1 foot raised high, reading a book. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the cover. My bad husband. The domineering CEO is hard to mess with. You have quite a unique taste lately, Offing, Lu Yuanqiu complained. Zhang Yifeng casually glanced at Lu Yuanqiu as he entered, put down his book, and said, the Taoist priest just stopped by. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, untied the scarf smeared with Bai Qingxiao's body scent, and hung it beside him. He asked Zhang Yifeng, has the doctor decided when the transplant will be performed? Zhang Yifeng, it seems we have to wait a while. Uncle's been in good spirits lately. Perhaps this is the power of hope. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I'm more hopeful that the Taoist priest's mantra of peace and health is working. Then we won't have to rely on doctors anymore, right? Zhang Yifeng continued. Oh right, it's a good thing you came today. He seemed to suddenly remember something, and pointed to the bedside table next to him. The second drawer. What's that? Lu Yuanqiu walked over and opened it, puzzled, revealing a bucket of instant noodles. White Rhino instant noodles. The packaging this time was different from the previous ones, seemingly improved, and the flavor label had changed to White Rhino Classic. There's hot water over there. Make a cup and try it, Zhang Yifeng continued, pointing at the table. Lu Yuanqiu asked the question in his mind. Does it taste the same as Bai Qingxiao's? You know when you try it. Zhang Yifeng's expression remained unchanged. Although Lu Yuanqiu had lost his appetite after a bit of a bloating from lunch, the current situation still made him extremely vigilant. He made a bucket of instant noodles and sat down to wait. While waiting, Lu Yuanqiu continued to examine the packaging, taking out his phone to take photos and sending them to the family group. Around New Year's Eve, Dad had created a new family group called Lu's Men. It consisted of only 6 people: second uncle Lu Xingzhou, first uncle, second uncle, third uncle, Lu Tian, and Lu Yuanqiu. Third uncle even quit the group once, finding the name offensive, only to be invited back by first uncle. Where did you buy the instant noodles? I was craving some yesterday, so I asked the Taoist priest to bring me 2 buckets. This is what he brought back. I bought it at a regular supermarket. If it's on the shelves at a regular supermarket, that means my uncle and the others might already know about it. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. Dad was the first to post in the group chat. Lu Tian, this is what we're going to eat in Orange City? Useless Dad, you're missing the point. Lu Yuanqiu didn't reply. Uncle spoke quickly. Lu Cheng, we got it. We were just about to ask you about it these past few days. I heard you were a little busy, so I ask again later. Lu Yuanqiu was about to type a reply when his phone rang. He checked the caller ID and saw it was Second Master. Hello? Second Master? Lu Yuanqiu answered. Zheng Yifeng was a little surprised. He pointed outside, but Lu Yuanqiu waved him off. Zheng Yifeng smiled and remained silent. While Daohe and Lu Corporation had no grudges, they were rival companies, and Zheng Yifeng subconsciously wanted to avoid suspicion at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu heard Second Uncle's voice on the line, and guessed that Second Master was with his eldest and second uncles. Xiao Xia opened a noodle shop in college, right? Second Master asked directly. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, yes. Second Master, did Zhang Jisheng meet her? Lu Yuanqiu paused for a moment, uttering a huh? Before shaking his head, I don't know, probably not. Uncle's voice drifted over the phone. For Baishi to put this kind of noodles on the shelves, it must have been with Zhang Jisheng's approval. Given Zhang Jisheng's cautious nature, he wouldn't have failed to conduct an on-site inspection. Lu Yuanqiu, did they really steal the recipe? Second Master, have you tasted the noodles? Zheng Yifeng tilted his head, indicating the noodles were ready. Lu Yuanqiu, I taste it now. He set his phone aside and took a few bites. He instinctively thought the noodles tasted very similar to Bai Qingxia's, but after a few chews, he noticed a difference. They were less tasty than Bai Qingxia's. It wasn't that they were unpalatable, it was that Bai Qingxia's noodles were simply too delicious, and Lu Yuanqiu, accustomed to Xia Yuan noodles, found these a little difficult to swallow. But this bowl of noodles still tasted far better than Baishi's. Second Master, Xiao Xia is truly remarkable. Even such a large company couldn't quite replicate the taste of her creations. Second Uncle, but it's almost there. Consumers are very satisfied. They only care about the quality of the noodles. There are overwhelming positive reviews online saying that Baishi is finally putting its heart into making noodles. Zheng Yifeng raised an eyebrow and muttered a word, anchoring effect. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at him and answered the phone. Consumers just haven't tasted anything better. Do you believe it? Every student at Zhuhai University can tell these noodles are pirated. Chapter 646. Uncle, so that's the key. There's still a difference in taste between the pirated noodles and the original. Xiao Xia still has a loyal customer base that can vouch for her, so the problem isn't too serious. But the current situation is a bit troublesome. Baishi finally got Xiao Xia's noodles to market before us. Even if they're just pirated noodles, the similar taste is troublesome. I have a feeling Zhang Jisheng will make a big deal about this when we launch Xia Yuan noodles. Lu Yuanqiu and Zheng Yifeng both understood what he was saying, and Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Frowning, he asked into the phone, Uncle, are you saying that Baishi might retaliate against us for stealing their patent? Uncle, that's true, but the White Shi Classic has just been released, and it's unclear whether they've patented the formula and production process. Xuqiu, Zhang Jisheng is just that kind of person. You get to know him better and better. Lu Yuanqiu pinched his brows. I've already made a deep impression on him. Zheng Yifeng then waved at Lu Yuanqiu and mouthed, they've applied, very quickly. I've asked my uncle. Okay, Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Baishi and the Lu family have been sworn enemies since Bai Songjia was backstabbed. Daohe was also a bitter rival of Baishi in the 1990s, but after 2000, under the leadership of Zheng Yifeng's uncle, the relationship between Daohe and Baishi eased considerably. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that Zheng Yifeng's father had a good relationship with Bai Songjia. There was a photo of them at the 100-day banquet. So in the 1990s, when Bai Songjia went bankrupt and Zheng's father was still alive, Daohe should have turned against Baishi and sided with the Lu family. This relationship lasted until Zheng's father disappeared after 2000. After Zheng's father disappeared, Zheng Yifeng's second uncle held the largest stake in the company. Lu Yuanqiu suspected that his personality might be similar to that of his own uncle, Lu Cheng, the kind of businessman who's more of a smiley face than a willing enemy. In short, Lu Yuanqiu now had a clearer understanding of Zhang Jisheng. Does this guy have any humanity at all? He's just going after someone named Bai. Uncle, I remember using some common, universal ingredients. That shouldn't count as copyright infringement, right? Otherwise, domestic products like iced black tea, traditional pickled cabbage beef noodles, and so on would be the subject of heated lawsuits between companies. Lu Yuanqiu asked. The eldest uncle responded, of course. The key is that Xiaoxia's ingredients aren't conventional or universal. Bixi stole them all after testing the ingredients. If they were conventional ingredients, they wouldn't be able to patent them. The eldest uncle smacked his lips again, his voice skeptical. But why is there such a huge difference in taste? Where does the problem lie? The second uncle answered on the phone, it's the cooking method. Xiaoxia must have her own unique way. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. She has her own unique way of making it. The aunt at the shop couldn't even learn it by watching, but it's not impossible that aunt truly has no talent for cooking. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and Zhang Yifeng recalled the scene where Zhong Jincheng vomited after eating Aunt Su's noodles. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the instant noodles from the table, and the torn sauce packet next to it, which was also the packaging for the soup base. This tub of Bixi classic instant noodles contained only a sauce packet and a mixed vegetable packet, but no noodle packet. The future Xia Yuan noodles would be like this too. Lu Yuanqiu rotated the ingredient list on the box again. The sauce packet listed pork first, followed by the compound seasoning sauce. The specific ingredients of this so-called compound seasoning sauce are rarely disclosed. It's each company's secret formula. But even if it's not disclosed, with advanced technology, other companies can still determine the ingredients. The only question is whether they dare to steal it. Because not disclosing means that even if you know the ingredients, you're not allowed to use it. Doing so would be illegal. Baishi dared to steal Bai Qingxia's product because Bai Qingxia was still a powerless university student without any patents. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the remaining ingredients again and asked into the phone, Uncle, have you tested how many ingredients are used in their compound seasoning sauce? Of course we did. What do you think we've been busy with these days? The uncle smiled and said, not counting additives, there are about 10 main ingredients. I was meaning to ask you about that. How many did Xiaoxia use? Lu Yuanqiu's eyes widened slightly, his head hanging in confusion. Are you sure? The uncle scoffed. What's there to be unsure about? Lu Yuanqiu, but Xiaoxia used 15. She told me so herself. The uncle, huh? Lu Yuanqiu, huh? Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Zhang Yifeng with a smile and asked, did Baishi fail to detect Xiaoxia's ingredients, or did we fail to detect Baishi's? It's impossible that two major companies can't even detect this? The uncle was silent for a moment before responding. It's also possible that everything we tested was fine. And the problem lies with Xiaoxia. I call and ask again. The second uncle seemed to start shouting, followed by the eldest uncle. The two uncles were engaged in a heated discussion, with the second uncle occasionally interjecting, quiet. Lu Yuanqiu waited a moment, then disdainfully tossed the instant noodles on the table into the trash can. The soup accidentally splashed onto Zhang Yifeng's injured leg. Zhang Yifeng's eyes widened, and he trembled on the bed from the burn. Hiss! Lu Yuanqiu's face fell, and he quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe the wound. Seeing Zhang Yifeng pull out his phone, he clasped his hands together and pleaded with a mournful face, don't tell Teacher Su, don't tell Teacher Su. After comforting Zhang Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu took the phone back. The eldest uncle said, the Baishi classic sauce packet indeed only uses 10 ingredients, including salt, sugar, and so on. Our testing wouldn't show any problems, and neither would Baishi's. Lu Yuanqiu raised an eyebrow. So the problem lies with Bai Qingxia's way of preparing the sauce. Perhaps she unintentionally evaded the professional testing of the ingredients, causing Baishi's test to miss 5 ingredients? The second uncle said, no wonder the taste difference is so huge. I figured even if the preparation method was poor, the difference wouldn't be that significant, right? Lu Yuanqiu agreed. Me too. Xia is practically a deity in my heart. It seems those idiots missed all the ingredients. As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell over the phone and the hospital room. The second uncle's voice was the first to ring true. Zhang Jisheng definitely doesn't know yet. He can definitely taste the difference, but he won't doubt his own testing technology. He'd be convinced it's Xiaoxia's unique preparation method. Lu Yuanqiu, Zhang Jisheng will try to get close to your girlfriend later. Chapter 647. Big Uncle, once he tries to steal the recipe, he discovered that an ingredient is missing. We're not sure if Zhang Jisheng can make the original noodles once he knows all 15 ingredients. All we can do now is to try our best to prevent Zhang Jisheng from finding out about their missing ingredients. Do you understand? Lu Yuanqiu, I understand. Big Uncle, as long as the ingredients, flavor, and recipe are different, Even if Baishi applies for a patent, it won't have any effect. It won't affect us in the future, nor will it affect Bai Qingxia's chances of regaining everything she has. Second uncle, he. Second master, how many are there now? Do you know about 15 ingredients? Lu Yuanqiu counted and replied, 6, excluding Uncle Bai. No, no. Lu Yuanqiu silently glanced at Zhang Yifeng, who was beside the bed, trying to cover his ears, but was too late. With a strange expression, he replied, 7. Second master's voice remained serious. Which 7? Me, Bai Qingxia, the 3 of you, Zhang Yifeng, and Aunt Su from the shop. Second master, Zhang Yifeng is the kid from Doha? Lu Yuanqiu bared his teeth. Yes, that's right. Come, Zhang Yifeng, say hello to second master. Zhang Yifeng was about to take the phone, but the next second, second master yelled at him, forcing his hand back. Second master, you bastard. He's right next to us. Second uncle, mind your appearance, mind your appearance. The eldest uncle's voice boomed from the side. Lu Yuanqiu, second master, Zhang Yifeng can be trusted completely. He glanced at the person on the bed and raised his right hand, saying, I guarantee it with my life. Zhang Yifeng looked at him, smiled softly, and nodded. Uncle, let's fire Aunt Su and have her come to the Luqing headquarters. We offer her a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly looked serious. Uncle, is the headquarters still short of staff? Do you think I can do it? Uncle, don't be so naive. I talked to Xiuxia about this later. It's very important. Xiuxia may have her own unique craftsmanship, but for a company as large as Baishi, we can't guarantee they can replicate it. We just found out they're only missing 5 raw materials. While Baishi wouldn't necessarily be able to replicate the flavor even if they knew these 5 ingredients, there's a patent issue involved. As long as the raw materials are different, they can't be accused of infringement. This is also one of the Lu company's current trump cards. Second master seemed to have calmed down, and now his deep voice rang out. What's that Xia Yuan noodle shop like? Is it private? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. Not really. Second master, if not, just close it. Uncle, you can't close it, second uncle. Closing it will make the students at Zhuhai University think too much. Now that the White Rhino Classic has just been released, Xiao Xia is closing it. Isn't that obviously guilty? Indeed. Second master quickly replied. Second master, then rent a new shop on campus, somewhere with more privacy. Lu Yuanqiu then saw Zhang Yifeng continue to mouth the words, Dachwang base. We can do it when school starts, Lu Yuanqiu replied. Uncle, we go check it out when the time comes. Second master finally asked, when are you willing to officially launch Xia Yuan noodles? Lu Yuanqiu, hearing the pause, grew serious and exhaled, Second master, I know the situation is different now, but this is Bai Qingxia's own property. She must first understand the value of what she owns. She can't just hand it over to us without thinking. Second master, whether she understands or not, doesn't it require you to tell her? Lu Yuanqiu sat down beside the bed. I originally thought she was exhausted by now, so I wanted to let her relax and be happy for as long as possible. I tell her everything that happened when the time is right. Okay, I find a chance. Now that Zhang Jisheng had made a move, Lu Yuanqiu knew he couldn't delay any longer. This might be the right time. Uncle comforted him. Xiuqiu, Xiuxia has changed. You're the one who made her change. You have to believe in her. She's not as fragile as she used to be. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Yes, uncle is right. Second uncle, should we talk about that? This question seemed to be addressed to both uncle and second master. Lu Yuanqiu, what's going on? The eldest uncle paused, then spoke into the phone. Actually, these past few days, since the White Rhino Classic model came out, we've been wondering about something. Are you ready to take over the branch office now? Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. Why? I haven't even graduated yet, and I haven't even received my 2 certificates yet. The second uncle, Old Wang at the branch office, is in trouble. He's been found to have embezzled public funds. If he's ever told you anything, don't believe it. Don't believe a single word. We've been colleagues for so many years, and we're considering whether to pursue legal action. Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng exchanged a glance, recalling Su Miaomi's recent incident. The eldest uncle and the others had emphasized more than once that Old Wang's words were disregarded. After a moment's reflection, Lu Yuanqiu decided to tell them the story. Old Wang's existence had changed, and his promises no longer had to count. This was perhaps the difference between Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia, both kind-hearted individuals. The uncle sneered and replied, he said he was just there to discuss the contract? Lu Yuanqiu exchanged glances with Zheng Yifeng and explained, "There's nothing wrong with what he said. I confirmed it with Teacher Su. The uncle said, that might just be because you arrived just in time. I don't believe it because old Wang had received accusations from girls before, but they were eventually dismissed. Perhaps they paid the price to get rid of the accusation. But he's right about one thing. This kind of thing is very common. Usually the girl is willing, and if she's not, it's because she wasn't paid enough. Of course, your Teacher Su's situation is different. She's a decent person who strayed into this situation." Wolf's Den. Lu Yuanqiu. "So what should we do with him?" "Uncle, we definitely can't let him stay at the branch, but we won't go so far as to call the police. Mainly because of the recent White Rhino incident. The three of us hope to get Xia Yuan noodles online as soon as possible. If you become the general manager, you will take full responsibility for Xia Yuan noodles and treat it like your and Xiaoxi's child. I believe this will be a win-win situation for everyone. Uncle's mind is always the clearest. For his family, he will pave the way for everything." Just like Teacher Su followed the path laid by his parents and never made a mistake, Lu Yuanqiu followed his uncle's path for the rest of his life. Lu Yuanqiu was grateful for his good fortune. He had 3 uncles who seemed to be able to handle everything and were extremely open-minded. If he had been more obedient in his previous life, his achievements might have been multiplied by tens or even hundreds of times. However, before agreeing this time, he first needed Bai Qingxia's opinion. Unlike his previous life, he now had his own significant other. Chapter 648. 2013 was the year of the snake, a year I had no recollection of. I couldn't remember any major events that year, not even the skits on the Spring Festival Gala. It's true that Lu Yuanqiu's memory has never been very good. Of course, it's also possible that Mr. Ben Shan never appeared on the Spring Festival Gala again, so he missed many memorable moments. But in the quiet of one night, Lu Yuanqiu would have a bold guess. Perhaps everything in the future was just a very long, fragmented dream. The truth was that he hadn't been reborn at all. He had simply had a dream the night before his senior year of high school, in which he experienced the next 15 years in advance. In the dream, there was a god with a god's perspective, guiding him to experience those 15 years in just a few hours. Most importantly, the god reminded him in the dream that Bai Qingxia would appear at the supermarket the next afternoon. Oh, what a rich imagination. Lu Yuanqiu knew he was probably more willing to believe this speculation than to honestly accept his rebirth. He'd panic when Zheng Yifeng raised doubts, fearing that once those doubts arose, the magical force that sustained his rebirth would quietly begin to tremble unsteadily. Time was what he feared most. He had always been a staunch materialist, but now, more than anyone else in the world, he hoped that a fantastic beginning would also have a happy ending that would perpetuate the fantasy, just like the final words at the end of a fairy tale, and the prince and princess lived happily ever after. End. Hey! Lu Yuanqiu suddenly opened his eyes in bed. A small, gentle pressure pressed against his chest. A soft voice echoed above his head, and a faint, familiar fragrance approached. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia's adorable face, which lay suspended above him. He closed his eyes and smiled. Oh my goodness, what time are you screaming for sex? What a weird thing. Bai Qingxia muttered, pressing down Lu Yuanqiu's groping hand. At the same time, she thrust her own children's watch in front of him. See for yourself. Lu Yuanqiu had bought her the watch yesterday while browsing a street stall. She had taken it off last night before going to bed, but put it back on this morning after washing up. She loved it so much. What? 9 o'clock? What time did Zheng Yifeng get discharged from the hospital? We agreed to 9 o'clock. I was hanging out the laundry and asked Chun Chun to wake you up, but Chun Chun fell asleep while using the restroom. She slept for half an hour. Bai Qingxia, standing by the bed, looked peculiar. Lu Yuanqiu's mind flashed back to the image of Lu Wanchun sitting on the toilet, his head tilted back, drooling. Chan Gu is invincible. Bai Qingxia sighed, feeling like she was taking care of 2 young children, but strangely, she was the only one in the room wearing a children's watch. Thinking of this, Bai Qingxia looked down at the pink watch on her left wrist with fondness. Perhaps subconsciously, she was thinking about making up for her lost childhood. She walked towards the door, turning back and saying, "Get up quickly." Ah! Lu Yuanqiu jumped up. Brush your teeth, wash your face, put on your shoes, oh wrong ones. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and smelled the shoes before realizing they were Bai Qingxia's. The day after tomorrow is Spring Festival. After picking up Zheng Yifeng from the hospital today, the 4 of them planned to go to the supermarket to buy some New Year's goods. After all, there was someone at home who could cook, so even if they were away from home, They always had to prepare a table full of New Year's Eve dinner to show their appreciation. When they arrived at the hospital, 3 people stood in a row in the lobby downstairs of the inpatient department, blinking blankly. Zheng Yifeng, wearing a black down jacket and carrying a suitcase, stood at the doorway, a black knitted hat on his head. He looked very handsome, and many girls passing by stared at him, but they didn't know why this handsome man's eyes were so full of resentment. Zheng Yifeng glanced down at his watch, but said nothing. He continued to look at the 3 people opposite him, as if to break down their inner defenses with his calm gaze. How long have you been waiting, Offeng? Lu Yuanqiu approached with a look of heartache, taking the suitcase with both hands. Zheng Yifeng tightened his clothes and replied in a flat voice. 50 minutes, 46 seconds, 33 seconds. He then walked forward with his hands in his pockets, leaving Lu Yuanqiu standing there in a mess. That resentment is quite strong, Lu Yuanqiu muttered with his head down. The supermarket was bustling with activity as the Lunar New Year approached. Lu Wanchun, the king of pop, had thawed once more, and Lu Wanchun joined in, bobbing her head and singing Gong Xia Kai. As they sang, Bai Qingxia, who was pushing the same shopping cart with her, also became engrossed. Although her voice was almost inaudible, Lu Yuanqiu knew it was a sign of her good mood. Lu Wanchun had somehow managed to find 2 pure red scarves, one for herself and one for Bai Qingxia. In the festively decorated supermarket, the 2 of them resembled 2 beautiful models, drawing constant attention wherever they went. Bai Qingxia had become immune to these glances in most situations these days. She and Lu Wanchun chatted and laughed naturally while pushing the cart. Lu Yuanqiu felt that Bai Qingxia's greatest progress in her growth might be her practice of ignoring others' gazes when appropriate. This is a skill many still struggle to master. Lu Yuanqiu felt he had already mastered it. There was no way around it. It was innate. Zheng Yifeng had just had the cast removed from his foot, and he walked with a slight limp. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a chubby kid next to him also limping, his movements mirroring his. The kid's mother called out, and the kid giggled and ran off. Zheng Yifeng, do you want me to help you get revenge? Lu Yuanqiu glanced at him, holding 2 packs of beer. Zheng Yifeng shook his head. Beer? Would you 2 like to have some on New Year's Eve? Lu Yuanqiu turned to look at the 2 girls, and suddenly realized Bai Qingxia was no longer with Lu Wanchun. She was sitting in the shopping cart, looking like an innocent baby. Bai Qingxia blinked, each hand holding a thick, long scallion, as if she hadn't even realized she was already there. No, I want to get down. Bai Qingxia muttered awkwardly. She was used to ignoring other people's gazes, but there were so many of them around her. As soon as she stood up, Lu Wanchun pushed her back down, shouting, No! What are you doing? Bai Qingxia, helpless and pitiful, huddled back in the shopping cart. Lu Wanchun grinned like a pervert, and took out his phone to take a picture. How cute. Like taking care of a child, xia, look at the camera. No! Bai Qingxia quickly put the green onion down, and raised her hands to shield her face. After taking a 360-degree, unobstructed photo of her, Lu Wanchun let out a strange laugh, kicked his calves back joyfully, and pushed the shopping cart in one direction. Buy chips, chips! She yelled. Now there were even more people watching, and Bai Qingxia kept her head down in embarrassment. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's intense gaze, Zheng Yifeng turned his head away indifferently. Don't even think about it. I'm not going to sit inside. He looked back, only to find Lu Yuanqiu had just lifted 1 foot and stepped into the shopping cart. Did you misunderstand something? Lu Yuanqiu looked at him blankly. Chapter 649. Zheng Yifeng's eye muscles twitched. You want to sit? What else? You can't fit. Bang. Lu Yuanqiu proved his prowess by shoving himself into the cart with ease, causing the car's body to swell slightly. A triumphant smile emanated from his face, 2 packs of beer in his arms, and he pointed a finger forward. Zheng-san, charge. I must have been crazy to agree to come to the supermarket with you guys. Zheng Yifeng said, his face livid, as he pushed the cart from behind. Lu Yuanqiu turned around, a look of deep emotion. You still dote on me, Afeng. How about this? I appoint you as chief eunuch. Zheng Yifeng, get lost. After Bai Qingxia sat in the cart, Lu Wanchun pushed the cart back and forth between the shelves, seemingly on steroids. Zheng Yifeng, picking up items and placing them in Lu Yuanqiu's arms, quickly caught up with Lu Wanchun. The 2 shopping carts gradually leveled out. Bai Qingxia turned her head, her eyes wide with surprise. Lu Yuanqiu's lips curled up slowly. I didn't expect to see you again this way, Xiao Fei. Bai Qingxia, ? Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but laugh. He hurriedly put some of his belongings into Bai Qingxia's cart. Share the burden, Xia. Bai Qingxia frowned. I'm busy here. I'm even busier here. Then why did you go in? To accompany you. You just wanted to have fun. Lu Wanchun and Zhang Yifeng pushed the carts forward simultaneously. Lu Yuanqiu poked Bai Qingxia's shoulder and turned to make playful remarks. At first, Bai Qingxia was too shy to respond, but gradually, she began to sneer, following Lu Yuanqiu's words. She even reached for the cucumber bucket from her car and stabbed Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu snatched the weapon from her and stabbed back. Bai Qingxia had no choice but to pick up a new cucumber and hold it in front of her to defend herself. When Lu Yuanqiu deliberately showed a gap in his defense, she would smile and gently tap Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder with both hands. Zhang Yifeng turned his head and saw Lu Wanchun hunched back, secretly recording the two people's playful scenes in front of him. Lu Wanchun smiled at him and turned to smile at him. Zhang Yifeng's lips curled slightly. The Spring Festival these past few years has been quite festive. After returning to cook, Zhang Yifeng finished his phone call and said to Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting on the sofa, Teacher Su will be here tomorrow. Huh? Lu Yuanqiu shuddered. He placed the TV remote on the table and asked Zhang Yifeng for confirmation. Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Zhang Yifeng glanced at him. I'm not going to do anything to you. Just as Lu Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief, Zhang Yifeng added, at most, a broken leg. He then laughed. His smile contained neither gloating nor a sense of revenge, but rather a sweetness. Lu Wanchun, wearing short shorts and carrying a fruit plate, came over. She knocked Lu Yuanqiu aside with her butt and then, occupying her spot on the sofa, crossed her legs and muttered, From tomorrow, we be in pairs, right? I be all alone? Lu Yuanqiu pulled up a small stool and sat down. He said, Why don't I call the Taoist priest over to you? See if he can come out? Hey! Lu Wanchun smiled, then suddenly felt disappointed. She stuffed a piece of cantaloupe into her mouth. The Taoist priest isn't my type. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. But I have a girlfriend. You idiot! What's your business? Go to hell, Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wanchun leaned back on the sofa, her white-socked legs raised as she launched a series of Foshan shadowless kicks at Lu Yuanqiu's back. Her kicks left a lingering afterimage in Lu Yuanqiu's head. Lady! Lady! Stop! Bai Qingxia, passing by in an apron, paused when she saw the scene. Lu Yuanqiu gave her a pleading look. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and walked away heartlessly. Lu Yuanqiu had always deserved a beating. Lu Wanchun finally retracted his legs. Lu Yuanqiu sat up straight, glaring, and slapped his ears. Lu Wanchun glanced at him. What are you doing? Shaking your brains out? Lu Yuanqiu, you kicked all that earwax out of me. You're disgusting. Lu Wanchun quickly moved closer to Zhang Yifeng. So now that Teacher Su is here, where's she going to stay? There are only 2 rooms. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zhang Yifeng, a sudden thought coming to mind. He smiled and said, If you let her stay with you for the winter, can I sleep in the middle? Lu Wanchun chuckled, and Bai Qingxia's soft laughter echoed from the kitchen. Zhang Yifeng rolled his eyes and offered his intended solution. I take her out. Hotel? Zhang Yifeng's expression faltered. Lu Yuanqiu and Lu Wanchun exchanged a silent glance. Neither spoke, but their gossipy eyes betrayed a clear understanding. The food is ready. Bai Qingxia emerged first, carrying a plate of food. Xia Xia, how can we live without you? Lu Yuanqiu and Lu Wanchun, reciting their usual lines, obediently went to serve the food. Zhang Yifeng followed behind. Eventually, Lu Yuanqiu and Lu Wanchun finished taking everything, leaving Zhang Yifeng with nothing else to take, so he casually grabbed a clove of garlic. Su Miaomiao drove herself the next day. The black car was the same one Lu Wanchun had driven to the city arts competition. After the car parked in the residential parking lot, a woman in a beige trench coat and black boots got out. Su Miaomiao took off her sunglasses and walked towards the 4 people waiting downstairs. Bai Qingxia smiled as she watched from afar. Her memory of Teacher Su was still of her last time, crying delicately in Zhang Yifeng's arms. That seemed like months ago. Bai Qingxia had reason to suspect that Zhang Yifeng and Su Miaomiao's relationship had definitely strengthened during this time. Lu Yuanqiu. Su Miaomiao called out. Lu Yuanqiu's lip curled up instantly. What was coming finally came. He smiled again, but he gradually leaned towards Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu, Teacher Su seems to be getting more and more beautiful. Yes. Bai Qingxia nodded, but quickly changed the subject. Hit gently. Su Miaomiao, hands on her hips, stared at Lu Yuanqiu behind Bai Qingxia. Lu Wanchun chuckled beside her. Teacher Su, do you want a substitute? I leave it to you. Su Miaomiao tilted her head. Lu Wanchun escorted Lu Yuanqiu into the rental house with the others. Bai Qingxia noticed something. Teacher Su had been holding Zheng Yifeng's arm, something she never did in public before. Where should I sleep tonight? Su Miaomiao surveyed the two clearly visible rooms. Lu Yuanqiu, dodging Lu Wangchun's punches, smiled and said, So Zheng Yifeng didn't tell you. Su Miaomiao was puzzled. What? Chapter 650. Say. Lu Yuanqiu paused, then laughed before he could finish his words. Of course, it's something a reserved man can't bring himself to talk about. Huh? Su Miaomiao opened her mouth, her expression growing even more confused. Bai Qingxia smiled and observed them, silent. She enjoyed watching the fun. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she scurried off in her slippers to get some water. I just hadn't gotten around to saying it yet. I'm planning on taking you to a hotel, Zheng Yifeng replied calmly, though he swallowed secretly as he spoke. Su Miaomiao stared into his eyes, their gazes meeting and then parting. The woman uttered an "oh," her lips curled slightly, as she walked over to the sofa, placing her bag there. She replied, Have you booked it? Zheng Yifeng, yes, it's nearby. If you're tired tonight, I take you there. Lu Yuanqiu's phone rang. He checked it. The Taoist priest was approaching, and he'd asked him to meet him at the gate of the community. Tonight's New Year's Eve dinner was a small gathering of 6. The Taoist priest is here. I go get him. Change your shoes. Lu Wanchun reminded from behind. Oh, right. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the moment the Spring Festival Gala host announced the start, someone outside the window couldn't wait to set off fireworks. Brilliant colors exploded in the sky, dreamy and fleeting. Cheers! Bang! In the living room, 6 hands raised high above the table overflowing with food, and the clinking of glasses made a crisp sound. Lu Yuanqiu clashed the hardest, spilling his beer all over his hand. But he smiled as he lifted the beer to his lips and gulped it down. Bai Qingxia cupped her glass with both hands and sipped it, her eyes observing each person with anticipation. Her cooking had been her greatest strength when she first entertained Lu Yuanqiu, and even now, she still felt a sense of satisfaction from her friends because of this quality. A little. This beer is so bitter, she suddenly complained inwardly. When will the transplant be done? Su Miaomiao looked at the Taoist priest. About 5 days. Actually, the doctor won't let me out. I have to leave after dinner, the Taoist priest replied with a smile. He put down his glass of boiled water and picked up his chopsticks to pick up the lightest dish on the table. Even Bai Qingxia had drunk wine today, but he was the only one drinking water. After the transplant, Su Xiong planned to return to his hometown, Xiangqing, to burn his father's Taoist robe at his grave. Perhaps, as the uncle had said, the robe represented his obsession with the past. His father had never personally taught him the skills of a Taoist priest, but Su Xiong had saved those his father hadn't been able to save. Let the obsession end here. He was the county's top scholar, and he could live his own life. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and saw Bai Qingxia grinning at everyone, a smile that seemed a little off. The beer in her glass was gone, and her cheeks were lightly flushed. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand in surprise and poked Bai Qingxia's face. No way, you got drunk so quickly? Huh? Bai Qingxia straightened up immediately, raising her fair hands to touch her cheeks. Her eyes were wide, and her expression was dazed. Seeing her slightly exaggerated expression and behavior, Lu Yuanqiu raised an eyebrow and asked tentatively, Are you drunk? No. Bai Qingxia covered her cheeks with her hands, her mouth pouting, and her response was a little loud. The other 5 people, including Lu Yuanqiu, stared at her in amazement. It would be strange if she wasn't drunk. Lu Yuanqiu picked up her glass and took a look. How much was it? He didn't seem to remember seeing Bai Qingxia drink before. Today was the first time. You're drunk. I'm not. Drunk. Not drunk. Drunk, drunk, drunk. Not drunk, not drunk, not drunk. Bai Qingxia leaned in close to Lu Yuanqiu and shouted back. Everyone at the table couldn't help but laugh at her. They all knew she wasn't one to speak loudly in front of others, so the louder she argued, the more obvious her drunkenness became. Lu Yuanqiu had a lot of bad intentions, deliberately arguing with her and provoking her. It was the first time he saw Bai Qingxia tipsy. It was so refreshing. Lu Yuanqiu was the happiest person. He reached out and pinched Bai Qingxia's cheek, deliberately teasing her while she was tipsy. They say that intoxication can bring out one's true nature, and he had just the right moment to add a few dark moments to Bai Qingxia's life. Drunk, Bai Qingxia's cheeks were even softer than usual. She shook her head in time with Lu Yuanqiu's movements, her eyes watery. The next moment, she impatiently grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm, yanked it down, and bit it in front of everyone else. Lu Yuanqiu smiled broadly and didn't dodge. Bai Qingxia's bite was quite forceful, but not too painful. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu didn't react, Bai Qingxia snorted and sat back down. I'm not drunk, just a little dizzy. Anyone who gets drunk for the first time enjoys this feeling, and Bai Qingxia was no exception. Besides, she was surrounded by familiar faces, so she had nothing to worry about. Is my cooking delicious? She suddenly asked. Everyone at the table nodded in agreement. Delicious, delicious. Bai Qingxia was delighted, her chin raised proudly. Then, smiling, she picked up her chopsticks and bit down with a loud, exaggerated awe. Every move was exaggerated. Lu Wanchun glanced to the side, and saw Lu Yuanqiu slumped over the table, laughing like crazy. Bai Qingxia's drunken state seemed to have inexplicably struck a chord with Lu Yuanqiu. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's groggy laughter, Bai Qingxia gave him a curious look, but ignored him, and continued to adorably pick up food, her mouth wide open and a whine as she bit down. She glanced at Lu Yuanqiu beside her and sarcastically said, Lu Yuanqiu, you're so weird. What are you laughing at? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head away, ignoring her, and continued to laugh like an idiot. Bai Qingxia poured herself another beer, seemingly lost in her own little world of joy. The Spring Festival Gala began, and everyone ate. Zheng Yifeng and Su Miao, as usual, drank without restraint. They spoke less than usual, but their minds were full of activity. The only sounds around the dinner table were Bai Qingxia's mumbling, Lu Yuanqiu's laughter, Lu Wangchun's complaints about the Spring Festival Gala, and the gentle clinking of glasses between Zheng Yifeng and Su Miao. Seeing Bai Qingxia finish her second glass and want to pour more, Lu Yuanqiu quickly snatched the glass away and lectured her, just a little bit. 3 and you be down. You? Give it back. Bai Qingxia, now 2 beers in hand, felt even more confident and arrogant. She clenched her fists on her hips, tilted her head and frowned, imitating the expressions and movements of a cartoon character. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't contain himself for a second. Every move of the drunken, Bai Qingxia tickled his funny bone. Lu Yuanqiu turned around, glass in hand, and giggled like a fool again. Quick, record her so she can see what she looks like tomorrow. Lu Yuanqiu quickly pointed at Lu Wanchun, only to discover that he was already recording. Bai Qingxia looked at him strangely and complained, What's there to record? I'm sober. How could someone be sober like me when they're drunk? Chapter 651. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu put the bottle down and moved it farther away. He turned around, put his arms around Bai Qingxia's waist, and lovingly pointed at her face. Okay, our Xia is sober. Bai Qingxia nodded as if it was a matter of course. Of course I'm sober. If you don't believe me, just ask me a question, I can definitely answer it. Lu Yuanqiu, then who is the man you love most? Bai Qingxia smiled, immediately raised her hand, and replied without hesitation, Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled, watching Lu Wanchun holding up his phone, confirming that the scene had been recorded. Lu Wanchun asked unyieldingly, Xia, who is your best friend? Bai Qingxia raised her hand and replied, Lu Wanchun. Lu Yuanqiu took the opportunity to kiss her cheek, but Bai Qingxia didn't feel a thing. She turned her head and looked at him. I asked you to ask math problems. Why are you asking these? They're too easy. Well, I don't remember the problems either. Lu Yuanqiu held her waist and rocked her gently, causing Bai Qingxia's head to sway slightly. She raised her hand to pick her nose and glanced down at her hand. Her drunken state seemed to have transformed her personality. Xia, give me a kiss, Lu Yuanqiu said, pushing harder. Do you really think I'm drunk? I won't take your bait, Bai Qingxia retorted. Lu Yuanqiu smiled without saying anything, still stubbornly saying, Tomorrow I see who crawled into the crack in the ground. Zheng Yifeng was watching this scene when he felt a light touch on his cheek. He turned and saw Su Miao resting her head on his shoulder. Zheng Yifeng smiled. Although slightly tipsy, he didn't show the same contrast as Bai Qingxia, but today he was more excited than ever. Another half-hour passed, and the Taoist priest began to feel the strain. Although Lu Wanchun wasn't in a relationship either, he'd been drinking and paid no attention to the affectionate scenes around him. He was the only one bearing the brunt of his sobriety. Seeing it was already past 9 o'clock, the Taoist priest said, Well, I'd be leaving now. Lu Yuanqiu was the only one still conscious at the table, and he reacted the fastest. He stood up and said, Okay, I see you off. As they walked toward the door, they heard a commotion behind them. The others followed, Lu Wanchun hugging Bai Qingxia, while Zheng Yifeng and Su Miao supported each other. Zheng Yifeng said, Let's go get some rest. It's over so soon? Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. Su Miaomiao waved her hand awkwardly, a little sleepy. Lu Yuanqiu tactfully didn't try to persuade her to stay, nodding, okay, I call 2 taxis for you. Seeing that Lu Wanchun and Bai Qingxiao were still following, Lu Yuanqiu quickly said, don't come out. After seeing Zheng Yifeng and the others off downstairs, Lu Yuanqiu returned upstairs, opened the door, and changed his shoes. In the living room, the Spring Festival Gala was still blaring, and fireworks were set off outside the window. Bai Qingxiao sat on the sofa, her top pulled up to her neck, revealing only a black lace bra. She looked down at her breasts, and retorted to Lu Wanchun beside her, my breasts are really that big. Lu Wanchun also pulled his dress up, cupping his breasts, covered by the purple bra, and comparing them to Bai Qingxiao's. No, yours are bigger. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. Excuse me, what are you doing? He turned around, and saw 2 more empty bottles of wine on the table. Fuck. You guys drank again? The 2 girls turned around at that. Bai Qingxiao waved with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu, tell me, are my breasts okay? Oh, your sister. Lu Yuanqiu quickly ran over, and pulled down both girls' clothes. Bai Qingxiao's breasts were indeed large, so it was a bit difficult to pull them down. Or maybe the sweater was a bit tight. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at them a few times, but didn't touch them. While it was a bit exciting, if they woke up and remembered something, he would be the only man in the room, which would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Go to bed, go to bed. Go back to your room. Lu Yuanqiu first carried Bai Qingxiao to her room, helped her take off her shoes, and covered her with a blanket. Then he ran back to the living room and carried Lu Wanchun. Damn, Lu Wanchun was obviously heavier than Bai Qingxiao. After putting both girls to bed, Lu Yuanqiu went back to the living room to pack up, put the leftovers in the refrigerator, and turned off the TV. He then returned to his room. As he passed their room, Bai Qingxiao suddenly called out, Lu Yuanqiu. What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu pushed open the door and peeked inside. Lu Wanchun was already fast asleep, but Bai Qingxiao still had energy. She sat up in bed, raised her hands high, and pointed toward the door. The 2 of us. We'd be together forever. Lu Yuanqiu smiled sweetly at her from the doorway and nodded. Okay. Arriving at the hotel, Zheng Yifeng inserted the room card. The 2 of them were drunk, walking a little unsteadily. Su Miaomiao took off her shoes and rushed to the large, snow-white bed. Zheng Yifeng glanced at the person on the bed, expecting her to fall asleep instantly, but Su Miaomiao suddenly turned her head and looked at him, flicking her finger at Zheng Yifeng, saying, Come on. Although Zheng Yifeng was drunk, he still had some sobriety. He held onto the table and said, Take off your coat and go to bed. Su Miaomiao quickly sat up, raising her hands like a baby and her head. Feng Feng, help me take it off. Zheng Yifeng smiled faintly, and walked over to remove Su Miaomiao's coat. He glanced at the padded skirt she was wearing, but made no further move. Instead, he lifted her up and tucked her in. You take it off too. Su Miaomiao suddenly let out a coquettish cry, wrapping her arms around Zheng Yifeng's neck, and pulling him down onto her. Zheng Yifeng seemed dead, motionless. Su Miaomiao smiled and closed her eyes. The next morning, they both woke up in bed at the same time. Zheng Yifeng and Su Miaomiao stared at each other for 3 seconds, then both shrank back under the covers in shock. Su Miaomiao immediately felt herself bare, completely naked. Zheng Yifeng turned his head and looked around the bed, finding scattered clothes everywhere, including Su Miaomiao's underwear. Zheng Yifeng remembered that they had undressed each other last night. Su Miaomiao slowly sat up, covering herself with the quilt. She smoothed her messy hair and noticed the red marks on Zheng Yifeng's neck, which made her narrow her eyes in confusion. There was a long silence before Zheng Yifeng said, Don't worry, I don't remember doing it. Su Miaomiao blushed and lowered her head. I have no recollection of it at all. She secretly checked under the covers, and it was indeed normal. Could it be that they had just stripped naked and cuddled all night? It seemed like more than that. Su Miaomiao glanced at Zheng Yifeng's neck again, her cheeks reddening even more. Turn around. I need to get dressed, she said immediately. As soon as she finished, Su Miaomiao realized that the floor on her side was covered with Zheng Yifeng's clothes, and hers were on the other side, with both sides' clothes thrown quite far apart. Zheng Yifeng coughed and suggested, How about switching positions? But really, it's not a big deal if they see. No, Su Miaomiao quickly shook her head. Let's switch positions in bed first. No one's allowed to see while we're getting changed. We were all drunk last night. Zheng Yifeng compromised, and the 2 of them pulled the covers back over their heads. They moved closer together, then suddenly froze, as if realizing a flaw in their plan. Su Miaomiu pointed to the end of the bed, smiling sheepishly. Why don't you move over there? Chapter 652. After the two turned their backs, Zheng Yifeng walked over to pick up his clothes from the floor. He could clearly hear Su Miaomiu frantically getting dressed, as if she were afraid she'd be slow. Unlike Su Miaomiu, Zheng Yifeng hadn't lost most of her memory of last night. In fact, he still remembered some of it. Adjectives often found in domineering CO literature: snow white, soft, playing with fire, impulsive, restrained, and so on. Upon waking, his mind was filled with images from last night, paired with the words from that book. Stop, stop, stop! Zheng Yifeng felt like if he kept thinking, his blood would start flowing back to where it shouldn't. Are you dressed? Su Miaomiu's voice came from behind. Not yet. Neither have I. Turn around when you're told to. Actually, I saw it all last night. You don't have to. Shut up. As long as I don't remember, it's the same as not seeing it. Su Miaomiu's voice tinged with a hint of grievance and sob. This was not what she had expected. Not at all. Zheng Yifeng retorted, if you can't drink, why did you drink so much last night? I just wanted to be more open and intimate with you. I never knew where you learned all this, you little brat, stripping off every last bit of clothing. What about my clothes? You must have taken them off yourself. How could it be me? Zheng Yifeng, with his back to her, widened his eyes. He was speechless for a moment, choking. He clearly remembered that Su Miaomiu had been the most proactive last night. After putting on his clothes, Zheng Yifeng waited for Su Miaomiu for a moment. Only after Su Miaomiu finished did they turn and look at each other. Su Miaomiu shyly turned her head away. Now, looking at that familiar face again, Zheng Yifeng's mind replayed the smooth touch of their bodies on the pristine white sheets. He suddenly felt a little lost. He and Su Miaomiu were so familiar with each other, so familiar that even this kind of thing made him feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. How strange. She was clearly his girlfriend. You are not allowed to. You are not allowed to share this with your good friend Lu Yuanqiu in any way. Do you understand? You said you understand? Su Miaomiu said threateningly. Zheng Yifeng frowned. How could I possibly share such a private matter? Are you afraid he make fun of you for getting naked and not doing anything? Su Miaomiu retorted subconsciously, but then she felt embarrassed and immediately turned and walked towards the bathroom with her head lowered. Zheng Yifeng followed behind. I don't think Lu Yuanqiu has done more than me. Ha, you're quite smug, Su Miaomiu said, then turned and glared at him. You followed me to the bathroom? Zheng Yifeng, I was a little anxious too. The toilet flushed. Zheng Yifeng washed his hands and looked in the mirror. He was suddenly stunned. He looked at the strawberry mark on his neck. He walked out of the bathroom, feeling both amused and angry. He asked Su Miaomiu, who was packing her things by the bed, what's wrong with my neck? Su Miaomiu didn't look up. How should I know? A mosquito bite, maybe? She answered quickly, as if she had planned it all. When Lu Yuanqiu emerged from the room, he saw Bai Qingxiao washing up. Their door was ajar, revealing Lu Wanchun sleeping in a reckless position on the bed, her hair spread out like a ghost. Bai Qingxiao heard the noise from the other side, and looked over to see Lu Yuanqiu sneaking into their room. In just a few steps, he had the audacity to escape the trap of a wolf entering a sheep's den. This made Bai Qingxiao pause in her brushing. She blinked, thinking for a moment, then immediately ran over, bumping into Lu Yuanqiu emerging from the room with Lu Wanchun's phone. Seeing Bai Qingxiao's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yuanqiu froze for a moment and asked, What are you doing? You thought I was going in to steal your underwear? Bai Qingxiao ignored his taunts and brushed her teeth a few times. Then, with her chin raised, she gestured to the thing in Lu Yuanqiu's hand. What are you doing with Chuanchuan's phone? The queen's tone was imposing. You find out in a moment. You brush your teeth first, and I go too. Lu Yuanqiu slid the phone into his pocket. They both brushed their teeth in front of the same mirror. Bai Qingxiao caught sight of Lu Yuanqiu grinning maliciously at her in the mirror, causing her to pause again, puzzled. After brushing, before Bai Qingxiao could continue washing up, Lu Yuanqiu grabbed her arm and walked towards his bedroom. He closed the door and slammed her against the wall. Bai Qingxiao leaned back against the wall, accustomed to this familiar sight, but her eyes widened in confusion, as Lu Yuanqiu had never teased her so early in the morning before. What are you doing? I'm not kissing you, Bai Qingxiao replied. Lu Yuanqiu rested his elbow on the side of her head, pinching his index finger and thumb. He said sternly, Shut up, little mouth. Watch the VCR. What was Lu Wanchun's phone password? Lu Yuanqiu fiddled with it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, and it unlocked in seconds. True to his name, Chun Gu. Lu Yuanqiu opened the video he recorded last night with a sly grin. Bai Qingxia saw Lu Yuanqiu's arrogance, his tongue lolling out, like a demon. Soon, the phone screen was thrust in front of her. Hee, I'm not drunk. I'm sober. I bite you to death. Who's your favorite person? Lu Yuanqiu. Her voice rang out, and the pixelated image of the phone revealed a starkly contrasting figure of Bai Qingxia sitting at the dinner table. Bai Qingxia, leaning against the wall, stared blankly at the screen, unblinking in shock. Lu Yuanqiu leaned his face close to her ear and murmured a devilish whisper. Tell me, who is this? Bai Qingxia's slender neck tensed, and she blinked twice rapidly, then squinted at Lu Yuanqiu with resentment. She reached for her phone, but Lu Yuanqiu immediately withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. How dare you? Still trying to snatch it? Deleted. She muttered softly. Lu Yuanqiu stuck out his tongue and chuckled, then picked up his phone and shook it. You don't want this video to be copied multiple times, do you? Bai Qingxia reached out to grab it again, but Lu Yuanqiu put it in his pocket. Blushing, she reached for it. Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips and grabbed her hands, pressing them against the wall. Bai Qingxia gave up resistance, raised her head in a voice of resentment, and asked, Why delete it now? Kiss me. That's all you know. Then tell me if it works for you. Lu Yuanqiu shook his legs triumphantly. You, put my hand down first. Lu Yuanqiu put her hand down, and Bai Qingxia leaned in, tiptoeing to kiss him on the mouth. Then, she suddenly rushed to the bed. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and only realized what was happening when he saw the phone in her hand. Oh my god! A master thief, unforgivable. Lu Yuanqiu immediately rushed forward, hugged her from behind, and easily snatched the phone from her hand. Then he pushed Bai Qingxia down onto the bed, her hands once again pinned to her sides. Their cheeks pressed together, Bai Qingxia's eyes widened, and she gasped, her breath hot against Lu Yuanqiu's face. Why are you so quick? Don't bother me. Just let me go, or I call for help. Call. Chapter 653. Bai Qingxia opened her mouth, preening. Lu Yuanqiu just smiled at her. He wasn't afraid of her calling for help, as he felt confident Lu Wanchun wouldn't wake up. But Bai Qingxia didn't dare to shout. She closed her mouth again and whispered, What do you want? Lu Yuanqiu pretended to think, his cheek pressed against her warm face, his lips touching hers, and he spoke softly, We were supposed to just kiss once, but you grabbed my phone again. I punish you by making you kiss longer this time. Bai Qingxia's hands moved, her eyes fluttering, as if she were about to bargain. Lu Yuanqiu interrupted her thoughts. Bai Qingxia, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. Bai Qingxia fixed her gaze on him, giving him a perfectly accurate eye roll from a close distance. It was a provocation. Still daring to provoke at this moment. The room was silent. Bai Qingxia had stopped talking after the eye roll, a quiet acquiescence. Lu Yuanqiu knew that the issue with the phone was now irrelevant, as the girl's fingers, pinned down, had intertwined with his. He gently pressed against Bai Qingxia's lips. The girl closed her eyes, her mouth slowly opening as she did so. She uncrossed her fingers and raised her arms to embrace Lu Yuanqiu. A few minutes later, Bai Qingxia seemed to have fallen into a dream she had never entered before, unwilling to wake. She held Lu Yuanqiu tightly, her eyes closed, only her eyelashes fluttering. This state lasted for a long time, until a sound rang out. Plop! Lu Yuanqiu's shaky slippers fell to the ground at an inopportune moment. Bai Qingxia's throat moved, and her eyes slowly opened, her eyelashes like slowly rising black curtains. She pursed her shimmering lips, a faint, shy smile akin to a young girl's. Her beautiful eyes stared down at Lu Yuanqiu's nose. Lu Yuanqiu, what's wrong? Bai Qingxia shook her head softly, then closed her eyes again, wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Yuanqiu's neck without a word. The kiss seemed to cleanse her. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that the embrace lasted for a long, long time. Bai Qingxia refused to break away, her legs numb. The trigger for her to break away was a noise coming from Lu Wangchuan's room. Like a kitten that had stolen food, Bai Qingxia opened her eyes and stirred to her feet. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, then hesitantly stood up, opened the door, glanced furtively in Lu Wangchuan's direction, and then fled to the bathroom to continue washing. Lu Yuanqiu reached the door and glanced at Lu Wangchun, only to find that he had simply changed into a more relaxed sleeping position. He glanced at Bai Qingxia again. Initially, Bai Qingxia had been peeking at him in the mirror, but now she immediately averted her gaze and shifted slightly in front of the bathroom mirror. Lu Wanchun slept until 11 a.m., awakened only by the noise of Zheng Yifeng and Su Miaomiao entering. At the 5-person dinner table, Lu Wanchun noticed something was off about the two couples on either side. No one spoke, and even Lu Yuanqiu was unusually quiet. The New Year's Day atmosphere was completely devoid of the usual lively atmosphere. She had a feeling something was happening that she was unaware of. Zhang Yifeng, are you okay? Why didn't you take off your scarf during dinner? Lu Wanchun asked, and Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia, who were sitting across from him, simultaneously glanced up. Zhang Yifeng paused in his food-picking move and glanced over. Su Miaomiu immediately explained, he has a cold and is afraid of the cold. Zhang Yifeng calmly replied, Teacher Su said I have a lot of mosquito bites on my neck. I'd better cover them with a scarf. Lu Wanchun was confused. Is it a cold or mosquito bites? Su Miaomiu's face darkened, and she remained silent. Lu Yuanqiu puffed up his lips and let out a suppressed laugh. Bai Qingxia turned to look at him in confusion, then remembered something. She silently lowered her head, nibbling at her rice without picking up any food. She looked completely different from the night before. By the way, Xia, do you want to see what you looked like last night? Lu Wanchun suddenly put down his chopsticks and pulled out his phone. Lu Yuanqiu, I showed it to her while you were sleeping. How did you know my phone password? I'm a genius, I cracked it. Okay. Xia is so cute when she's drunk. Bai Qingxia chuckled, lowering her head even lower at the table, not daring to look at anyone, and simply ate in silence. Silence fell again at the table. Seeing the awkwardness, Lu Wanchun suggested, Want to drink again tonight? Bai Qingxia and Su Miaomiu immediately put down their bowls and shook their heads frantically. Lu Wanchun, no fun. Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng exchanged glances, and at that moment, they both agreed that drinking might be quite interesting. However, if they had expressed their thoughts in this situation, they would probably have been confronted by Bai Qingxia and Su Miaomiu. 5 days later, they rushed to the hospital to retrieve the Taoist priest. The hematopoietic stem cell transplant was successful, but for the uncle, the recovery period is still a painful and long process, but at least there will be hope to support him in the future. During their visit, the uncle and Lu Yuanqiu chatted about something. He lamented the insignificance of his own life. He felt that even though he survived, he couldn't even make a splash in the world. He felt the same pain before dying, because even after his death, apart from his family and friends, the world would continue to function normally. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't think of a response. Just as he felt that his life had been wonderful enough, this was a fact only he knew. Even if he failed to reincarnate and returned, no one else in the world could truly empathize with his sorrow. In short, live happily, even though life is short. The Taoist priest, carrying his robes, returned to Xiangqing alone. After the spring festival, school was about to start. On the eve of the new semester, Lu Yuanqiu and the others returned to Luqing. After all, they hadn't been home yet during the holiday. Seeing his daughter again, Bai Songjia's condition remained calm. Bai Qingxia felt a little disappointed, but she could wait. The last time, I went to number 2 middle school to pick up your sister, I saw a boy walking side by side with her for a long time on campus. He was tall, thin, and fair-skinned. He seemed very popular at school. Your sister was chatting and laughing with him, just like she was in a school idol drama. At the dinner table, Lu Tian suddenly brought up this topic. Lu Yidong's eyes widened. He didn't expect his father to say something he had been holding back all winter vacation. You're following me? What do you mean by following? I saw my daughter with a boy, so I had to follow to see what you were doing. Lu Tian retorted. Lu Yidong, that's unreasonable. Lu Tian, first year of high school is different, isn't it? You're even using idioms. Lu Yidong angrily left the table and returned to his room. Only half-eaten rice remained on the table. Seeing this, Lu Tian smiled and asked Lu Yuanqiu, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you the first one to question your sister when you hear about this kind of thing? Lu Yuanqiu, because I think she's really talking. Lu Yidong's hair had grown longer and was tied in a ponytail. He suddenly became much more quiet, a significant change. Chapter 654. You have to know that she's only been in high school for 1 semester, and her demeanor has already noticeably changed. While some aspects remain the same, Lu Yuanqiu, as her brother, was keenly aware of it. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, Lu Tian was stunned for a long moment. After a long pause, he uttered a huh? Tinged with confusion. No, your sister can actually find a boyfriend? What do you mean by someone like Lu Yidong? Dong is beautiful, isn't she? With a single ponytail, she's already a goddess at school. It's just that she's a little silly. Yes, I mean a little silly. Actually, she's not silly. I just used to be a little more innocent. But Dad, Even though we're both in middle school, the environments in junior high and high school are completely different. You have to understand that. Lu Yuanqiu paused. Most beautiful romances begin in high school. Innocence, ambiguity, the first taste of forbidden fruit. The high school campus itself is like a troop novel filled with secret love. Lu Tian slammed the table lightly, interrupting Lu Yuanqiu's thoughts. I don't care. Your sister can't have a premature relationship. I'm giving you the job, break them up. Lu Yuanqiu was bewildered. Lu Tian, don't play dumb. Do you want to see your sister kidnapped by a yellow-haired guy? You didn't act that way about Bai Qingxia in high school. Bai Qingxia is different. If you don't kidnap her sooner, what will happen if she gets kidnapped by another yellow-haired guy? Haha, you should be thankful Uncle Bai isn't sober yet. Hee. You're still having sex? Lu Yuanqiu looked at his father in surprise. He let out a helpless sigh, stood up, and walked towards his sister's room. Looking at his son's back, Lu Tian's smile gradually faded. He suddenly realized something. It wasn't the yellow-haired man who abducted Bai Qingxia. Why should Lu Yuanqiu let him feel relieved that Bai Qingxia wasn't awake yet? Shouldn't that brat be the one feeling relieved? Standing at the door of Lu Yidong's room, Lu Yuanqiu knocked first, then turned the handle, only to find it locked. It's me, he said. After a while, the door opened from the inside. His sister, wearing a single ponytail, stood inside, looking up. She blocked the door with one hand, her expression calm, but she didn't show the impatience she had with her father, Lu Tian. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt that his sister was still willing to communicate with him, even though he used to bully her. Since the conversation with Bai Qingxia, he had rarely shown any concern for Lu Yidong's affairs. He had hardly called or chatted with her. Perhaps Lu Yidong actually wanted her brother's attention? She was his biological sister, after all, and Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt a pang of distress. Let's go in and talk. What about? Just anything. It's been a while since I last saw you. Since National Day, it's been 5 months, right? Don't you miss me? I do, anyway. Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the doorway and spoke. Lu Yidong made a retching face. For a moment, Lu Yuanqiu felt like his familiar sister had returned. But that ponytail. The more he looked at it, the more it resembled Bai Qingxia. Perhaps his impression of his sister's quietness was due to the ponytail. Lu Yuanqiu then realized that Bai Qingxia's ponytail had been missing for a long time. University, give me back Bai Qingxia's ponytail. Lu Tian peeked over from the dining room. Lu Yidong glanced over, then hurriedly pulled his brother inside, slamming the door. Lu Tian immediately shrank back, his expression resigned. His daughter's rebellious phase had arrived late, but it had already arrived. She no longer liked to communicate with him as her father. You're so full of nonsense. You and Sister Bai are always together. How could you possibly care about what I'm doing? Lu Yidong sat back down at her desk as she spoke. Lu Yuanqiu glanced over, and saw that she was actually studying. Incredible. Are you so serious now? Yes, I was 9th in the class at the end of last semester. So impressive? Why didn't you tell me? I'd give you some pocket money. What's there to say? I'd be grateful if you didn't cheat me out of money. Lu Yidong, her back to him, was buried in her writing, but she responded to every word. Lu Yuanqiu sat down beside her bed, and turned to look around. A stuffed animal on the bedside table caught his eye. It was a gift from Lu Yidong on her 10th birthday. Lu Yidong had always disliked its ugliness, yet the stuffed animal had sat firmly on her bedside table for 5 years. This was the only time Lu Yuanqiu had ever given her a birthday present. Your name is Dong Dong, and hers is Dong Dong. Will my Dong Dong be as pretty as you when she grows up? This sentence inexplicably drifted into Lu Yuanqiu's mind. He had completely forgotten it when Long Liandong mentioned the birthday party, but it suddenly came back to him. Yes, back then, when his sister was just a newborn, Lu Yuanqiu treated her like a treasure, carrying her wherever he went. But now that his sister had grown up, he'd been constantly bullying her. Now, even when he should have shown concern, he still hadn't. Dong Dong. What's up? Just tell me if you have something to say. What do you want to do in the future? Lu Yidong put down his pen upon hearing that, raised his head, and thought for a moment. I haven't thought about it. Right now, I just want to study hard and get into my ideal university. Which is your ideal university? I won't tell you. Lu Yidong lowered his head to write. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that his sister had changed. Before her rebirth, she'd been playing around in high school for 3 years. No. She was in technical secondary school back then, and she didn't get into high school. This butterfly effect twist of fate filled Lu Yuanqiu with mixed feelings. His sister, Lu Yidong, had also changed because of him. he continued. Did you really date that tall, thin boy Daddy mentioned? Yes. Lu Yuanchio's heart skipped a beat. Back then, when he'd held his little sister like a treasure, had he ever imagined that she might one day be held by another boy? It was such a heartbreaking feeling. Lu Yidong put down his pen and silently observed his brother beside the bed. Seeing Lu Yuanchio's silence, she curled her lips slightly and explained, I'm lying. We're not dating. Huh? Everyone in class says we're a perfect match, like a perfect couple. He's always trying to talk to me. Actually, I don't dislike him, but I'm not sure if I like him either. He's quite good-looking and a nice guy, and he always makes me laugh when we chat. But the rest of the time, I don't actively seek him out. I spend most of my time studying in class. Lu Yuanchio, have I confessed my feelings to you? No. Lu Yidong added, but what I want most right now is to study hard, and then surpass you. Lu Yidong's eyes lit up at this, and this made Lu Yuanchio smile slightly. What are you laughing at? I definitely get into your school. Don't be so proud. Lu Yidong slammed the table. So your ideal school is Juda University? Chapter 655. Lu Yidong was startled when his thoughts were exposed. He quickly turned around and picked up his pen again. I just wanted to say, Juhai University is nothing. It's easy for me. I've long stopped reading comics and watching TV dramas. I want to be the next college student in my family. Lu Yuanchio looked at his sister's profile and suddenly felt a sense of relief. Why do you wear your hair in a ponytail? It's convenient when your hair is long. Everyone wears it in a ponytail. Didn't Sister Bai do that back then? Is this girl targeting me or Bai Qingxia? Lu Yuanchio suddenly became suspicious. Lu Yuanchio, come out. I take you to do something bad. Bai Qingxia, no. Lu Yuanchio, not that kind of bad thing. What are you thinking about, Bai Qingxia? Then I wash my face first. Lu Yuanchio stood at the elevator door on the 6th floor, waiting. Bai Qingxia quickly opened the door and walked out. She was wearing a pure white down jacket and blue skinny jeans. Her legs were long and slender, and she wore black boots. She was holding a bag. This girl has become obsessed with her idol image. She's been wearing light makeup every time she's seen Lu Yuanchio lately, and her breath always smells fresh and minty, like chewing gum. What's this? I made some pastries, just in time for you. She held up the paper bag. Put it back here for now, and get it back when you come back. We're going to do something bad, and there might even be a fight. Huh? What bad thing? Bai Qingxia, puzzled, reopened the door and walked in. After leading her out of the complex, Bai Qingxia was still worried. Lu Yuanchio took her hand and, without rushing to explain, called Chao Shuang first. Where are you? Almost there. After a short wait, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the residential complex. Chao Shuang got out. After the three of them climbed back in, Chao Shuang turned back from the passenger seat and said with a smile, Brother Chiu, my chopsticks brothers are the most reliable, aren't they? They're very useful when needed. Okay. Lu Yuanchio waved his hand. Bai Qingxia listened to the two men's conversation, still confused. She had no idea what her role was in this trip. Fighting wasn't her forte. As they neared their destination, Chao Shuang turned and handed Lu Yuanchio 2 cigarettes. Bai Qingxia's expression immediately changed, and she again adopted the prima donna tone. You smoke? Props, Lu Yuanchio said, and then placed one between Bai Qingxia's ears, leaving her completely stunned. After exiting the car, Lu Yuanchio explained the entire situation to Bai Qingxia. This trip was for Lu Yidong. It sounds like Dongdong doesn't dislike that boy. Why are you threatening him to stay away from me? Precisely because she doesn't dislike him, that's why I'm intervening. Dongdong's only in her first year of high school, her mind is as blank as a blank slate. She can't distinguish between love and what she thinks she loves, Lu Yuanchio replied seriously. The three of them headed towards an alley. After learning the boy's home address, Chao Shuang sent the Chopsticks brothers to inquire. They learned that the boy would be returning from cram school at that time, and that alley was a must-go. Bai Qingxia followed behind, still puzzled. But what if the boy simply liked Dongdong? I think that's normal during school. He hasn't shown any bad behavior, and he hasn't done anything to hurt Dongdong. Wouldn't it be unfair for us to threaten him? He's simply approaching the girl he likes. He hasn't done anything wrong. Lu Yuanchio paused and looked at Bai Qingxia. It's simple. I'm Lu Yidong's brother, and that's why I'm doing this. Bai Qingxia bit her lip, wanting to argue with Lu Yuanchio for the first time. But if he were my brother, I'd let him get to know you, and you could get to know the guy first before making any plans. After getting to know him, even if he were incredibly good, I wouldn't agree to a relationship at this point, Lu Yuanqiu retorted. But what if that guy was a good person like you? What if someone had stood in your way back then? Would you have been as upset as he is today? Bai Qingxia retorted. Qiao Shuang stepped aside, not daring to speak. It was the first time he'd seen Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia argue, and it was quite refreshing. Lu Yuanqiu paused again. You're putting yourself too deeply into this. Before you do, can you please consider the premise that you've truly understood me and truly like me? That's the crux of the matter. Dong doesn't understand him, and hasn't figured out what liking someone means. She was coaxed into agreeing to a confession. Her ability to discern right from wrong is weaker than yours. Bai Qingxia had been considering things from the boy's perspective. Now, thinking of Lu Yidong's different situation, she suddenly understood Lu Yuanqiu's feelings and bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry. Lu Yuanqiu sighed and said, It's okay. He then extended his arms and hugged her. Qiao Shuang paused awkwardly. Bai Qingxia explained, I just think there's nothing wrong with liking someone. The boy might be traumatized by the threat he felt. Lu Yuanqiu, I only prioritize my sister's physical and mental health. Bai Qingxia thought for a moment and nodded at Lu Yuanqiu. Yes. Are you on the same page? Qiao Shuang, standing next to her, suddenly asked. Bai Qingxia clenched her hands in front of her and replied, Do whatever you want, but there's one condition. Don't hit anyone. Of course. The three of them arrived at the location they had scouted. Qiao Shuang's information was spot on. It didn't take long before a fair-skinned boy, carrying a backpack, approached, reading a book intently. Qiao Shuang was about to step forward when Lu Yuanqiu suddenly grabbed his shoulder. There was a clang up ahead, and a ragged old woman, a scavenger, suddenly fell to the ground, her plastic bucket rolling to the side. The boy, seeing this, immediately stuffed his books into his bag without hesitation, then rushed over and asked with concern, Are you okay? The boy squatted down to chat with the old woman. The old woman pointed in a direction. The boy looked in that direction, then held his bag in front of him, carefully slinging the old woman onto his back, and picked up the plastic bucket. Little boy, don't you want to go to school? I'm back from cram school. It's okay, I take you home. Lu Yuanqiu, hiding in the corner, watched the scene. Bai Qingxia silently looked up and saw Lu Yuanqiu swallow, but she didn't say anything. Is that the child? Lu Yuanqiu asked Qiao Shuang. Qiao Shuang nodded. Yes, it was him. Are you still threatening me, Brother Qiu? Threats? So what if I'm a good person? I saw it, I took the blame, so I'm a good person? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded. You're a very good person. Lu Yuanqiu, Chapter 656. This scene was incredibly dramatic. Lu Yuanqiu had to admit that his immediate reaction to the boy had diminished his deep hatred for him. Anyone with a healthy outlook would be drawn to kind people, and Lu Yuanqiu was no exception. But that didn't mean Lu Yuanqiu would easily give his sister away. Kindness and lust aren't mutually exclusive, nor are age and limits. Not everyone can learn to restrain themselves. If Lu Yidong were exposed to too much at his age, Lu Yuanqiu would blame himself and become angry. Come on, and let's stick to the plan, Lu Yuanqiu said. Bai Qingxia and Qiao Shuang followed him on either side. The boy, carrying the elderly woman on his back, walked slowly, chatting and laughing with her as he went, seemingly to relieve her boredom. Lu Yuanqiu could tell he had a high emotional intelligence. No wonder Lu Yidong said he was often amused by her. After following him all the way to the old woman's arrival, when the boy returned, Lu Yuanqiu and the others stopped him in an alley as planned. Although the boy wasn't short, about 178 centimeters tall, his appearance still had an undisguised childishness. The pressure he felt from Lu Yuanqiu, the 183 centimeters burly man, and Qiao Shuang, the chain-smoking scoundrel, was terrifyingly strong. As for the pretty girl next to him, though she looked like an accomplice, the sight of her charming face made the boy feel somewhat reassured. He subconsciously felt that since they knew a girl of that appearance, these two men couldn't be too brutal. Is there something wrong? He asked, huddled in the corner. Qiao Shuang had already lit a cigarette and blew a puff of smoke at the boy. Bang! He slapped his hand against the side of his head. The action startled Bai Qingxia, but it was actually Qiao Shuang's most restrained display. I heard you've been getting close to Lu Yidong lately. Do you like her? Bai Qingxia saw the boy leaning against the wall hesitate for a moment and nodded gently. I just have 4 words. Stay away from her, or else. Qiao Shuang was about to continue when Lu Yuanqiu patted his shoulder again, interrupting him. Qiao Shuang dropped his cigarette to the ground, stomped it out, and stepped aside. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Bai Qingxia, then walked over to the boy. After a moment's thought, he spoke in a normal tone, "We're not hooligans. I'm Louis Dong's brother, and he's his cousin. We're all family. I came to you this time to tell you that Louis Dong isn't suitable for a relationship right now." Bai Qingxia rubbed the cigarette in her palm, a faint smile on her face. She truly felt that Lu Yuanqiu's approach would be a better solution, rather than threats of violence. The boy's expression softened slightly, clearly less frightened. He quickly said, "I'm not in a relationship with her. I just like her, and want to talk to her more every day." Lu Yuanqiu, "But someday, when you think Louis Dong will agree to your confession, you still be able to confess, right?" The boy was silent. Then he added, "Maybe not until that time. This guy is quite honest. Lu Yuanqiu, give up on this idea, or I come back to you. I don't mind complicating a simple matter. She's my sister, and I'd go to extremes for her." The boy was a little afraid, but he still held his head high. "But isn't that too selfish? Even if you're her brother, you can't interfere in her life like this without asking her what she thinks." "Lu Yuanqiu, how do you know I didn't ask? I know my sister better than you do, and I have the right to interfere before she reaches adulthood. I also believe she cares about me far more than she cares about you." The boy fell silent again. "Lu Yuanqiu, if you had a sister, you'd understand me. Study hard. That's what you should be doing right now." Lu Yuanqiu said this, took Bai Qingxia's hand, gestured to Chao Shuang, and left. Chao Shuang followed a few steps and whispered in Lu Yuanqiu's ear, "Brother Qiu, you're too gentle. You should be a little tougher. He's not a bad person, and we're classmates. Don't smear Dong Dong. Bai Qingxia is right. He's only in the first year of high school. There's no need to traumatize him. As long as we achieve our goal, that's all," Lu Yuanqiu explained. Bai Qingxia said nothing, but she agreed in her heart. After the three of them left, the boy lowered his head and walked silently toward home. Just then, a short-haired girl, about 10 years old, appeared at the intersection ahead and ran towards him. "Brother, why are you back just now? Mom's already made dinner and asked me to come find you." Looking at his sister, the boy sighed. Uncharacteristically for the day, he patted her head and smiled at her. Let's go back and eat." The sister took his hand, hummed, and then excitedly recounted what happened at elementary school that day. The boy listened intently, even though the topic was childish and had never interested him. "How are you and Xiaoyeye?" In the taxi back home, seeing the quiet atmosphere, Lu Yuanqiu asked Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang, sitting in the passenger seat, paused for a moment, then turned back and said, "Come to think of it, she seems to have become more aware of her female identity lately. What's wrong?" Lu Yuanqiu leaned forward, curiously asking. He noticed Bai Qingxia leaning in too, her beautiful eyes wide. He smacked his lips and turned his head, teasing, "What are you curious about?" Bai Qingxia turned to look at him, snorted, and sat back down, looking out the window with an air of indifference. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled, realizing they just had an argument, and emotions were still building up at the moment, so he deliberately tried to lighten the mood. They'd rarely argued, always living in harmony. It was she who had just apologized, and Lu Yuanqiu was worried she might overthink things and get angry. Chao Shuang was about to pull out his phone to explain, but he saw Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia cuddling again in the back seat. His expression suddenly froze, and he wordlessly put the phone down. It's okay. Xia, let's be curious together. Lu Yuanqiu smiled coyly and hugged her. Bai Qingxia's expression was tense, and she glanced at Lu Yuanqiu with a hint of emotion. This expression actually meant she wasn't angry. When Bai Qingxiu was truly angry, her face remained expressionless, and when she was sad, she would smile gently. She was actually a bit petty and vindictive. If the matter was minor, she wouldn't show it, but she would still hide it inside. So, just like any boyfriend facing his girlfriend, even though they were familiar with each other, Lu Yuanqiu sometimes couldn't figure out Bai Qingxia's true feelings. "Tell me, what's wrong with Xiaoyeye?" Lu Yuanqiu grabbed Bai Qingxia's hands and asked Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang scratched his head. "Actually, it's nothing. Brother Qiu, you could help me analyze it." Chapter 657. Chao Shuang found the chat history and handed the phone to the back. Bai Qingxia, tilting her head in Lu Yuanqiu's arms, also began to examine it curiously. Photo Ruanyueru, does it look good?" Pokes faced Chao Shuang. "It looks good. So beautiful, Ruanyueru. I'm talking about the skirt. Not the person, Chao Shuang. The dress is beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful." Ruanyueru. Speechless contempt. Ruanyueru. Boring. I won't look at you anymore. Lulululu. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao looked down at him with a smile on their faces. At this moment, Chao Shuang's embarrassed explanation came from the front. It was around National Day last year. She bought a lot of beautiful little dresses, put them on, and took photos in front of the mirror. She sent them to me and asked if they looked good. In the photos, Ruan Yueru had long straight black hair, a beautiful hairpin, and a short skirt. Her legs were very slender, and she wore long white socks and small black leather shoes. She had a pink hair tie around her wrist, and the heel of one foot was slightly raised back, a very feminine gesture. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. Chao Shuang, oh Chao Shuang, you've taken my former court lord and given me back my Ruan brother. What have you done to me? Chao Shuang scratched his head furiously, lowering his head with a shy smile and waving his hands repeatedly. What does it have to do with me? Ha ha ha. After that, he eagerly pointed at his phone and boasted, didn't she say she wouldn't show it to me? And then, the next day, she changed into a new dress, and took a photo, and sent it to me. Lu Yuanqiu scrolled through the chat logs, grinning. Your lips curled up when you saw that, didn't you? Ruan Yueru, photo Chao Shuang, grinning Ruan Yueru, reviews, Chao Shuang, ha ha, this dress is beautiful today, prettier than you are. Ruan Yueru, oh. Ruan Yueru, I'm going to eat. Bye. Lu Yuanqiu's smile faltered at this, and he raised his bewildered face. What were you thinking when you said that? What? Chao Shuang quickly leaned forward. Lu Yuanqiu pointed, and Chao Shuang said, oh. And quickly explained, that's because yesterday I said she was prettier than her clothes, and she said I was boring. So today I said her clothes were prettier than her, just to have a little joke and be humorous. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and quickly asked, then why did you stop talking after that? You could have just told her you were joking. Chao Shuang, she went to dinner. She usually doesn't have her phone when she's eating. Lu Yuanqiu, what if she didn't go to dinner and just didn't want to talk to you? Chao Shuang, that shouldn't be the case. We talked tonight. Lu Yuanqiu, but she's alone. I ignored you this afternoon. Chao Shuang, probably doing homework. Lu Yuanqiu was tired of talking and asked Bai Qingxiao, who tilted her head to observe the conversation, what do you think? Curious? Bai Qingxiao raised her gaze, gave him a sullen look, and asked, are you good at chatting with girls? Lu Yuanqiu sneered, well then. He paused briefly, and amended his words, I'm not. I'm too honest and awkward with words. I don't know how to talk to the opposite sex. Besides you, I've never had a private chat with any other girl. Bai Qingxiao opened her mouth, as if about to bring up old matters, but Lu Yuanqiu quickly interrupted, let's help Chao Shuang analyze it. She took your picture so you could see her, not her clothes. If Ruan Yueru was special, she really only wanted you to see her clothes, but her response of it's boring after you complimented her beauty must have been shy, Bai Qingxiao explained to Chao Shuang. Xia must have put herself in his own shoes. Lu Yuanqiu smirked inwardly and flattered. Xia is so pretty. Bai Qingxiao glanced at him, and replied perfunctorily, you're so interesting. Why aren't you shy? You don't love me, Lu Yuanqiu said, then clenched his fists, and wiped away the non-existent tears from his eyes. Chao Shuang, He didn't want to go out with her next time. Come to think of it, Lu Yuanqiu had never received a selfie from Bai Qingxiao. The only selfie on her phone was a 1-inch headshot with a blue background. Surely, there were beautiful women from Xia country who didn't like taking selfies. Chao Shuang took his phone back. Lu Yuanqiu, how are you guys doing now? We don't talk often, only during the holidays. She has a lot of classes every day, so we don't see each other often, Chao Shuang explained. Lu Yuanqiu, I think you'll be able to get back on track after she graduates. Chao Shuang laughed innocently at this. Winter vacation is over, and this time we're returning by high-speed rail. Su Miaomu is still staying at Zhang Yifeng's house. Lu Yuanqiu was curious about what they've been doing these days. It's been so quiet, like they're on some secret mission. Bai Qingxiao had already sent a message saying her luggage was packed. Pushing his suitcase out of the bedroom, Lu Yuanqiu saw Lu Yidong's door was ajar. He knocked on it, then pushed it open. Lu Yidong, who was sitting at his desk, turned around and glanced at Lu Yuanqiu's suitcase. Bye, she said dryly, then turned back to writing. Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the door with a smile, his arms folded across his chest. Brother's leaving, and you don't even give me a goodbye hug? Lu Yidong paused his pen, scoffing and retorting, isn't that corny? It's not like we won't see each other again. Although he continued to say his sister was as white as a sheet of paper, Lu Yuanqiu could sense that Lu Yidong's tone had become much calmer recently, less childish. Dad's thoughts and words are very straightforward. You understand him, too. Don't get angry with him. Don't forget that you loved him the most. He disciplined you out of concern for you, Lu Yuanqiu said. Lu Yidong replied calmly, this time, you didn't open the door to rant. Instead, you acted like a parent nagging. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. Because Dongnong is grown up, a grown woman. How can I still bully you like a child? Brother may be a bitch, but he cares about you just as much as Dad does. Whether you find a girlfriend, get married, have children, or start a family of your own, our surname will always be Lu. I'm Autumn, and you're Winter. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at this and said with emotion, Mom's names are so good. You can tell from the names that she actually prefers Winter. Lu Yidong paused. In fact, her homework book was not open, and the door was deliberately left wide open because she knew today was her brother's school day. The chair moved back with a rasping sound. Lu Yidong stood up, her eyes red. She lowered her head and walked towards the door, throwing her arms around Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and hugged her, patting her head. Bye, brother. Okay, you must study hard. Chapter 658. As soon as he boarded the high-speed train, Lu Yuanqiu spoke to Bai Qingxia, who had offered to help him put down the small table. I tell you something important when we get to school. Bai Qingxia looked up curiously. What's the important thing? We talk when we get to school. Don't go to the restaurant to make the sauce yet. By the way, has Aunt Sue agreed? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. Bai Qingxia still looked puzzled. I told her over the phone, but she sounded a little worried. I told her we should talk in person this time. You should talk to her. I don't even know why I did this. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Bai Qingxia stopped talking. She suspected Lu Yuanqiu's high salary for Aunt Sue was related to his mention of going to school to discuss something important. What important thing? Are you getting engaged? Su Miao Miao, who was in the front row, glanced back. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, no. Zhang Yifeng, aware of the situation, didn't turn back, while Bai Qingxia observed Lu Yuanqiu's expression. Lu Yuanqiu's expression betrayed a subtle hint of hesitation and worry. It wasn't obvious, but Bai Qingxia could sense it. Lu Yuanqiu had always been an optimist, usually acting carefree, playful, and perpetually smiling, appearing to enjoy life more than anyone else. It was rare to see him like this, and Bai Qingxia couldn't imagine anything that could cause him such worry. She lowered her head and tugged at the edge of her scarf, feeling a strange sense that her peaceful, stable, and happy life might be disrupted unexpectedly after the start of this semester. Lu Yuanqiu was her spiritual pillar. She hoped nothing would happen to him. There were only 4 people on the high-speed train this time. Zhong Jincheng went home for the Lunar New Year holiday and spent the rest of his time living with Lu Wei in their newly rented house. While Lu Wei was working, he found some part-time jobs that paid daily. He would occasionally call or text Lu Yuanqiu and the others, but he was usually very busy and sometimes didn't even reply. However, Lu Yuanqiu was tactful and never texted or called Zhong Jincheng at night. After returning from Orange City, the 3 couples went about their own business, not interfering with each other. This was the period of minimal communication between them. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the faint red marks on Zhang Yifeng's neck and teased with a smile, Zhang Yifeng, is your neck allergic? He had guessed that Su Miaomio had planted strawberries on Zhang Yifeng during their overnight stay at the hotel, because Zhang Yifeng's neck was tightly wrapped in a scarf when they returned. But he hadn't expected so many strawberry marks. Su Miaomio was the first to react. She lifted Zhang Yifeng's collar, smirking to hide the still fading red marks. She explained, yes, I don't know what happened in Orange City. He got bit by a mosquito that day, and a rash broke out on the back of his neck. It might be an allergy. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, elongating his O. From Su Miaomio's reaction, he could probably guess why Zhang Yifeng hadn't been out for the past few days. He figured Su Miaomio had confined him to her house, waiting for the strawberry marks to fade. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't even imagine how passionately they kissed that night. Oh my god, Teacher Su, Wan Yueru, the contrast between these two was so stark. Oh my god, what's wrong with this world? You could take some loratadine, an antihistamine. We talked about that in class, Bai Qingxia suggested earnestly. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but burst out laughing, leaving only the little swan as pure as ever. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's laughter, Su Miaomio ducked her head in shame, realizing then that Lu Yuanqiu had already guessed it. Then her answer was completely unnecessary and rather clownish. Isn't that right? Loratadine. Bai Qingxia looked at Lu Yuanqiu, scratching her chin with her small hand, thinking she'd said something wrong. Lu Yuanqiu leaned forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and speaking to her fragrant face. That's right, Xia is really paying attention in class. Bai Qingxiao was stunned as he rocked her around. Looking at the girl's slender, white neck, Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself that he'd have to plant some strawberries on her someday to help her learn more outside of class. Kiss. Lu Yuanqiu kissed her. He already hugged her, so why not give her a kiss on the cheek? The Taoist priest has posted something, remember to like it. Zhang Yifeng, standing in front of him, forced a change of subject. Lu Yuanqiu let go of Bai Qingxiao, pulled out his phone, and opened his social media account. The Taoist priest's post featured a picture of a Taoist robe on fire. The title read, "Those who left have gone with the wind. Those who remain should live towards the sun." Lu Yuanqiu liked it, and commented with the words "live towards the sun." After he finished his comment, Bai Qingxiao followed suit, "live towards the sun. Don't stop." In the rental apartment, Luo Wei hugged Zhong Jincheng's neck with a dazed look. After a cigarette, Zhong Jincheng rolled over in his bed, sweating profusely. He picked up the phone next to him, and saw a message from Lu Yuanqiu. "Lu Yuanqiu, have you reported in yet?" "We're almost there." Zhong Jincheng, "Not yet. We're at the rental apartment. We be there later. I'm going to take a shower." Luo Wei put on a black suspender nightgown, stood up, and headed for the bathroom. Zhong Jincheng also sat up, took a tissue, and wiped the sheets. He tossed it into the trash, thought for a moment, and sent Lu Yuanqiu another message. "Zhong Jincheng, regarding the innovation project, I'm going to open my own shop, a milk tea shop. I apply to the university after I report. Lu Yuanqiu, continuing to work at Bai Qingxiao's noodle shop will also count towards your innovation credits. Zhong Jincheng, my senior quit, and I want to make more money. I work part-time at the milk tea shop this winter break. I think running a milk tea shop is promising. Almost all the customers are students." Lu Yuanqiu, "Okay, then I take over, uncle." Zhong Jincheng, "You're just putting your name on the job, and you're really working." Lu Yuanqiu, "Aunt Sue is leaving too. The shop's short-staffed, and I need to get to know Bai Qingxiao's noodles." Zhong Jincheng, "Bai Qingxiao is still trying to lay off employees?" Lu Yuanqiu, "No, we talk about it sometime." The sound of a shower could be heard from the bathroom. Zhong Jincheng, naked, got out of bed and walked over. The door was ajar, so he pushed it open and walked in, startling Luo Wei. "Come again?" "No, let's shower together. I report in after we're done." Luo Wei curled her lips and reached out to Zhong Jincheng. As soon as the water from the shower head touched him, he screamed hot, 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 and started breakdancing in front of her. Luo Wei hurriedly adjusted the temperature, staring at him in surprise. "Zhong Jincheng, you always shower with water this hot?" "Luo Wei, isn't that a normal temperature?" "This is the normal temperature." "I'm impressed." Luo Wei rolled her eyes at him, then took the shower head and gently rinsed Zhong Jincheng's body. Then she applied shower gel to him, and he squeezed some onto her hand and rubbed it on her. "I'm rubbing it over." More and more. As they rubbed, their bodies grew closer, each hugging the other and laughing. In the steamy bathroom, the sound of the shower head hitting the floor echoed. Zhong Jincheng looked at her and said, How about? Don't you still have to report?" "No hurry, no hurry. Turn around first." Chapter 659. Lu Yuanqiu, have you packed yet? Bai Qingxiao, I've packed. Lu Yuanqiu, see you by the lake. Lu Yuanqiu stood up in the dorm, and put his phone in his pocket. He and Finger were the only ones in dormitory 401. The Taoist priest would arrive tomorrow. Uncle's bedside table was bare, not even a scrap of paper. Last semester, Auntie had come and taken away all of Uncle's belongings, and even cleaned the entire dorm. Lu Yuanqiu was deeply impressed because he saw Auntie wipe his own Xia E1 noodle bowl number 001 spotlessly clean, without a speck of dust in it. "Senior, haven't you played enough games yet?" Lu Yuanqiu asked with a smile. Finger didn't turn around. "Don't worry, Uncle also told me to play less games. I might not listen to others, but I definitely listen to him. Games used to be the main thing, but now they're just a pastime." Finger turned back and smiled, winking. Lu Yuanqiu, "I'm out first. Can I bring you some food when I come back?" Fingal raised his hand. "Xia, a bowl of noodles." After leaving the men's dormitory, Lu Yuanqiu headed straight for the lake. The lake on Wanfeng campus wasn't located in the center of the campus, but it was perfectly balanced for both sexes, as it was equidistant from both dormitories. But what puzzled Lu Yuanqiu was that such a large lake had never been given a name, a truly unique situation on a university campus. I wondered what the principal was thinking. As they passed the maple forest, Lu Yuanqiu took a closer look. The maple trees were bare, their leaves completely gone. As he paused to examine them, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure between the branches. Bai Qingxiao was standing across from them. What a coincidence. We're coming at the same speed, Lu Yuanqiu called out. Bai Qingxiao smiled, her scarf held down by the wind, and she swayed as she trotted towards Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu loved watching her swaying side to side as she ran. It wasn't pretentious, it was simply beautiful. Because it was still cold, they didn't hold hands, but simply linked arms, their hands in their pockets. The shimmering lake was already in sight. Just as Bai Qingxiao was about to walk towards the empty seat next to a couple, Lu Yuanqiu's arm pulled her sideways and led her a little further to an empty seat. After sitting down, Lu Yuanqiu put his arm around Bai Qingxiao and slipped his hand into her other pocket, holding her warm hand in his. Bai Qingxiao naturally rested her head on Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder. Lu Yuanqiu enjoyed this state of mind between them. If nothing else, he would rather sit with Bai Qingxiao until sunset, watching the golden glow of the setting sun on the lake, relaxing in a daze. What do you want to tell me? Something you haven't heard before. Then go ahead. I'm listening. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the rippling lake, thought for a moment, and then said, Do you remember when your father saw White Rhino instant noodles in the supermarket? He was so excited that you even cried. Bai Qingxiao's eyes flickered, and she nodded, I do. As expected, what Lu Yuanqiu wanted to talk about was either about himself or about his father. Bai Qingxiao added, You said my father was the founder of the White Rhino brand, but for some reason, it no longer belonged to him. You also said that the brand was once my father's pride, but now, seeing it, he only feels anger and hatred. Since then, supermarkets haven't stocked Baishi instant noodles, and I've purposely avoided mentioning the name in front of my father. Lu Yuanqiu, yes, Baishi instant noodles used to taste incredibly good. Your father mastered the secret recipe and production process, making Baishi instant noodles the industry's leading seller. Bai Qingxiao's eyes froze upon hearing this, and she said, But you never told me why the brand no longer belonged to him. Why didn't you ask? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Bai Qingxiao replied, Because you didn't tell me, you either don't know, or there must be a reason for not saying it. You're not omniscient, but you're definitely doing this for my own good, right? Lu Yuanqiu pursed his lips and explained, Because your father had over 10 years to tell you about this, and he didn't. I think he must have a reason for not saying it, and I can guess why. But now, Xia, I have to tell you. Bai Qingxiu raised her head and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. Tell me. Lu Yuanqiu, it's because of a man named Zhang. Jisheng's men stole the brand from your father. I don't know exactly what he did, but he bankrupted your father overnight, tarnished his reputation, blacklisted him in the industry, and nearly put him in jail. Back then, your father had to squeeze into a tiny rented house with your mother, brother, and 3-year-old you, finding odd jobs on construction sites to make ends meet. Perhaps he also faced threats from his enemies, which is why your father didn't even have friends. Bai Qingxiao stared at Lu Yuanqiu for a long time, her mind racing with thoughts. Lu Yuanqiu tightened his grip on her hand, watching Bai Qingxiao's eyes gradually turn red. He opened his arms and wrapped them around her, gently stroking her back. This kind of thing is hidden in my heart, known only to me. Sometimes it's a torment, but I've also wondered if keeping you in the dark and living happily forever wouldn't be a good choice. Perhaps your father thought the same way back then. But Bai Qingxiao, I'm sorry you can't live the peaceful life you once had. Bai Qingxiao rested her chin on his shoulder, her eyes red, but no tears fell. She struggled slightly to free herself, looking at Lu Yuanqiu, her mouth open, unsure of what to ask. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head slightly and continued, You may not have met Zhang Jisheng, but you know his sons, Zhang Yibin and Zhang Yifei. Bai Qingxiao frowned, looking away, instantly understanding the source of Lu Yuanqiu's hostility towards these two men from their initial encounter. But why are you telling me this now? She asked. Lu Yuanqiu grasped her hands. Because the formula, your father's secret formula, is in your hands. Bai Qingxiao shook her head, but my father never told me about this. Lu Yuanqiu, he did, you know. Bai Qingxiao had been frowning, but suddenly her brows relaxed, her eyes widened, and a look of surprise filled her. Xia Yuan noodles? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Zhang Jisheng has recently been trying to steal the true formula and production process from you. My uncles and I discovered it. So you must know the truth first. You hold a formula worth hundreds of millions. Chapter 660. Dechuang Project Management Office. Knock. Knock. 3 unsure knocks sounded at the door. Zhong Jincheng, neatly dressed, stood at the doorway, straightened slightly, lowered his right hand, and swallowed. He was a little nervous. He hadn't thoroughly researched Dechuang, only knowing it was a school-run organization encouraging students to innovate and start their own businesses. Zhong Jincheng was interested because a friend had mentioned it because of the innovation credits, and because he had seen on a forum that some seniors had made unexpected profits during their undergraduate studies by participating in it. If the application was successful, the school would provide him with space and a storefront, as well as some startup funding. Furthermore, the university students were a natural consumer base. For those who wanted to make a fortune during their undergraduate years, the establishment of Dechuang was a boon. Zhong Jincheng suspected that many people on campus had heard of Dechuang, but most, unfamiliar with it, instinctively chose not to participate, thus missing out on such a valuable opportunity to hone their skills and earn money. In reality, Zhong Jincheng was also a particularly lazy person. If he weren't gifted in academics, he felt he might be working a rigid assembly line in a factory right now, with dark circles under his eyes. He was an ordinary person, but also a lucky ordinary person. His greatest fortune was meeting Luo Wei. The office door opened, and Zhong Jincheng looked up. To his surprise, the person standing before him was Mr. Gong Yang, the freshman medical biology teacher. Mr. Gong Yang? You are? Oxytocin. Oh! The charming and handsome Professor Gong Yang instantly realized. The clinical student I taught last year? Sorry, my memory is a little off. He smiled and walked inside, with Zhong Jincheng following behind. Surprisingly, Professor Gong Yang wasn't the only one in the office. Several other students were filling out forms with pens. Gong Yang quickly picked up a form labeled Dechuang Project Application Form from the desk and handed it to Zhong Jincheng. He explained, "Fill it out. The more detailed you are, the easier it will be to get approved." Zhong Jincheng took it without looking. He glanced at the other students in the office and asked Professor Gong Yang directly about something that concerned him most, though his voice was a little low. "Teacher, if your application is approved, how much funding will the school provide?" 5,000 yuan. Huh? Zhong Jincheng's eyes widened. What's wrong? You think it's too little? Teacher Gong Yang smiled. It's quite a bit. We provide the venue, the storefront, and even hire a contractor to renovate it for free. The school certainly won't cover all the costs. 5,000 yuan wouldn't even cover an ice maker. Zhong Jincheng's expression froze. The school had indeed given up on being stingy. He'd imagined this would be too easy and rosy. Seeing Zhong Jincheng's expression, Teacher Gong Yang smiled and said, "Look at the middle of the form, that investor." Zhong Jincheng looked down and saw the word investor. Teacher Gong Yang, if funding is insufficient, students generally have two options. One is to pay out of pocket, and the other is to contact investors. If a company sees potential in your project, they offer financial support. However, you need to find them yourself. The school won't help you. What kind of shop do you want to open? A milk tea shop. Want to franchise? Teacher, you're kidding. I certainly can't afford the franchise fee. Zhong Jincheng chuckled and ran to an empty table to fill out a form. In the application project section, he filled in Big Ben Milk Tea. Yes, that was his own brand name. He'd actually wanted to name it Jinwei Milk Tea, but Luo Wei rejected it and came up with a new name for Zhong Jincheng, Big Ben Milk Tea. As he filled in the project highlights section, a faint smile crossed his face. He wrote, "The milk tea cups will feature a comic strip featuring 4 couples' daily lives, created by the owner. Incredibly cute. Explosively attractive." Luo Wei, unemployed and at home, had been feeling down the past few days. She felt like a graduate relying on her boyfriend, who hadn't yet graduated, for support. She felt useless. So Zhong Jincheng came up with this idea: find her something to do. Luo Wei had loved drawing comics since she was a child, and she had a background in painting and design. As for the content, Zhong Jincheng was going to take advantage of Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu had a lot of creative ideas, and I heard he always wanted to create. So, this was his chance. The project leader filled in his own name, and Zhong Jincheng wrote down a bunch of names for team members: Zhang Yifeng, Liang Jingfeng, Zhang Yang, Song Fenfang, Su Wenjun, Wei Zhiyu. Before Zhong Jincheng arrived at the Dechuang office, they'd already mentioned him, hoping to get credit for innovation by listing their names with him. Zhong Jincheng didn't mind. Since they were all friends, he'd help whatever he could. He even included the uncle's name. Taoist priest Dao and Chi Chao Chao were planning to be part of the Xia E1 Noodles team, so they weren't on the milk tea shop list. Zhong Jincheng finally looked at the investor. He couldn't ask his family for money, and if he couldn't get any, he could only turn to Liang Jingfeng. Liang Jingfeng's father held considerable influence within the Lu group. Perhaps he could be of some assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Jincheng simply wrote Lu group in the investor column. Success or death. Young Master Liang, help me. Zhong Jincheng filled out the entire form thoroughly. While the other students in the office were still struggling to figure out the highlights of their projects, he handed it directly to Professor Gong Yang. So fast? Professor Gong Yang was surprised. Zhong Jincheng's one-handed form-handling gesture was a bit dashing. He adjusted his glasses, their lenses glinting with brilliance. My efficiency depends on my determination. Teacher Gong Yang nodded solemnly. Keep going, Oxygen Man. Zhong Jincheng, How long will the results take, teacher? About 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 weeks. Huh? Just kidding. Maybe a week or 2 at most. Zhong Jincheng wanted to punch teacher Gong Yang's smiling, handsome face. After leaving the office, he messaged Lu Yuanxiu. Zhong Jincheng, I filled out the Dachuang application form. Where's Bai Qingxia? Where are you guys? Zhong Jincheng, and the 8 male and female character designs for the couple's comic. Don't forget to send them to me. I'm waiting for the character designs. Ding ding ding. By the lake, Lu Yuanxiu had just finished telling Bai Qingxia about the secret formula when his phone started to buzz. He subconsciously reached for his pocket, glancing at Bai Qingxia's dazed expression. Knowing she was still processing this, Lu Yuanxiu didn't interrupt her, pulling out his phone to check his messages. Lu Yuanxiu, let's go tomorrow. We have things to do today. Zhong Jincheng had told Lu Yuanxiu about his idea for a couple's comic strip on milk teacups during winter break. Lu Yuanxiu was intrigued and quite supportive of the idea, and he was happy to help Lu away with creative ideas. Chapter 661. Zhong Jincheng can be quite lazy at times, but as long as he's motivated, his execution becomes strong. Women make him who he is, and women make him who he is. That probably applies to him. Lu Yuanxiu, the character design is on my computer. I send it to you when I get back. Putting his phone down, Lu Yuanxiu continued to observe Bai Qingxia's expression. She sat silently on the bench, her right thumb rubbing the palm of her left hand, occasionally looking down with a bewildered look. Lu Yuanxiu, Zhang Jisheng has obtained your sauce packet. After testing the formula, he's created a copycat instant noodle. It tastes similar to Xia Yuan noodles, but the difference is significant. I don't know why he didn't test all the ingredients in your recipe. This must be related to your unique production process. Bai Qingxia remained silent, even now. Lu Yuanxiu separated her 2 nervously rubbing hands and held one in each hand. Her hands were icy cold. Bai Qingxia then looked at him, her eyes clearly filled with nervousness. Once Daso's application is approved, we move to a more confidential shop and continue making Xia Yuan noodles. Zhang Jisheng, realizing the taste wasn't right, published the recipe and applied for a patent. He wants to gain a patent advantage and then bite us back later. He probably thinks Bai Shi's only flaw is the production process, so he might try various methods to steal your process. How about? Bai Qingxiu looked up, her voice hoarse, as if she had made a difficult decision. I closed the shop. Lu Yuanxiu smiled and shook his head. It's okay, let's keep it open for now. We really don't know what Zhang Jisheng will do later, but just in case. Are you willing to hand over the recipe to Lu's? Give it to me. Bai Qingxia nodded immediately. I agree. Lu Yuanxiu was a little embarrassed to say the second half of the sentence, and he wasn't surprised by Bai Qingxia's decisive agreement. Regardless of whether Bai Qingxia cared about the formula, objectively speaking, it was her only trump card. Lu Yuanxiu's words sounded like he was trying to rob her of everything. This knot in his heart was unsettling, and Lu Yuanxiu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he added, Old Wang from the branch has made a mistake, and will be transferred soon. Second Master will let me become the general manager of the branch ahead of time. From now on, this is our joint company. Together, we will protect the formula and uphold your father's former glory. This time, Bai Qingxia didn't say agree so quickly, but simply threw her arms around Lu Yuanxiu. This instantaneous gesture upset Lu Yuanxiu even more than a simple agree. Bai Qingxia trusted him so deeply, so completely, that she didn't even pause to consider the loopholes or the truth of her words. Lu Yuanxiu thought she was foolish. What if the once kind monk, upon learning of her immense wealth, changed his mind and thought all his good intentions were ulterior motives? Wouldn't she even consider that possibility? She probably would never think that. Lu Yuanxiu hugged the fool tightly in his arms and sighed. Walking hand in hand on the road to the mundane world, Bai Qingxia asked Lu Yuanxiu, So you sent Aunt Su to the Luqing headquarters because she'd seen the recipe and production process? Yes. Seeing Bai Qingxia bow her head silently, Lu Yuanqiu jokingly said, "Don't worry, there's no such thing as murder to silence witnesses in real life. Ansu's salary in Luqing is 20,000 yuan. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and smiled. She simply felt inexplicably stressed by the uncle's seriousness regarding this matter. While it wasn't as serious as the murders and silencings in movies and TV dramas, the information she had received today was completely detached from reality. I hope everyone and everything will be safe and smooth from now on. Bai Qingxia closed her eyes and muttered silently to herself. In the restaurant. What are you talking about? What exactly does the Lu group see in me? Ansu looked bewildered. Lu Yuanqiu, I see you. Ansu's eyes widened, and Bai Qingxia turned her head away with a strange expression. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand slightly and breathed heavily as he explained, I'm the group president. I'm your second uncle. This is my suggestion. We need to make some changes to Xia Yu and Noodles soon. Ansu's mouth dropped open slightly before she realized that Lu Yuanqiu seemed to have the last name Lu. This was truly the least rich second generation she had ever seen. Ansu was still sizing Lu Yuanqiu up and down in surprise. Seeing Bai Qingxia nod at her, Ansu was finally convinced that Boss Bai wouldn't lie. When will old Wang leave? It'd take a while. Let's wait for news. By the way, my uncles will be here tomorrow. The four of us will go to the Dachuang office to fill out some forms. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Qingxia's face froze at Lu Yuanqiu's words. Is this considered a major mobilization? Dormitory 402. What do you think, young Master Liang? Is this okay? Zhong Jincheng asked Liang Jingfeng while chewing on an apple. Liang Jingfeng looked visibly embarrassed, but facing Zhong Jincheng's gaze, he couldn't refuse. Besides, he was already registered in his shop, and without financial support, Zhong Jincheng's shop wouldn't be open. Let's not even talk about whether the school application will be approved. Let's talk about the highlight of your milk tea. The painting on the cup? If you say your milk tea has a special recipe or something, I might even be able to put in a good word for you at the company, Liang Jingfeng replied. Zhong Jincheng stood up and said, how can painting on the cup not be considered a highlight? This is a marketing gimmick. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu passing by, Zhong Jincheng quickly pulled him in and said to Liang Jingfeng with a dramatic expression, Lu Yuanqiu provided the plot outline for the comic. Isn't that trustworthy enough? Lu Yuanqiu has so many creative ideas. Lu Yuanqiu was confused at first, but only then realized they were talking about the milk tea shop. What's the matter? Zhong Jincheng sighed. Mr. Liang doesn't think my idea will be accepted by the Lu branch. There's nothing I can do. I need investors to provide financial support to open a shop. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his lips. That's it. What's there to be afraid of? Just go to the branch. He left dorm room 402 with a lack of interest. Liang Jingfeng was stunned. Pointing at Lu Yuanqiu's departing figure, he grumbled, does he think getting his idea accepted by the branch is that easy? Lu Yuanqiu knows nothing. He has no idea how complicated this is. Chapter 662. Zhong Jincheng sighed, his head hanging in resignation. Please, young Master Liang, take me to the branch office and find someone I can talk to. I do the negotiation myself, okay? Liang Jingfeng smacked his lips awkwardly, turning slightly away in his chair. He was torn. He'd boasted so much in front of these people, and now they all thought he was omnipotent within the Lu group. Oh no, they thought his father was omnipotent. Unsure about his father's relationship with the investment department, Liang Jingfeng wasn't sure if this matter warranted the attention of higher-level management within the investment department. His father, a human resources director, wasn't exactly in a position to handle such matters. Just as he was thinking this, Zhong Jincheng stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Liang Jingfeng expected him to hysterically plead with him, but he remained silent, his face serious and bitter. He looked as if he was about to kneel down. What's wrong? Please, Brother Liang, this is really important to me, really important, really important. Please make an introduction for me, and I handle the rest. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. Zhong Jincheng looked him in the eye, each word earnest. Even Zhang Yang, lying in bed, looked up at Zhong Jincheng with a puzzled look. As roommates, they could all vividly remember the changes Zhong Jincheng had undergone during this period. But they didn't understand why a relationship could change a man so drastically. There were people around them who were in relationships, but those men had become even more lazy and despondent than before, spending their days in the arms of their girlfriends, living a life of drunken dreams. Logically, Zhong Jincheng should have died in the arms of his girlfriend, but he seemed to be thriving. Liang Jingfeng couldn't bear to disappoint him, So he compromised, saying, "Okay, I have no classes this Friday morning. I take you there." "Thank you, Mr. Liang." Zhong Jincheng clasped his hands together, his excitement so intense that he roared and leaped out of dormitory 402. "But I didn't say it would definitely succeed." Liang Jingfeng stared at his back, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Lu Yuanqiu. Zhong Jincheng came to visit 401. He glanced at Finger, who was snoring in bed, and lowered his voice. "Where's the character design? Send it to me now." "Wait, I turn on my computer." While Lu Yuanqiu was working on his computer, Zhong Jincheng glanced at the old man's bed with a sigh. He asked, "Where's the Taoist priest?" "He'd be there tomorrow." "Where's Zhang Yifeng?" "He's probably hanging out with teacher Su somewhere." "Where's Bai Qingxia?" "You're checking my household registration." Lu Yuanqiu turned around and scoffed. Seeing that Zhong Jincheng seemed in a good mood, he guessed something. "Lu Yuanqiu, when are you planning to go to the Lu branch?" "Friday. I show you how I can convince their investment department with my persuasive skills. Of course, I'd rather get a sample over first. All I need now is your character design and my senior's character design." Lu Yuanqiu checked the time. Today was Monday, and there were still 4 days left. Naturally, he could make Zhong Jincheng successful with just one sentence, but he hoped that Zhong Jincheng's milk tea would sell well, so he would seriously help Zhong Jincheng with his request. Apart from anything else, Zhong Jincheng's ideas were indeed very much to his liking. Turning on his computer and opening a document, Zhong Jincheng leaned closer to the screen, suddenly narrowing his eyes in confusion. Male lead, female lead, Qiu and Xia? Why? Why aren't my senior and I male lead and female lead? There's no particular order of precedence. Everyone has the same amount of story. You're definitely got something. If the comic accompanying a cup of milk tea is incomplete, regardless of whether or not the consumer will enjoy it, it probably drives someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to buy more. Some collectors will even love to collect cups. Zhong Jincheng smiled and asked, "What are you going to call the comic?" Lu Yuanqiu coughed and replied awkwardly, "Remembering those youthful days." Zhong Jincheng didn't tease him. Instead, he looked at him with a hint of surprise. "It's nice, quite good. You're a real songwriter, after all." Lu Yuanqiu straightened his expression and continued to explain, "I plan to introduce the 4 couples in the first episode of Milk Tea, their height, weight, personality, hobbies, and so on. In other words, character introductions." Zhong Jincheng, 1 introduction for each cup of milk tea? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "Yes, so there are 8 packaging options in the first episode." Zhong Jincheng continued reading. Male lead, Qiu. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Age, 17. Hobbies, basketball, singing, guitar. Appearance, crew cut, tall and strong, tanned, sunny smile. Personality, likes to be mean to his friends, has an overwhelming sense of justice, is cheerful, optimistic, and confident. As Zhong Jincheng watched, he suddenly felt something different. He had indeed initially intended to draw the 4 couples, but after Lu Yuanqiu's arrangement, he felt a little lost, as if their past lives were about to be recreated in the form of comics on the milk tea cups. Female lead, Xia. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Age, 17. Hobby, Qiu. Zhong Jincheng couldn't stand this. He looked at Lu Yuanqiu with disdain. "You're the hobby? So what?" "Her character is a secret crush. So what?" Lu Yuanqiu retorted, stiffening his neck. Okay. You decide." Zhong Jincheng waved his hand. Appearance, pure, with a single ponytail, slim figure, fair skin, campus-level beauty. Personality, introvert, socially anxious, quiet. Zhong Jincheng, if the setting is high school, what about me and my senior? Lu Yuanqiu, just make it up. We're sophomores, and she's a junior. Zhong Jincheng glanced down at the second male lead, Zhang Yifeng, and the second female lead, Su Miaomiu. Their roles, as student and teacher, remained unchanged. He asked, "What about Zhang Yifeng and teacher Su? Will it pass review?" Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips and corrected him, "They're not explicitly mentioned as a couple. The plot is just a funny, everyday campus scene between the characters. Do you still want me to mention your identity as a gunslinger? Get lost." Zhong Jincheng retorted, his eyes wandering as he touched his crotch. "I freed my right hand a long time ago." Lu Yuanqiu remained expressionless, secretly envious. Actually, the most crucial thing is whether Lu Wei can draw the characters beautifully and exquisitely. "No problem, I trust you, senior." Lu Yuanqiu looked at the 4 couples again. Their names each took one character from their full names. Xiao and Xia, Feng and Miao, Cheng and Wei, Shuang and Yu. As if remembering something, Lu Yuanqiu reminded, except for Teacher Su, unless there are special plot requirements, everyone else's costume should basically be the blue and white school uniform. This will save Lu Wei some effort. Zhong Jinqing, okay. After Lu Yuanqiu sent the document to Zhong Jinqing immediately returned to his dorm and forwarded it to Lu Wei, who quickly replied with an okay sign. Remembering those youthful days, Lu Wei smiled as she read these words. It was a different way for her to participate in Zhong Jinqing's high school life. Chapter 663. Does it have to be this place? Teacher Su, I can stay out of the dorm tonight. Let's get a room. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if someone saw us here? No, I'm afraid you might do something else if we lie on the same bed. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Afraid? I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid you get hurt. My fists are tough. The sound of a man and woman talking could be heard from the grove behind the laboratory building. It was Zheng Yifeng and Su Miaomiao who were hiding there. After putting their luggage in the dormitory, Zheng Yifeng and Su Miaomiao agreed to walk around the school. While walking on the playground, Zheng Yifeng suddenly noticed that Su Miaomiao was stomping hard on the track, as if she was angry about something. When Zheng Yifeng questioned her, Su Miaomiao replied, "It's because I was drunk and accidentally kissed your neck. I ended up getting laughed at by your mother at your house, and then being laughed at by Lu Yuanqiu on the high-speed train. Seeing me so embarrassed, you must have felt good, right? I used to be your teacher. Where would my image and my dignity be?" When Su Miaomiao said this, Zheng Yifeng momentarily thought she was being unreasonable. But when he heard her next words, he immediately forgave her. "Kiss my neck soon, too. That way I feel better." Su Miaomiao crossed her arms, her profile a proud expression. Female secondary, Miao. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 centimeters. Age, 22. Hobbies, shopping, music, movies. Appearance, long, slightly curly black hair, beautiful features, can be both sweet and charming, loves wearing stockings, and never wears the same outfit twice. Personality, sometimes mature and steady, sometimes sensitive and fragile, speaks with a sly but acts with a righteous air, especially towards a certain student who is extremely tsundere in the rental apartment. Lu Wei sat cross-legged with her notebook, examining Su Miaomiao's character description, the word tsundere constantly on her lips. Sometimes, personality traits need to be reflected in appearance. Lu Yuanqiu clearly wanted to emphasize Miao's tsundere trait. For the character Xia, Lu Yuanqiu wanted to emphasize her secret crush. Since Miao's clothing differed from the others, Lu Wei planned to draw her first. The characters in the plot could be sketched more simply, but Zhong Jinqing insisted that high-definition images of each character be created first, ideally highlighting their personalities. He needed to take sample cups with the images to the Lu group for sponsorship, and Lu Wei knew her task was daunting. After a moment's thought, she drew Miao as a cool, arrogant, and domineering queen, her chin slightly raised and her eyes looking down. In the grove, Su Miaomiao's appearance at the moment was just enough of a tsundere queen, yet she wasn't aloof at all. Ever since saving her in the hotel room, she had lost her mature side around Zheng Yifeng. While still tsundere, she had become a tsundere, little woman. She raised her chin slightly, swallowed awkwardly, and gave Zheng Yifeng a shy look. "Kiss it." Zheng Yifeng couldn't help but wonder, "Teacher Su, aren't you embarrassed that your strawberry mark was discovered?" Su Miaomiao replied confidently, "Why should I be embarrassed? You wanted to kiss me, and I couldn't stop you." Zheng Yifeng, question mark. Zheng Yifeng, then I won't kiss you. You don't have to stop me. Su Miaomiao snorted, "Do you think I like to keep the strawberries? You're leaving the impression in front of Lu Yuanqiu and the others that I'm madly in love with you, but you're indifferent to me." Zheng Yifeng even thought it made sense. He wrapped his arms around Su Miaomiao's waist and asked earnestly, "Can you teach me how to kiss her to create a perfect strawberry kiss? What pressure do I need to use? Is this guy teasing me?" Su Miaomiao rolled her eyes charmingly and replied, "I don't know how. I'm drunk, so how would I know how to kiss?" But as soon as she lowered her head, Zheng Yifeng lifted her face up by her chin. Su Miaomiao felt a sense of shame as she raised her head, her eyes widening. How could this guy be so skilled at lifting her chin? Zheng Yifeng, of course, wouldn't tell her he'd learned this from reading domineering CEO literature. "So I kissed you? You kissed me, that's it. Why are you asking me?" Zheng Yifeng lowered his head and kissed her neck. Su Miaomiao shuddered, her eyes closed, and her hands, suspended in the air, clenched helplessly. After a moment, Zheng Yifeng changed direction, and Su Miaomia also turned her head away, like a heartless victim of bullying. She opened her shamefaced eyes, but suddenly her gaze froze as she saw Bai Qingxia and Qi Chaoqiao, one tall and one short, standing blankly outside the woods. Zheng Yifeng didn't react, still biting her neck like a vampire. Bai Qingxia, clutching the item she had moved from the shop, quickly averted her gaze. She gently nudged Qi Chaoqiao, who was also stunned, urging her to hurry and get out of here. After carrying the heavy items from Xia Yuan Noodles, they had planned to take the path behind the laboratory building back to the dormitory to save some distance, but they happened to witness this scene. Although Zheng Yifeng wasn't a vampire, Su Miaomia felt as if her blood had been drained from her body, leaving her body cold. "Is it healed, Teacher Su?" Zheng Yifeng asked. Su Miaomia momentarily lost the ability to answer. She wanted others to see the strawberry mark on her neck, but she didn't want them to see the exact process of how it formed. "Not healed yet?" Zheng Yifeng, helpless, continued to sow seeds. Dormitory 401. Ding ding ding. Bai Qingxia, In the dormitory, Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia's message and replied with a question mark. Bai Qingxia, it's fine. Lu Yuanqiu, how's the store now? Bai Qingxia, it's closed. Chow chow, and I moved all the important things back to the dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu, by the way, have you seen Zhang Jisheng? Lucky enough, Lu Yuanqiu turned on his computer and searched for Zhang Jisheng's profile. He'd seen this page many times, but Bai Qingxia probably hadn't. Bai Qingxia, no, I was going to check, but the store is closed now. Lu Yuanqiu downloaded the photo of the man, with narrow eyes on his computer screen, and sent it to Bai Qingxia's phone. The reply came quickly. Bai Qingxia, when was this photo taken? Lu Yuanqiu, about 5 or 6 years ago. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, Bai Qingxia remained silent. A long moment passed before she replied. Bai Qingxia, he came to Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant and had the noodles I made last semester, on September 19th, my birthday. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a long moment. That was also the day they were together. Chapter 664. The next morning, Lu Yuanqiu arrived at the east gate of Zhuhai University to escort the two uncles into the school. From a distance, the eldest and second uncles looked like a classic pairing from a film or TV drama, one tall and thin, the other short and stout. One beamed with a smile, the other was naturally unhappy. They weren't wearing suits today, only their most casual attire. The three of them walked side by side into the campus. The eldest uncle put away his smile and gestured to the second uncle, "Call the principal and tell him we've arrived. Have Xiaxia's application for a large business approved today, and then arrange for Xiaxia to get a slightly larger storefront." The second uncle nodded, walked away, and picked up his phone. "This is our first time at Zhuhai University. I heard you and Xiaxia are quite famous on campus, right?" The eldest uncle asked with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu put his arm around his shoulders and replied proudly, "Yes. If you don't believe me, just look at the other people's reactions." Lu Cheng observed his surroundings. Passing students would subconsciously glance at Lu Yuanqiu a few times. The boys were relatively unfazed, but the girls would chat and laugh with their companions afterward, then return to gaze at him with their peers, their admiration evident in their eyes. This reminded Lu Cheng of his own school days, when everyone on campus would react in the same way to boys and girls who had gained a certain level of fame due to their looks. He hadn't expected his beloved nephew to become the very person he had once envied and envied. In fact, Lu Cheng wasn't without some fame at school back then. He was the student council president and presided over various campus affairs. It was just that his looks and temperament were completely lacking. The portly man, now over 50, shook his head and sighed. His youth was too far away from him. He should be concerned with how much longer he could enjoy life, not with regrets over such ethereal things. "What's wrong, uncle?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Lu Cheng smiled but didn't say anything. He got down to business. "We're not sure when old Wang will leave yet. Once we know for sure, we have an internal welcome party for you. Since you're still in school, I have a trusted aide from head office transferred over to help you with daily affairs, but you still have to handle some major decisions yourself." "Who?" "Someone you know, old Song." "Uncle Song?" "Xuanxuan's dad." "Yes, to be honest, your Uncle Song has some issues with you. He originally thought you were his future son-in-law, but you ended up dating Xiaxia." Xianxian cried all night when she found out. "How can I comfort her? Neither is good." Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched. "Where on earth does Xianxian go to school? I've been at Zhuhai University for 2 years and haven't seen her." This Lu Cheng's face suddenly turned a bit awkward. Let's not talk about it. Forget about her. Where's Xiao Xia? She's getting dressed up in the dorm. She'll be out soon. Xiao Xia's already started dressing up? Well, we parents see the changes in you children most clearly. She doesn't usually dress up. It's because you're here today. She hasn't met you since we got together, so she needs to be more formal. Lu Yuanqiu smiled as he mentioned his girlfriend. He just said the exact same words Bai Qingxia had said this morning. Second uncle finished his phone call and walked over to his eldest brother. The principal asked if we'd like to have lunch together. Lu Cheng shook his head. No, we're pressed for time. 2 years had passed, and Lu Yuanqiu hadn't even seen the mysterious principal's face. He only remembered his white-haired back. The three of them passed by the Ringjian Fireworks restaurant and saw that Xia Yi1 Noodles had closed. However, a notice announcing the move was posted outside. A crowd of students gathered to see the name, some even carrying suitcases. Xia Yi1 Noodles, who came up with the name? Lu Yuanqiu, I did. It's a good name. The uncle smiled. Xia Yi1 Noodles will become an independent trademark under Lu Corporation. Your second uncle ordered it. Lu Yuanqiu asked in surprise. Uncle, are you saying that the words Lu won't be added to the instant noodle packaging? No, what do you think? I think it's a good idea. Lu Yuanqiu smiled sincerely. Although there were other reasons for making it an independent trademark, to put it nicely, they didn't want consumers to retain the preconceived notion of the taste of Lu Corporation instant noodles. To put it bluntly, if something went wrong with Xia Yi1 Noodles, it wouldn't affect the original reputation of the Lu Corporation brand. But Lu Yuanqiu preferred to think of this independent trademark as Lu wanted Xia Yi1 Noodles to be Xia Yi1 Noodles, not just anyone else's product, but a unique brand that belonged solely to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia wouldn't actively pursue these things. She had no desires or requests, but Lu Yuanqiu cared. With the brand's ownership vested in Lu, they had already secured a significant advantage. Bai Qingxia had been standing there waiting for quite a while, when they arrived at the girls' dormitory entrance. She wore a small white jacket, a gray pleated skirt, tight black leggings, and a pair of black ankle boots. Her dark hair was loose, and she wore light makeup, her lipstick a brighter shade. Seeing the three of them, she immediately stepped forward, bowing slightly and calling out, Hello, Uncle Eldest, Uncle Second. Do you feel that Xiao Xia has become even more radiant and beautiful since becoming Xiqiu's girlfriend? Uncle Eldest tilted his head slightly towards Uncle Second, his voice soft but clear. Uncle Second, ah? About the same as before. Uncle Eldest, Bai Qingxia smiled. About the same as before was a pretty good compliment, as long as they didn't say she'd gotten uglier. Lu Yuanqiu took her arm, and the three of them headed towards Daso's office. He took a few more glances at the girl next to him. Uncle Eldest might have been just sweet talk, but Lu Yuanqiu genuinely thought Bai Qingxia looked beautiful today. Bai Qingxia glanced at Lu Yuanqiu to the side. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and looked away, and Bai Qingxia, blushing slightly, waved her other hand. Uncle, yesterday, Xiuqiu called us and told us that Zhang Jisheng had come to see you at school. Did he say anything special to you? Bai Qingxia shook her head. Not really, more like a casual chat. He asked me why I hadn't seen this restaurant before, and then he said he hadn't been to Ringjin Fireworks restaurant in a long time. Uncle nodded. It was definitely more like a casual chat. Lu Yuanqiu, maybe he was just chatting casually to gauge your reaction and confirm whether you recognized him. Uncle nodded again. That makes sense. Bai Qingxia's expression fell silent. Had she really spoken to the man who had destroyed her family? If that incident hadn't happened, her mother would have had money for medical treatment, and she wouldn't have cared so much about the tumbler given by her deceased mother, and her brother wouldn't have. Noticing the girl's mood darken, Lu Yuanqiu shook her hand. Bai Qingxia raised her head and smiled at him. Second uncle, did he say anything else? Bai Qingxia recalled he said. He liked eating eggs, and he seemed to really enjoy playing Fruit Crush on his phone. Chapter 665. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. You remember everything he said and did, don't you? I have a good memory. The eldest and second uncles glanced over at the same time. They thought Zhang Jisheng had done something that had left a deep impression on Bai Qingxia. Otherwise, remembering a customer from 6 months ago would be incredible. During the time before Old Wang's transfer, strive to make Xia Yuan Noodles famous across all 4 campuses of Zhuhai University. Make it a household name, even gaining a certain level of recognition on online forums. This will be beneficial for future product promotions, the eldest uncle urged. Bai Qingxia nodded, then suddenly heard Lu Yuanqiu tangent off topic. Just like Journey to the West, Its reputation grew after being interpreted by university students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, ultimately establishing its reputation. So, students from prestigious universities still carry a certain amount of weight. Uncle. Yes, so even with the threat of Zhang Jisheng stealing the recipe, I don't recommend closing the shop just yet. After all, Xiaoxia's noodles are already quite well known among the university community. Knocking on the door to Dachuang's office, Lu Yuanqiu was surprised to find teacher Gong Yang standing inside. Teacher Gong Yang? Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao? Unlike Zhong Jinqing, teacher Gong Yang had a stronger impression of this couple. After all, they were both helping to shoot the school's promotional video, and their appearance was quite memorable. Who are these two? My two uncles sent me to report, so I came to see them. Oh yes, please come in. The office was empty, perhaps because it was still early. Teacher Gong Yang handed Lu Yuanqiu a form, then walked aside, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed them to Lu Yuanqiu's 2 uncles. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao stood at the table and began filling out forms. The investor section was left blank. The project leader was Bai Qingxiao, and the team members were Bai Qingxiao, Lu Yuanqiu, Su Xiang, and Qi Chao. Teacher Gong Yang, noticing that Lu Yuanqiu's 2 uncles didn't seem interested in chatting, sat down at his desk and went back to his own work. After completing the form, Lu Yuanqiu capped his pen and turned around with a smile. Teacher, I might need you to take us on a site visit to check out the assigned store. Teacher Gong Yang also smiled and looked up. So confident? I haven't even submitted the form for review yet, and you're all ready. Ding-ling-ling. The landline rang. Teacher Gong Yang said, wait a moment, and immediately stood up to pick up the phone. Lu Yuanqiu and the 2 uncles exchanged knowing glances. Bai Qingxiao stood obediently beside Lu Yuanqiu, head bowed, feeling a bit like the guilt of cheating on an exam. Teacher Gong Yang nodded into the phone, eyeing Lu Yuanqiu and the other man curiously. He held the phone, stole a glance at the 2 uncles, and finally uttered a him. After hanging up, he said, let's go. Let's go! The school has already arranged a location for the store for you. I show you around. Were these 2 uncles really here to send their children to school? Sitting there, they had the air of a company CEO. Teacher Gong Yang was suspicious. If Lu Yuanqiu hadn't introduced them, he would have thought he had brought 2 investors with him. When they arrived at the store, Lu Yuanqiu's expression changed instantly. The store was located on the 1st floor, west of Bai Qingxiao's dormitory building. This was the area with the most dormitories on the Huafeng campus, housing 6 buildings, C, D, E, F, G, and H. Wanting to eat, they skipped the trip to the cafeteria. However, the eldest and second uncles were more concerned about the privacy of the shop. They entered the 1st floor and took a look at the interior. While the 2 uncles were inspecting, teacher Gong Yang quietly walked over to Lu Yuanqiu and asked curiously, how did you get approved so quickly? Then what's the point of coming here to fill out the forms? How can you get innovation credits without filling out the forms? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Teacher Gong Yang blushed. Lu Yuanqiu, Xiaoyi Noodles is already quite famous. If its application for the Dachuang program isn't successful, many students will be dissatisfied. That's right, I've been there, teacher Gong Yang replied quietly. After inspecting the shop, the eldest uncle simply turned around and said 4 words, hurry up and renovate. 2 days later, Aunt Sue, who had bought a high-speed rail ticket, passed by the women's dormitory while pushing her suitcase. She stared at the Xiaoyi Noodle sign on the 1st floor of Building H and silently took out her phone to take a picture. Just as everyone else submitted their applications for the Dachuang Entrepreneurship Program, Xiaoyi Noodles had already been renovating for 2 days. The location was prime. I heard the school was planning to open a small supermarket there. In dormitory 401, Lu Yuanqiu watched Zhong Jinqing's incredulous gaze. He evaded the question and spread his hands, saying, I don't know how Bai Qingxiao's application got approved so quickly. Maybe the principal likes Xiaoyi Noodles too? I haven't heard from you yet. Zhong Jinqing cursed and turned to leave the dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. Qiu Xia, Feng Miao, all had their designs ready. I printed out a copy each. Take a look. Now all we need are Cheng, Wei Shuang, and you. In the rental apartment, Lu Wei, her hair disheveled, sat before her notebook, addressing Zhong Jinqing without turning. Zhong Jinqing took the 4 A4 sheets and examined them. Aside from Miao, who wore a long black dress, the other 3 were all wearing blue and white autumn uniforms. Qiu, with his buzz cut, held a basketball, looking tall and strong. Xia, with her hair in a ponytail, was pure and beautiful, tossing her hair. Feng, with his handsome face, yawned, his eyes dull. Meow, the female teacher, tilted her head slightly, her expression serious. Zhong Jincheng scanned the sheets one by one, a smile on his face. He immediately leaned forward and kissed Lu Wei on the side of her cheek. Come on, senior, don't rush to draw. I give you a reward first. What are you doing? I'm busy. Lu Wei, bewildered, was dragged to the bed by Zhong Jincheng's arm. She was still turning back to point at the half-finished chung on her notebook when Zhong Jincheng threw her down. Be gentle. Friday. Zhong Jincheng and Liang Jingfeng arrived at the branch office in a taxi. Zhong Jincheng carried a paper bag containing 8 milk tea cups. The cups had 8-character images printed on them, with a brief description next to them. As they exited the car, Liang Jingfeng reminded Zhong Jincheng, "It's up to you then. My dad doesn't have a strong relationship with the investment department, so he can't do much for you." Zhong Jincheng was a little nervous and raised his hand in an okay gesture. In reality, Liang Jingfeng hadn't told his father because he knew he couldn't help. He simply used his father's status to help Zhong Jincheng make an appointment with a manager in the investment department. "Come on!" Liang Jingfeng shouted from behind. "Aren't you coming?" Zhong Jincheng turned around, confused, carrying the bag. Liang Jingfeng mumbled, pointing a finger in a direction. My dad wants me. I go find him." Chapter 666. Before Zhong Jincheng could finish his words, Liang Jingfeng scurried off in one direction without even turning back. "Then I don't know where the investment department is," Zhong Jincheng muttered. With a determined heart, he clenched the paper bag in his hand and turned to walk towards the company's main entrance. Life or death, all depended on his words. Entering the company's main entrance, a rather pretty young woman at the front desk noticed Zhong Jincheng lingering in front of the access control, not swiping his card to enter. She politely approached and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Yes, a manager in the investment department." Zhong Jincheng stuttered. Damn, he forgot to ask Liang Jingfeng for his last name. "What's your last name?" "Zhong, as in clock." "Okay, wait a moment." Someone entered from behind, and Zhong Jincheng awkwardly stepped aside. He stood at the edge, paper bag in both hands, like a salesman, which was true. "Hello, Mr. Zhong, this way please." After the call, the receptionist led Zhong Jincheng to the elevator. In the past, Zhong Jincheng might have stared at her stocking calves beneath her tight skirt, but now he felt no emotion, only a pounding heart in his chest. He felt as nervous as if he were in the college entrance examination hall. De Chuang? Mr. Liang, sporting a coquettish pigtail, sat in the company's cafe, listening to Liang Jingfeng, who sat across from him, explain the reason for his visit. Liang Jingfeng had simply come to the cafe to wait for someone, and unexpectedly ran into his father, who was also there slacking off. Liang Jingfeng, "Yeah, but Dad, I guess you can't help much, so I didn't tell you. This involves money. How could I possibly influence the investment department's decision with just a single word? Besides, they can't make the final decision. They can only serve as advisors. Ultimately, the investment committee must vote on it. Unless I'm the head of the company, I don't even need to vote. I can just make the decision with my single word," Mr. Liang said, bringing his coffee to his lips, only to nearly spit it out from the scalding heat. "Did your friends say how much funding they need?" he asked. 100,000. That's not so bad. It's not a big amount. The investment department can probably make their own decision. It depends on whether your friend's project appeals to them. At this point, Mr. Liang pretended to be casual and asked, "Does your friend know Lu Yuanqiu?" Liang Jingfeng, "Yes, Lu Yuanqiu is involved in this project himself. He was assigned to write the comic's plot." Mr. Liang paused, then asked, "Did Lu Yuanqiu know he was coming today?" "Yes, he did." Mr. Liang didn't respond. After a moment's silence, he suddenly shrugged and sneered, holding his coffee. Then he shook his head and sighed, "Oh, he knows how to have fun. He knows how to have fun." "What?" "Nothing." Elsewhere, in a conference room with only 2 people, Zhong Jincheng sat in a leather chair, his butt already warm from the heat, looking anxiously at the man sitting across from him. The man was in his 30s, wearing glasses and somewhat balding. His expression seemed to clearly read the words, "incorrigible." He carefully examined the paintings on the 8 milk tea cups, and occasionally looked up at Zhong Jincheng. Whenever his eyes looked at him, Zhong Jincheng would smile dryly at him, with a very flattering expression. "Actually, 100,000 is only a small investment for our company, but we've received countless applications for small investments. We can't just give money for something novel, and money doesn't just come out of thin air." Let's not even talk about whether anyone would be interested in your comic. Most importantly, we don't even know how your milk tea is doing. Mr. Zhong, please forgive me for this. Actually, Zhong Jincheng scratched his pants with both hands and explained with a dry laugh. These characters are all my real friends, including myself and my current girlfriend. My girlfriend will draw the comic herself, and the plot will be written by this Chio. I'm confident that the comics I draw will be liked by everyone, because I've experienced them firsthand. The man opposite me hit the nail on the head. Is it possible that you and your crew are a little too self-indulgent? This is just your story, not ours. Who wouldn't love a story about their own experiences? But what does this have to do with us, the consumers? We can't relate to it. My friend who writes the storyline is very talented. I wonder if you've heard the song he wrote. It won an award. Zhong Jincheng grew anxious, realizing he truly wasn't a good negotiator. All he could think of was trying to brag about himself or Lu Yuanqiu and the others. Sorry, I haven't heard it. Would you like to listen to it? I have it on my phone. Sorry, Mr. Zhong, I have things to do. I stop here for today. The man opposite me glanced at his watch and stood up with a polite smile. Zhong Jincheng continued to play the music on his phone, following behind. The man's expression was already somewhat helpless. He was about to push open the office door when his hand paused. A soothing prelude sounded, followed by the first line of the lyrics. The model desks have grown the shape of tree rings. The man with glasses turned around, a look of surprise on his face. How was it? Did that feeling come over me all of a sudden? Zhong Jincheng raised his hand joyfully, trying to find resonance. The man with glasses lowered his glasses and studied Zhong Jincheng carefully. He seemed to remember where he'd seen this student before, the bassist who had appeared in a video from the City Arts competition 6 months ago. Wow, this guy has such a low profile. Xiao Liang hadn't mentioned this kid as a member of the band when he introduced him. Who did you say wrote this song? The man with glasses adjusted his glasses, his face suddenly smiling. Zhong Jincheng immediately turned back, picked up the milk tea cup with autumn printed on it, and said quickly, "It's him. He also be writing the comic's plot, including the story of him and his girlfriend." The man with glasses gave him a strange look, walked back, picked up Autumn from the table, examined it, and then picked up Summer. Zhong Jincheng couldn't stop smiling, and he quickly turned up the volume on his phone, letting Lu Yuanqiu's singing fill the entire office. Isn't it nice? Haha, we used to be in a band together and performed at your company's annual meeting. Liang Jingfeng and I are super close, and I know Uncle Liang too. Zhong Jincheng began to exaggerate. There's no point in mentioning him, kid. Mr. Liang can't interfere with our affairs here, the man with glasses replied, looking at the autumn on the cup, almost certain. Huh? Oh. Zhong Jincheng responded with some surprise, closing his mouth and placing the phone playing music on the table, pushing it forward. Sure enough, this manager still prefers listening to music. The prince came to solicit investment for a project he personally participated in at school, and the higher-ups didn't even notify him. What on earth does this mean? Chapter 667. He's about to become general manager. Could this be a test for the investment department? This bassist doesn't even know the crown prince's identity, yet he sent him here to solicit investment without even giving any information. His intentions are too obvious. No wonder Xiao Liang didn't mention anything when he called, only offering an objective assessment. If it doesn't work, forget it. Is this group testing our investment department? Testing our vision? Is this the so-called 3 fires of a new official? The bespectacled man glanced at Zhong Jincheng beside him, his mind racing with speculation. He adjusted his glasses with a smug look and snorted subtly. The crown prince's tactics are still a little naive, unless he's just testing the waters. The song is great, but it's not why I'm sitting here again. The man with glasses sat down, flicked his hands to the side, then pointed forward with his right hand. He said seriously, I'm suddenly very interested in the plot of your comic. I think it's a very, very innovative marketing method, especially targeting college students. Manager. Zhong Jincheng excitedly slammed the table, his face flushing. You have excellent vision. This is exactly what I was thinking. Dad, why did I hear that the general manager of the branch is being transferred and replaced by a young man? Someone said he's the heir apparent of the Lu group? In the cafe, Liang Jingfeng suddenly remembered the rumors he'd heard from the cleaning lady on the way, which made him a little worried about changes at his father's place. When his coffee was no longer scalding, Mr. Liang took a sip, glanced up at his son, and warned, keep your voice down. Walls have ears. He's still here. Do you think this transfer is just a simple one? Liang Jingfeng quickly lowered his voice. Did the general manager offend the head office? He made his own mistake. Just listen to it, don't make it public. Mr. Liang finished, then recalled his son's first words and sighed. Yes, the crown prince will soon ascend the throne. Son, build good relationships with your classmates while you're in school. It pay off. Those few of my bad friends. They're actually pretty good people, I know that, Liang Jingfeng replied. The father and son were clearly not on the same page. Mr. Liang simply smiled, silently calling him a fool, and said nothing more. He had worked hard for decades until now, his applications to transfer to the Luqing head office repeatedly rejected. Yet, his son, having casually enrolled in school, had become a close friend of the Lu family's crown prince. Comparing yourself to others is frustrating. It's fate. If Lu Yuanqiu hadn't asked, he would have wanted to expose him in front of his son. Not long after Zhong Jincheng left, a woman who looked like a young woman hurried into the conference room where the investment had just been discussed. Seeing only the smiling man with glasses sitting there, he asked, "Where's the student who was trying to get investment for the milk tea shop?" The man's expression changed. "Sister Xiaoyu. You knew? They'd already announced it? Why didn't I get any information?" The woman addressed as Sister Xiao frowned. "Nonsense. Are you qualified? I heard he talked to you." "Why would he talk to you? I'm the manager of the investment department." The man thought for a moment and came up with a possible scenario. "Maybe you're so busy, Xiao Liang couldn't reach you, so he had to contact me, the deputy." Sister Xiao immediately stepped forward, her expression serious. "The prince arranged for me to approve that student's application today a few days ago, and told me not to reveal his identity." "Don't tell me. You said everything?" No, absolutely not." The man with glasses waved his hand in response. He lowered his head slightly, a bit bewildered, his thoughts momentarily tangled. So the prince had informed him. It wasn't a test? "So do you agree?" "Yes. I agree. Absolutely. I think that idea has potential." Sister Xiao glanced at the man with glasses curiously, turned, and walked out of the meeting room. She picked up her phone and made a call, her tone suddenly becoming flattering. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Everything's been arranged. Your classmates have already gone home." In dormitory 401, Lu Yuanqiu nodded yes. Sister Xiao hesitated for a moment, then explained, "There was a small mistake. They said your identity wasn't exposed, but I'm not sure. If it was, I'd like to ask, would the impact on you be serious?" Lu Yuanqiu looked at the plot he had just written on the computer screen and smiled slightly. "Not serious, but it doesn't matter. I can't hide it for much longer. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the comic plot on the screen and whispered, "I just can't bear to see this pure beauty ruined. I keep it hidden for as long as I can." Sister Xiao didn't quite understand, so she could only laugh and say, "Oh, okay. Just let me know if you need anything." Lu Yuanqiu, okay, hanging up. He was currently writing the first chapter of the comic plot, which depicted the daily high school dorm life of the sunny boy Qiu and his best friends Feng, Cheng, and Shuang. The setting did have some minor changes, but Lu Yuanqiu had so many images in his mind for the daily plot. Ding ding ding. "Bai Qingxia, can you come over and help move the tables and chairs?" "Lu, the member of Xia Yuan Noodles. Lu Yuanqiu, call me baby." "Bai Qingxia, forget it." Lu Yuanqiu smiled, shutting down his computer and, on his way out, calling the free laborers from dormitories 401 and 402. In just 4 days, the renovations for Xia Yuan Noodles were complete. Dabo directly rejected the school's designated decorator and hired his own professional team, creating an exquisite and luxurious Xia Yuan Noodles shop downstairs from the women's dormitory in Building H. Since she had already planned to hand over the recipe to Lu's company, Bai Qingxia readily accepted the financial support. However, Wei Jiyu, unaware of the truth, kept muttering, "Bai Qingxia has truly become a rich woman. Her new shop is so lavish." On the way to Building H, Zheng Yifeng placed his hand on Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder and whispered, "My second uncle told me that Daohe will be arranging a group of interns to visit Baishi headquarters soon. He had extra documents, so he gave me 3. Lu Yuanqiu paused. Taoist priest's finger and the others turned around and looked at him in confusion. "Why aren't you leaving? You're not planning on treating us to dinner?" "Lu Yuanqiu, what does your second uncle mean?" "Zheng Yifeng, my second uncle wants me to handle these 3 documents. It's none of his business. The date is next Saturday." Lu Yuanqiu smiled faintly. He wanted to go inside Baishi headquarters to see what was going on, but at this moment, he wanted to take this opportunity to let Bai Qingxia truly witness her father's former glory. Your return ticket is here. Lu Yuanqiu patted Zheng Yifeng on the shoulder. Zheng Yifeng smiled but said nothing, nodding. Chapter 668. On the first floor of Block H, the women's dormitory, the sign for Xia E1 noodles was more than 3 times larger than the one at Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant. Colorful lights hung around it, and a noodle poster was posted on the glass door. Even the entrance steps were covered in a red carpet. As soon as Lu Yuanqiu and the others arrived, they saw many of the shop owners from Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant rushing over to join in the fun. At first, these shop owners had pointed fingers at Xia E1 noodles, but now their expressions changed, enthusiastically helping Bai Qingxia carry tables and chairs inside. The uncles and aunties were still polite. After all, they had been neighbors for a while. Of course, it was also possible that they saw Bai Qingxia's current status. Opening a shop in this location and decorating it so luxuriously was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. The classmates didn't think that was that complicated. They simply thought that Bai Qingxia deserved this kind of treatment, since she was famous and had made a lot of money. Lu Yuanqiu surveyed the scene and guessed why Bai Qingxia had called them over. Perhaps she felt a little embarrassed, or perhaps unaccustomed, to seeing older men and women helping move things. Isn't everything almost done? Finkel glanced around. Let's go in and take a look. Pushing open the glass door, the first thing that caught his eye was a neatly arranged row of warm orange tables and chairs, and an exquisitely decorated counter in front. Behind the counter was a dedicated kitchen, with a small door wide enough for one person to enter and exit. Bai Qingxia was bent over sweeping sawdust from the floor. She wore a pink sweater and a long white skirt, her hair tied in thick, dark pigtails. From behind, she looked fresh and elegant. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised to notice that her third sister and Su Miaomiu were also in the store. They were in their first and second year of graduate school, and they were said to live in the same dormitory building. At this moment, Lu Doqing was tugging at Su Miaomiu's arm, yelling something. Su Miaomiu glanced at Zheng Yifeng, whose expression immediately turned strange. Lu Doqing, go to the infirmary. No need. It's not that I'm sick. How can I explain this to you? Su Miaomiu looked overwhelmed and cast a pleading look at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu then realized it was Su Miaomiu with the strawberry mark on her neck. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the suspect. Zheng Yifeng tactfully dodged and went to adjust the table and chairs. Lu Yuanqiu then looked at Bai Qingxia. Something was clearly happening over there with her third sister, but Bai Qingxia studiously avoided looking over there. Something's wrong. Did she figure out how the strawberry marks came about? Bai Qingxia turned around and saw Lu Yuanqiu. She didn't say anything, simply pointing to the tables and chairs outside. The Taoist priest and the others understood and went out to help. Lu Yuanqiu pointed to third sister and smiled, indicating that he had something to attend to. Bai Qingxia lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze, and continued bending over to sweep the floor. Third sister. Lu Yuanqiu yelled. Lu Doqing turned around and immediately reported to her brother, she's sick. She has a rash on her neck. It's not a rash. It's something every girl gets when she reaches a certain age. It's normal. You're still young, so it hasn't started yet. Lu Doqing's eyes widened. Really? Lu Yuanqiu's fabricated words immediately made Su Miaomiu humiliated. She lowered her head and walked to the other side of the shop. I'm going to put up the murals over there. There are so many of them. Why did it feel like Teacher Su was scolding him? Lu Yuanqiu glanced back. Suddenly, his third sister tugged at his sleeve subtly, raised her head, and asked curiously, How old are you, senior? Senior? Teacher Su? Lu Yuanqiu replied, I think I'm 25 this year. Lu Doqing looked down and counted on her fingers. Then I have 3 years left before I get a rash. Lu Yuanqiu, Never mind, she'd definitely forget about this in 3 years. Seeing that the tables and chairs were almost moved, Lu Yuanqiu went to find Bai Qingxia. He reached for her shoulder, but the girl seemed to have been eavesdropping. Before Lu Yuanqiu could reach her, she turned, her hands gripping the top of the broom handle, blinking at him. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Seeing he wasn't busy, Bai Qingxia continued sweeping, whispering, You're really good at fooling your sister. I saw Zheng Yifeng kissing Teacher Su. So crazy. Kissing right in front of you? No, Bai Qingxia said softly, leaning on the broom and glancing at Teacher Su, who was complaining about the murals. They were hiding in the woods behind the lab building and kissing secretly, and Chow Chow and I ran into them. So exciting? Bai Qingxia seemed to want to laugh at Lu Yuanqiu's comment, but she felt it was inappropriate, so she forced herself to suppress it. The change in expression made Lu Yuanqiu laugh. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's laughter, Su Miaomiu turned back warily. Lu Yuanqiu immediately tightened his lips, frowning, and mentally recounted his sorrow. Alas, he feigned a sigh. Bai Qingxiao couldn't help but smile, lowering her head and walking out of the store with the broom. The new sauce hadn't even been made yet. After cleaning the shop, Bai Qingxiao ordered takeout from Ringjin Yanhua and treated everyone to lunch. As they were eating, Zhong Jincheng ran in excitedly, accompanied by Liang Jingfeng. Ha ha ha. I got sponsorship. Lu Group is investing 150,000 to help me open my shop. Wow. Zhong Jincheng was so excited that he jumped over and clapped Lu Yuanqiu on the back. Liang Jingfeng, who was behind him, followed with a bewildered look on his face. He had already planned to comfort Zhong Jincheng, but this guy came to him excitedly and said it was a success. Finger wiped his mouth in shock. Holy crap. 150,000? You sold yourself to them? Even if I were sold, I wouldn't be worth 150,000, Zhong Jincheng said self-deprecatingly. Bai Qingxiao was looking at Lu Yuanqiu, and Lu Yuanqiu was looking at Zhong Jincheng and laughing. Alright, then let's all congratulate Mr. Zhong on his grand opening. Lu Yuanqiu raised his arms, leading everyone in the shop to applaud. My school application hasn't even been approved yet, and the funding has already arrived. Zhong Jincheng scoffed and sat down. He opened the paper bag he had brought with him, and placed the 8 milk teacups inside on the shared dining table. That's quite a drawing. Finger praised. Before Zhong Jincheng could compliment his girlfriend, Lu Doqing responded, Wei Wei likes to draw comics. She had already recognized the artist. Su Miaomiu had also heard about what Zhong Jincheng was going to do. She picked up her own comic book image, took a look, and said in a low voice, Who wrote this character profile? Zhong Jincheng immediately pointed at Lu Yuanqiu, distancing himself from the topic. Hobby, Autumn. Bai Qingxiao held her milk teacup in both hands, her face flushed instantly, her ears steaming. Lu Yuanqiu, sitting across from her, watched her reaction and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, turning his head away. Bai Qingxiao silently placed her milk teacup back into Zhong Jincheng's paper bag, pretending not to notice. Chapter 669. Stupid Zhong Jincheng. At least wait until the milk tea is online before showing it to others. You're letting the creator and the created sit together. It could easily get someone killed. Lu Yuanqiu gave Su Miaomiu and Zhang Yifeng an awkward yet polite smile. After dinner, he found Bai Qingxiao alone and told her what Zhang Yifeng had mentioned on their arrival. At the mention of the Baishi headquarters, Bai Qingxiao's expression instantly calmed. This was a place with which she was inextricably linked. The very foundation of the headquarters, the secret formula, was now in her hands, yet the company her father had founded was now owned by someone else. What kind of feeling was that? Lu Yuanqiu felt that even he couldn't truly empathize with her. Go ahead, just take a look, Bai Qingxiao replied with just 6 simple words. That evening, under Lu Yuanqiu's supervision, Bai Qingxiao began preparing the noodle sauce. The kitchen was divided into 2 sections. The outer section housed the noodle cooking area, while the inner section housed a small cooking area, ensuring strict confidentiality. My uncle had specifically requested this when he sent the renovations. Shuda University's security was no pushover, so there was no need to worry about Zhang Jincheng resorting to force or the unpredictable presence of spies. Lu Yuanqiu watched Bai Qingxiao prepare the sauce, always keeping a tissue handy to wipe the sweat from her forehead. It's too tight. It's okay in winter, but it's scorching hot in the summer. Maybe I have someone install an air conditioner later, Lu Yuanqiu said. Bai Qingxiao shook her head. No, I need a warmer room. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly remembered that Bai Qingxiao always prepared a large number of sauce packets before winter arrived. It seemed she hadn't made sauce in the winter. Could it be related to the temperature? Looking at the production process before him, Lu Yuanqiu still couldn't understand how Bai Qingxiao had managed to trick even the professional testers into missing 5 ingredients. Which 5 ingredients were they? If I give you a taste of the sauce packet for White Rhino Classic, can you tell which 5 ingredients they left out? Huh? Bai Qingxiao raised her head in confusion. The next day, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao went to the supermarket on campus together. They walked to the instant noodle section and, as expected, saw a row of White Rhino Classic bottled noodles on the shelves. Amusingly, Lu Yuanqiu had asked the supermarket clerk, and she was told that virtually no one was buying White Rhino Classic. While it did sell well outside the school, it was completely unpopular inside Judo. Lu Yuanqiu placed 2 buckets in the basket and said to Bai Qingxiao, many students have already noticed the similarities between the Baishi Classic and Xia Yuan noodles. However, students at the other 3 campuses won't be able to tell who copied whom. After all, your noodles aren't very popular there, and they don't know as much as the people at Wanfeng. Bai Qingxia, so what should we do? Bai Qingxia felt a little uncomfortable just seeing the words Baishi Classic, especially after learning about the past. Lu Yuanqiu, it's simple. Just build up your reputation at the other 3 campuses. Once it becomes popular, people will naturally discuss it online. The students of Huafeng are no pushovers either. They know the time Xia Yu and Noodles appeared, and will defend us. Who do you think passers-by would be more inclined to believe was the original, Baishi or you? Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's question, Bai Qingxia bit her lip awkwardly. Baishi, I'm just an ordinary student. No, you're just an ordinary student, which just means you're in the underdog group. Most people will subjectively side with the underdog, assuming a major company like Baishi can provide evidence of plagiarism. But they can't. We started earlier, have a different recipe, and a different production process. We have absolute advantage. So, we have to maintain our status as the underdog while also preventing the online debate about who plagiarized whom. We can only limit the discussion to Zhuhai University. And right now, we can't let the Lu group get involved. If they do, it become a cliched business war. Our current role is just ordinary people defending their rights. Lu Yuanqiu's thinking was clear, and Bai Qingxia nodded after understanding. First, I think about how to make Xia Yu and Noodles popular on the other 3 campuses, Lu Yuanqiu whispered. As the 2 of them passed by Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant, carrying their shopping bags, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly, and without warning hugged Bai Qingxia from behind and held her back against a corner. He hushed Bai Qingxia and leaned over with a frown. Bai Qingxia's breathing was a little heavy, and she carefully held his arm, not looking up. 2 men in ordinary clothes were wandering around the main entrance of Ringjian Fireworks Restaurant. They were clearly neither students nor teachers. They were looking inside the restaurant, their eyes fixed on Xia Yu Wanmian. The 2 men quickly left. Lu Yuanqiu saw a black car parked not far away, but the 2 men didn't get in. Instead, they walked towards Building H, with the black car slowly following behind them. Go to Lu Wanquan's dormitory first, Lu Yuanqiu said to Bai Qingxia. What about you? Bai Qingxia clutched his arm. What could be going on at school? I go check it out. Okay, be careful and call me. The 2 parted ways at this point. Lu Yuanqiu followed casually behind, seeing the group only come to Building H and observe for a moment before the 2 men got in the car and drove away from the school. Zhang Jisheng had indeed made a move. Half an hour later, Lu Yuanqiu was sitting in the shop. Xia Yu Noodles hadn't officially opened yet. Qi Chaoqiao was diligently mopping the floor, passing by Lu Yuanqiu repeatedly. Keep going, Xiaoqiao, Lu Yuanqiu said with a smile. Qi Caocao's face was sullen, and she ignored him. Ding ding ding. Bai Qingxia, Chun Chun said she wanted to be the security chief for Xia Yu Noodles. Lu Yuanqiu, 6. As long as no one forced their way into the kitchen, there wouldn't be a problem. Breaking in was unlikely. Zhang Jisheng probably realized that stealing the production process from the school wouldn't work. Lu Yuanqiu was worried he might come up with something else. Could Bai Qingxia get a personal security guard? Lu Wanchun? Oh right, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly had an idea for how to make Xia Yu Noodles famous on the other 3 campuses. Ask for an endorsement. The only spokesperson Bai Qingxia could afford, as a student, was definitely Long Liandong, a fellow Zhuhai University student. Although Bai Qingxia was well known across the 4 campuses due to her popularity and promotional videos, it pales in comparison to Long Liandong's celebrity status. Lu Yuanqiu, you and your security team leader come over here. I contact someone else. Half an hour later. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter gathered at Xia Yu Noodles. Long Liandong still looked half dead. Chapter 670. 4 people sat at the edge of a table, Lu Wanchun and Long Liandong on one side, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia on the other. Lu Yuanqiu was about to start a conversation when Lu Wanchun suddenly asked Long Liandong something puzzling. You couldn't help yourself and came here? Long Liandong frowned slightly, then looked at the bare table and said coldly, I don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Yuanqiu asked me to come here today, saying it was important. Oh, you must have been so happy back then? Lu Wanchun said sarcastically. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia simultaneously examined the 2 people across from them, each with a tinge of melon in their eyes. Bai Qingxia had some suspicions. To avoid embarrassing Long Liandong with her outspoken best friend, she quickly sat up straight and greeted the person across from her. Long time no see, classmate Long. Strangely, of the 3 people present, Long Liandong's expression was only less icy when facing her former rival, Bai Qingxia. She replied with a faint smile, long time no see. TSK, Lu Wanchun curled her lips, resting her chin on her hands in a disdainful expression. She had just said that because Long Liandong had sent her a message during winter break. The message contained only 3 words. What are you doing? Lu Wanchun was completely stumped by her words. Long Liandong was unlikely to initiate contact with her. Assuming he had something important to discuss, Lu Wanchun asked, "What's up?" Long Liandong replied, "Nothing, just asking." After a few more messages, Lu Wanchun realized that Long Liandong was simply looking for small talk. How terrifying. Someone like Long Liandong would actually look for her. Something must be fishy. After chatting for about 10 sentences, Long Liandong, after a brief silence, asked, "Where are Lu Yuanqiu and the others?" The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. A flash of lightning struck Lu Wanchun's mind, and she instantly understood the purpose of this expressionless woman's small talk. She was just trying to find out about Lu Yuanqiu's whereabouts, and so, it seemed they hadn't seen each other for months since Su Tuo. This expressionless woman must be horny. What are you laughing at? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly interrupted Lu Wanchun's imaginary drama. What's it to you, you philandering scumbag? Lu Wanchun grumbled, turning away and crossing his legs. Lu Yuanqiu? ? Long Liandong's expression remained unchanged as he gracefully took a sip from his water glass. Afraid the conversation might stray, Bai Qingxiao reached out and tugged at Lu Yuanqiu's arm, asking, "What's the matter? Tell me." Lu Yuanqiu spread his hands. "There's no one else here, so I just get straight to the point." This brought a subtle hint of joy to Long Liandong's face, but his tone remained cold. "Just say it." Lu Yuanqiu, it's common knowledge that I'm the owner of Xia E1 Noodles, so how could I not know something so obscure? You're the owner, so what's Xia? Lu Wanchun interrupted. Lu Yuanqiu paused, then, with a forced smile, said, "Okay, I'm the second in command here." Lu Wanchun, there are only 4 of us here. Swish. Lu Yuanqiu stood up and lifted his chair, poised to strike. Seeing this, the Taoist priest cleaning nearby immediately dropped his broom and approached. Forget it. It's not easy for anyone. Lu Yuanqiu then put down his chair and pointed at Lu Wanchun. Shut up and listen to me, okay? Chi Chao Chao walked by, mopping the floor and smiling. Oh. Lu Wanchun lowered his head, making a pitiful expression. Xia Yuan Noodles is already well known at the Wanfeng campus, but its influence at the other 3 campuses is still a bit weak, so I was wondering if Long Liandong could help promote it. Lu Yuanqiu said, getting down to business. Lu Wanchun looked over, and Bai Qingxiao was a little surprised. After listening to Lu Yuanqiu's analysis, she still thought of distributing flyers, but Lu Yuanqiu's method was definitely more efficient. She was still too conservative, in every way. Long Liandong, you want my grandfather to help? No. Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath and explained, do you know the White Rhino Classic? There are already rumors on the other 3 campuses that the 2 noodles taste very similar. Some uninformed students even think Xia E1 Noodles copied it. Since Xia E1 Noodles originated at Zhuhai University, logically, the entire student body should be firmly committed to being its spokesperson, rather than the conflicting opinions that are currently circulating. Long Liandong, exposed to public opinion from a young age, quickly understood Lu Yuanqiu's intentions. You want to hype up Xia E1 Noodles within Zhuhai University, then have the students at Wanfeng campus tell the students at the other 3 campuses the truth. Finally, let everyone at Zhuhai University know that Xia E1 Noodles, which originated at Zhuhai University, predates the White Rhino Classic. Lu Yuanqiu snapped his fingers. Yes. Lu Wanchun was puzzled. Since it's not popular on the other 3 campuses, that means the skepticism isn't strong right now. If you become popular, won't the skepticism only grow? Bai Qingxiao watched their discussion with a dazed expression. Lu Yuanqiu, right now, the skepticism isn't strong, but neither is the support. Only when the heat builds and the skepticism grows will Wanfeng students be motivated to stand up for our rights. In other words, we need more students, louder voices, to voice their support. Long Liandong suddenly chuckled, glanced at the table, and offered a pointed analysis. Once things get out of hand, Lu will step in, acting as a major corporation speaking for the underdog, strongly condemning Bai Shi. Then, Xia Yuan Noodles will naturally transfer ownership to Lu, allowing them to flourish there, while Bai Shi Classic will become a flash in the pan. Lu Yuanqiu gave Long Liandong a second look after hearing this. Yes, that was my uncle's idea too, a strategy to gain both fame and fortune, a steady win. But Long Liandong's description was too objective and blunt, making it seem like Lu wasn't a good company. What bothered Lu Yuanqiu most was Bai Qingxiao's misunderstanding of his intentions. Bai Qingxiao hadn't really thought about it that deeply. Unlike Long Liandong and Lu Yuanqiu, she was a girl with a small world and simple thoughts. But she was the only one present who could sense Lu Yuanqiu's mood swings. Rich people have dirty hearts, Lu Wanchun complained, smirking. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly lost the mood to tease her. A moment of silence fell, until a voice nearby retorted. Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu's heart isn't dirty. The other three people at the table all looked at the girl sitting next to Lu Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxia stared at the table, her eyes moving, and then stood up. I go help clean up. You guys chat. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and looked up. Okay. Chapter 671. After Bai Qingxia stood up and left, Long Liandong quietly held the water cup in her hand, not looking up. At that moment, she seemed to understand the difference between herself and Bai Qingxia. Perhaps she really liked herself more than Lu Yuanqiu. Thinking of this, Long Liandong tightened her grip on the water cup. She didn't want to admit that she was increasingly disgusted with her own personality. Sorry, I shouldn't have said these things in front of her. Long Liandong loosened her grip on the water cup and looked up at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. It's okay. Are you saying it's okay because you still need my help? Long Liandong asked. Lu Yuanqiu truly understood why she had no friends. Such bluntness, how could anyone respond? Not really. Everyone's personality is unique. I actually admire your straightforward nature. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. Lu Wanchun, that's true. Miss Long is either straightforward or silent, but she never beats around the bush. But if she inexplicably texts someone what are you doing, she's definitely trying to beat around the bush. Long Liandong turned his head and glared at Lu Wanchun, but he was actually asking Lu Yuanqiu, what's the purpose of this big idiotic guy showing up here today? Without waiting for Lu Yuanqiu to respond, Lu Wanchun leaned in close, eyes wide, puffing out his lips in a cute yet slightly provocative expression. I'm the security captain of Xia Yuan Noodles. Security? Why? Because you're stupid and rich? Long Liandong remained stern. Hearing the word idiot twice, Lu Wanchun's temples throbbed. Well, I'm better than you. You always look so sullen. Did you have an unhappy childhood? Or is it that no one likes you now that you're grown up? Hey, it's okay to argue, but don't escalate it to personal attacks. Lu Yuanqiu circled around and squeezed in between the two men, trying to smooth things over. If Long Liandong hadn't been so strong-willed, Lu Yuanqiu felt Lu Wanchun's words would have brought tears to his eyes. But as he turned around, his expression froze. Tears actually streamed down Long Liandong's face, without warning. Is facial paralysis ultimately destined to be 80%? Lu Yuanqiu quickly pulled out a few pieces of tissue and wiped Long Liandong's face. Oh, what's wrong? It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Long Liandong continued to stare at Lu Wanchun coldly, but after Lu Yuanqiu wiped her tears only flowed more. Bai Qingxia noticed the scene and quickly ran over to take the tissue from Lu Yuanqiu, also wiping Long Liandong's tears. Long Liandong stopped glaring at Lu Wanchun and stood up without a word, preparing to leave. The next moment, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia simultaneously pressed her shoulders and forced her back to sit. Don't go. The young couple seemed terrified of Long Liandong's departure. Lu Wanchun grumbled, I've been acting since I was a kid, so tears just come easily. What's the big deal? Lu Yuanqiu, you're almost speechless. Bai Qingxia, Chun, stop talking. Forced back to sit, Long Liandong took the tissues from Qiu and Xia and began to wipe herself silently. Lu Yuanqiu reflected on Lu Wanchun's words. Based on Long Liandong's upbringing, the two cuts likely affected her tear ducts. Then it was next Friday. After evening self-study, Lu Yuanqiu sent Bai Qingxia to the female dormitory H. According to the agreed time, he and Zhang Yifeng would return to Luqing to serve as undercover interns tomorrow. However, after a week, there was still no news from Long Liandong. Endorsements must be approached in an appropriate way, one that Bai Qingxia, a student, could afford. Xia Yuan Noodles had just opened recently, and the shop was short-staffed. Lu Yuanqiu, working part-time as a writer, lecturer, and noodle cook, had been too busy to think about these matters. Even walking Bai Qingxia back to her dorm today was a rare moment of leisure, and he wasn't sure if Long Liandong had recovered from Lu Wanchun's attack. By the way, Zhong Jincheng's application for the major entrepreneurship program was approved. As they walked hand in hand beneath trees covered in budding flowers, Lu Yuanqiu paused, loosening his hand to wrap his arm around the girl's slender waist. Spring had arrived, and Bai Qingxia's clothing was gradually becoming thinner. A few days ago, she'd often carried around thick winter clothes that felt completely useless, and Lu Yuanqiu had long missed her original curves. Today, Bai Qingxia wore only a preppy shirt and vest, a pleated skirt, and black leggings. Her legs were long and slender, and from behind, she exuded a grace and beauty that words couldn't describe. Where are you at in the plot? Bai Qingxia asked, looking up at him. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. It's about the daily life of the first couple. Their bodies swayed unconsciously from side to side as they pressed together. Bai Qingxia, Qiu and Xia? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Zhong Jincheng wanted me to write about Cheng and Wei first, but I refused. Speaking of which, I have to ask you, what's the most common thing girls with a secret crush do in school? Bai Qingxia actually lowered her eyes and thought, realizing that Lu Yuanqiu was essentially asking her what secret crushes she'd engaged in before. It all boiled down to two words: peeping. Peeping during class, peeping after class, peeping in the hallway, peeping in the playground. Bai Qingxia still glanced up at Lu Yuanqiu, a little arrogant, saying, You're the author, so think for yourself. She refused to answer the question now. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, picked her up, and placed her on the curb. The girl lowered her head, carefully stepping on each of her short boots. The dim streetlight was obscured by the dense branches, casting a shadow over them, as if cloaked in the darkness of the roadside. This was a rare moment of intimacy in a week, and Lu Yuanqiu was reluctant to send her back to the dormitory so soon. He stared into Bai Qingxia's bright eyes in the darkness, then leaned forward, his palm slightly raised to cup Bai Qingxia's hips, clad in her pleated skirt. Bai Qingxia understood what he meant and felt a little shy. Fortunately, there were not many people around and it was dark, so she also stood on tiptoe on the curb. She slowly raised her hands from Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders, her slender arms wrapping around his neck. With Lu Yuanqiu taking the initiative, Bai Qingxia pulled her head back slightly, her lips passively meeting his. This was their first time kissing while standing, and Lu Yuanqiu was surprised to find that Bai Qingxia's legs would grow weaker and weaker as they kissed, until she could no longer stand on the curb, her entire weight resting on him. Seeing Bai Qingxia leaning further and further back, Lu Yuanqiu, distracted by his embrace, nearly fell backwards together. He smiled, stepped over the steps, and teased Bai Qingxia, who was hanging on him. What's wrong with your legs? Did I kiss you so hard? Bai Qingxia regained her balance, swaying her legs back and forth, annoyed and embarrassed. This is so awkward. Let's go! She rushed forward like a plowing calf, her hand still holding Lu Yuanqiu's, but her legs seemed much stronger as she fled. Chapter 672. Slow down. Lu Yuanqiu called from behind. Go, go, go. Bai Qingxia, speaking from the front, spoke rapidly, her voice slurring, making one imagine her lips glistening with moisture. She was very shy, and it was like this after every kiss. She would either hug Lu Yuanqiu tightly, preventing him from looking at her face, avoiding direct eye contact, or she would roll over in bed, covering her face with her hands and lying motionless, feigning death. Or she would pull the quilt over her face, refusing to let go no matter how hard Lu Yuanqiu tried to pull. And now, too, she'd run away after the kiss, like a calf bent over a plow, all brute strength. Lu Yuanqiu deliberately leaned back to counteract the force, while Bai Qingxia stretched out a long, sound in front of him. After every kiss, she would have a brief, shy, coquettish moment, just like the one before her. Lu Yuanqiu felt the most delighted during this time. Just watching was delightful. He rushed forward, embracing Bai Qingxia from behind again, carrying her like a child to the side of the road. He kissed her moist lips again, this time quickly, as someone passed by behind them. The two immediately pretended nothing had happened and continued walking hand in hand. Bai Qingxia walked on the inside, head bowed, quietly raising a hand to smooth down her messy hair. Right, what are we afraid of? Lu Yuanqiu realized belatedly. The guy at the girls' dormitory door kissed much more aggressively than we did. Bai Qingxia finished styling her hair, raised her rosy face, and explained, There are so many couples there, passers-by can't see it all. Okay, then next time, we kiss at the girls' dormitory door. Bai Qingxia's expression became odd. I don't kiss. Lu Yuanqiu paused and questioned her, repeat what you just said. The girl's first word was a resounding, powerful response. After a brief pause, she quickly broke free from Lu Yuanqiu's grip, waving her arms and fleeing, arrogantly repeating the vague words twice. No, no. The enticing figure's presence was even visually captivating, and Lu Yuanqiu was instantly aroused. He immediately gave chase. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Bai Qingxia let out a scream and a laugh, crouching down with her head in her hands. Like an ostrich stuck in the sand when faced with danger, she too buried her head in her knees. Lu Yuanqiu lifted her huddled form, and Bai Qingxia leaned over his shoulders, punching his back with her fists while Lu Yuanqiu slapped her, but... Bang! Pa! The two of them hit each other back and forth, like elementary school students, and continued in this position until they reached the girls' dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu placed Bai Qingxia down in front of him. The girl pouted slightly, staring at his chest with a look of disapproval, her hair slightly disheveled. "We're here," Lu Yuanqiu reminded her, smoothing her hair. Bai Qingxia glanced back and said a cold "oh." She paused at the door. Lu Yuanqiu thought she was going to wave goodbye, but she turned and repeated her words. "No kiss, no kiss." Lu Yuanqiu raised his leg as if to chase her. Bai Qingxia, startled, quickly ran towards the stairs, arms waving. He laughed. It wasn't noticeable after getting to know her, but compared to before, Lu Yuanqiu noticed a significant change in Bai Qingxia's personality, especially the contrast between her public and private behavior. Is this the power of love? Or perhaps, after spending so long together, Bai Qingxia has gradually assimilated to his personality. Early the next morning, Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng waited downstairs in the girls' dormitory. A moment later, Bai Qingxia emerged. Lu Yuanqiu examined her expression. Last night, she had been sly, but today, as she descended the stairs with gentle steps, she had transformed into a serene and beautiful young woman. Bai Qingxia clearly hadn't lost her memory. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's smile as he surveyed her, she responded with a small, gloomy expression. If Zhang Yifeng hadn't been there, Lu Yuanqiu felt she would have run over and punched him in the arm with such purpose. No matter if it hurt Lu Yuanqiu, a punch would have been in the air. "Let's go," Zhang Yifeng said. The two men responded, and the three of them walked side by side, with Lu Yuanqiu standing in the middle. After boarding the high-speed train, Lu Yuanqiu remained in the middle. Bai Qingxia stared blankly at the reflective window, seemingly looking at herself, or perhaps at the platform outside. Lu Yuanqiu set her small table down. Bai Qingxia tilted her head and placed her two delicate, white hands on it, naturally and obediently. She glanced over at Zhang Yifeng, who was sitting in the aisle. He was engrossed in a book titled Cool and Insane CEO, with a garish cover. Zhang Yifeng's tastes had been strange lately. She didn't know why. "Actually, I don't know why I went to Baishi headquarters. I just went in to take a look." Bai Qingxia muttered blankly, turning to look at Lu Yuanqiu. Zhang Yifeng heard it, but he didn't intend to comment on it. He continued reading his domineering CEO novel. Bai Qingxia was only 3 years old when the tragedy occurred. The term white rhino was unfamiliar to her. Even now, knowing the origins, Bai Qingxia still couldn't find a clear purpose for her trip to the white rhino. Just going to take a look? But what good would a look entail? Besides empathizing with the pain of the past, what else could she do? The more she encountered, the more insignificant she felt. She had never had any grand goals. She simply wanted her father to recover, and to protect the simple happiness she currently possessed. She didn't want any risks or changes in her life. "You're just going back to your home to take a look. What else do you need a reason for that?" Lu Yuanqiu asked her. Bai Qingxia lowered her head, staring at her clenched fingers on the table in a daze. But she felt so unfamiliar with this home. After leaving the station, the three of them first took a taxi to Daohe Food. Bai Qingxia noticed an oversized silver sculpture of a wheat ear at the company entrance, and stared at it. Zhang Yifeng pulled out his phone and said, "Wait a moment, I make a call." Soon, a woman in a suit emerged from the company entrance. She greeted the three of them warmly and, without even introducing them, knew Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia's last names. The three of them followed her into Daohe's main entrance. The woman in the suit glanced back at them and said, half-jokingly, "You look like interns at your age, but you're so striking in appearance. You'd better disguise yourself." Lu Yuanqiu exclaimed, "Are you saying I'm handsome, too?" The woman in the suit let out a charming laugh and replied, "Of course. While I can't compare to our young CEO Zheng, my figure and looks are still incredibly recognizable. Miss Bai, for one, is too good to be true." Chapter 673. The so-called disguise actually meant donning an intern's uniform. Lu Yuanqiu found a large uniform and put it on. Zhang Yifeng put on a baseball cap. The woman in the suit had Bai Qingxia tie her hair into a ponytail. Noticing that the ponytail exposed more of her face, making it seem more conspicuous, she had her ponytail removed and found her a baseball cap as well. Not feeling the baseball cap was enough, the woman in the suit found Bai Qingxia a pair of large, black-framed, flat glasses. That's about it. Although this operation only concealed about 40% of Miss Bai's beauty, it's not uncommon to have a pretty girl among the interns. After taking another look at Bai Qingxia, the woman in the suit began to examine Zhang Yifeng. Once she was sure he was okay, she looked at Lu Yuanqiu, thought for a moment, and then found him a disposable black mask. "Why am I covering more than the other two?" Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. The woman in the suit smiled. Because you look so much like Mr. Liu, there are still many old employees at Baishi who recognize him. Lu Yuanqiu said, okay, and the woman in the suit handed them their intern ID badges. After Bai Qingxia put it on, Lu Yuanqiu reached out and helped her push her hair out of the way. Come with me. The three of them continued to follow the woman in the suit. Lu Yuanqiu observed Bai Qingxia from behind, sighing inwardly that no matter what a beautiful woman wears, her back has a completely different aura than that of an ordinary person. Bai Qingxia turned around at this moment. Her stunning beauty, even masked by her baseball cap and large glasses, still stood out in Lu Yuanqiu's view. She waved, and Lu Yuanqiu immediately followed. At first, Bai Qingxia simply raised her hand to grasp his arm, but gradually, it became a habit, as it gave her a sense of security. They were about to go to Baishi, or, as Lu Yuanqiu put it, return to her true home. Bai Qingxia felt a little nervous. Lu Yuanqiu, isn't that a bit conspicuous? Bai Qingxia whispered back, isn't it normal for a couple of interns to be together? Lu Yuanqiu smiled briefly but remained silent. He knew Bai Qingxia was a little nervous, so he jokingly followed up her question. So it's normal for this couple to kiss while touring Baishi company, right? This response left Bai Qingxia speechless, and she pinched Lu Yuanqiu's waist with her free hand. Be serious, she said, frowning. Zhang Yifeng's voice came from the side. Don't worry, there are more interns than you think. Even if you do something more extreme than kissing in the team, no one will notice. Fuck. Did you just hear our conversation? Lu Yuanqiu turned back in surprise. Bai Qingxia's exposed earlobes were already red. Zhang Yifeng continued to smile without saying anything. He was always so deadpan, and he always looked so handsome. The woman in the suit led the three of them to another exit of the company. Two blue buses were parked in the square inside the main gate. Gazing at the interns in their uniforms lining the bus's windows, Lu Yuanqiu understood why Zhang Yifeng had said that. Pick one and I take you there, the woman in the suit said. Lu Yuanqiu was about to leave when the woman in the suit suddenly called out from behind, wait a minute. What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu turned around. The woman in the suit glanced at Zhang Yifeng and warned the three of them, don't ever mention Zhang Yifeng in public. Mr. Zhang is very well known at Dahe Company. Zhang Yifeng was a little confused. How could I not know about this? The woman in the suit gave an awkward laugh. You're not coming to the company. It's your second uncle who's promoting you. He often hangs your picture on the wall during meetings and makes promises to the young female employees. Bai Qingxia seemed to have figured out what this big pancake was. A nephew showing off maniac? Lu Yuanqiu chimed in amusedly. The woman in the suit nodded. Zhang Yifeng, let's go, let's go. His scalp suddenly tingled, and he quickly beckoned Lu Yuanqiu and the others to board the bus on the left. The bus was filled with interns from Dahe Company in uniform. The trio immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, two of them were wearing baseball caps, and one was wearing a mask. Even the driver turned his head and glanced at them curiously. Zhang Yifeng and Bai Qingxia both lowered their heads, Bai Qingxia out of guilt, Zhang Yifeng out of sheer fear. Only Lu Yuanqiu walked to the back of the bus with his head held high, humming a song. He almost wanted to take off his mask. There was no way any of these new recruits would recognize his grandfather. The three of them found an empty seat and sat down. Zhang Yifeng had barely settled in when he noticed a short girl sitting next to him by the window. He hadn't noticed, so he immediately got up, feeling his seat was burning, and found another empty seat in the back row. The short female in turn glanced back curiously, but all she could see was a deliberately lowered hat brim. She vaguely remembered the lower half of the boy's face as being quite attractive. Bai Qingxia adjusted her glasses. They were a bit too big and kept sliding down, and her face was too small. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu simply took off the glasses and put them on himself. Bai Qingxia, feeling guilty, reached out to grab them. What are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu grabbed her hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed it, saying, just pull your hat brim down. Learn from Zheng. From Jin. That stuffy, quirky guy. The short female in turn next to her glanced over, and Bai Qingxia instinctively lowered her hat brim. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt like laughing. Scaredy xia, and no one in the car knew her. The car started, and along with the engine roar came another voice. Zhang Yifeng, wake up! Zhang Yifeng's lunch break alarm rang. It was the sound Su Miaomiu had recorded. Startled, Zhang Yifeng tossed his phone around in his hand, then quickly threw it into Lu Yuanqiu's hands. Everyone in the car turned to look. Lu Yuanqiu's phone was still ringing, Su Miaomiu's voice yelling, Zhang Yifeng, wake up! Lu Yuanqiu's first reaction was that Bai Qingxia would definitely record an alarm for him when they got home. He quickly turned off his phone's alarm, then raised his awkward gaze to the interns in front of him, who were looking back at him. This caused Bai Qingxia to bury her head in embarrassment. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly pinched his fingers together and spoke in a shrill voice. "Ah, boys can't like our young CO Zheng." "Who said that?" Although the interns weren't very familiar with each other, this obvious joke still caused everyone in the car to burst into laughter. One boy raised his thumb and shouted, "Brother, have guts. Try to marry young CO Zheng soon." "Have guts?" Lu Yuanqiu cursed inwardly. Bai Qingxia smiled down. Lu Yuanqiu pinched her thigh. Bai Qingxia snorted, shrank to the side, and turned to glare at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled, and was about to toss his phone to Zheng Yifeng, when he noticed the short female intern next to him was narrowing her eyes, studying Zheng Yifeng in the back seat. Zheng Yifeng's hand nearly pressed the brim of his hat against his face. "Oh no! This girl knows." Zheng Yifeng threw the phone at her. Chapter 674. Bai Qingxia also silently gazed at the scene nearby. Lu Yuanqiu practically held his breath. Just when he expected the girl next to him to yell Zheng Yifeng, the one who'd peeked over settled back into her seat. Lu Yuanqiu's tense expression instantly relaxed, and he saw Bai Qingxia's chest rise and fall. Zheng Yifeng lifted the brim of his hat, his expression slightly awkward. Lu Yuanqiu waved gently and tossed him his phone. Although the alarms were no longer ringing, Zheng Yifeng still turned them off one by one. Two blue buses drove to the center of the street, one after another. The scenery outside the windows quickly flashed by. With a swish, Lu Yuanqiu drew the curtain shut, casting a shadow over the faces of the three people behind him. The bus had been driving for about half an hour. Lu Yuanqiu slightly parted the curtains, and finally saw the Baishi headquarters building. The building's exterior resembled a cubic sapphire, its surface reflecting the sky and clouds. It looked luxurious and impressive, and honestly, far more beautiful than the Lu Corporation headquarters building. Lu Yuanqiu had only seen it online before. Today was his first time seeing it in person. He nudged Bai Qingxia, only to realize she was lost in thought. Bai Qingxia came to her senses, resting her right hand on the brim of her hat as she leaned toward the window. The sunlight from outside shone a golden hue on the lower half of her delicate face, and the blue shadow of the White Rhino building was reflected in her pupils. This was her first time seeing the White Rhino building. It was far more beautiful than she had imagined, like a square blue giant lying there peacefully. It was hard to imagine the amount of thought and time Bai Songjia had put into its design. Bai Qingxia stared at it for a long time, as if hoping to recall some scene. It was like the scene in The Last Emperor, a tourist returning to her former home. Unfortunately, she had left home so young that her memory of it was completely blank. So, before she was 3, she had been a little princess of a wealthy family, the mistress of this very building. A faint smile suddenly crossed Bai Qingxia's face. She had once believed her life of misery began the moment she was born. Lu Yuanqiu quietly watched the girl's expression shift. He understood the meaning behind many of Bai Qingxia's smiles. "Do you want to take it back?" Lu Yuanqiu asked tentatively. "What?" "The White Rhino." After hearing this, Bai Qingxia's expression gradually calmed down. She glanced at Lu Yuanqiu awkwardly, unable to answer the question for a long time. Seeing the quandary on her face, Lu Yuanqiu didn't think she lacked ambition. He simply felt pity. A girl who had just emerged from hardship couldn't possibly display her aggressive, predatory side, even if the wealth was already hers. Sometimes, Lu Yuanqiu desperately wished she could be more assertive, more greedy, at least brave enough to fight for what was rightfully hers while protecting herself. But Bai Qingxia simply couldn't do that. She was too easily satisfied. Seeing Bai Qingxia's frustration and not being able to answer the question, Lu Yuanqiu smiled, hugged her, and said, "It's okay, it's okay." He knew what Bai Qingxia was thinking deep down, but Bai Qingxia also believed her own limited power was like a gnat trying to shake a tree. "Silly girl, you always forget that behind you lies the mighty Lu Corporation, unwaveringly protecting you." Two buses drove into the White Rhino's gates one after another. Bai Qingxia held Lu Yuanqiu's hand, unwilling to let go. Zheng Yifeng quietly waited for the girl in the seat in front of him to get off before rising from his seat, holding onto his hat. At first, he'd wanted to follow along to see the White Rhino headquarters, but now he regretted it. Second Uncle's actions were nothing short of a backstab. Up ahead, a guide with a small B microphone on his waist waved and called for assembly. Young people in intern uniforms gathered at a leisurely pace. The guide didn't rush them into the company's interior, but instead led everyone to a massive sculpture. It was a giant white rhino, surrounded by a fountain in the sunlight. Because of the mist, Bai Qingxia could even see a small, curved rainbow. "Make way! Make way!" Make way. He. A sudden shout rang out, and everyone turned to see an elderly man driving a cleaning truck past the sculpture. The intern stepped back. The guide, nearly hit, watched the cleaning man's back in bewilderment as he drove away. He turned to the White Rhino receptionist and asked, "What's going on?" "He's Old Wu, a longtime cleaner at the company. He's a bit of a lunatic, but he works very hard. He's been at White Rhino for over a decade, and they haven't let him go," the White Rhino employee explained. "I see. Alright then. Let's continue. You've probably all seen the famous White Rhino sculpture at the main entrance of the White Rhino building online, right? Even if you haven't, you've probably seen it on instant noodle boxes, right?" The guide looked at the crowd. "I've seen it." "Then does anyone know why this rhino is white?" The guide said, hands on his hips, a hint of pride, keeping the subject in suspense. The White Rhino employee nearby changed expression and turned to look. Bai Qingxia raised her head after hearing this. She needed to raise her head to see the entire sculpture clearly. The massive rhino looked majestic and domineering in her eyes. Combined with the rainbow beside it, she felt like she had dreamed of something. Seeing no one knew, the guide was about to speak when the White Rhino employee next to him suddenly coughed and whispered something in his ear. The guide gave him a meaningful look and changed the subject, moving on to something else. No one paid attention to this small detail. Everyone, except Lu Yuanqiu and the other two, shielded their heads from the scorching sun. Zhang Yifeng and Lu Yuanqiu exchanged glances, then turned their heads, and suddenly noticed a girl beside them, observing him intently from the side. It was the girl sitting in the front row of the bus. Zhang Yifeng's body stiffened instantly. Why was this guy haunting her? He wouldn't expose her, and then he kept staring at her. What was he trying to do? He quietly moved around to stand on Lu Yuanqiu's other side. The crowd began to follow the guide into the company. Bai Qingxia fanned her face. It wasn't hot today, but the sun was strong, thankfully shielded by a baseball cap. She saw that Lu Yuanqiu's temples were already sweating. Taking advantage of a break in the crowd, Bai Qingxia took out her phone and took a picture of the White Rhino sculpture. Lu Yuanqiu noticed this small gesture. Noticing Lu Yuanqiu's gaze, Bai Qingxia shook her phone slightly and hesitantly explained, "Just take a picture." "Of course." Chapter 675. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. "Silly girl, there's nothing illegal about taking photos openly, so why are you acting so guilty?" The three of them followed the crowd. The tour was a bit boring for Zhang Yifeng. After all, the internal environment of the company was pretty much the same. But Lu Yuanqiu felt differently. He didn't know how Bai Qingxia felt, but whenever he thought of this place, created by Uncle Bai, he found the scene quite dreamy. It was as if he closed his eyes, he could see Bai Songjia, dressed in a suit and tie, walking down the cobblestone path before him. Perhaps he was holding a little girl of 2 or 3 in his arms, with a beautiful woman by his side, and a mischievous little boy skipping around beside him. Lu Yuanqiu turned and watched the family pass by. Each of them was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, looking elegant, chatting and laughing, full of happiness. But the next moment, the figures disappeared, and the scene before him took on a new sense of reality, yet within that reality, it was tinged with a sense of desolation and sadness. The now-grown girl slowly moved along with a group of interns, occasionally snapping photos of her surroundings with her phone, like a simple tourist. Before arriving, Bai Qingxia had said she didn't know the point of coming here, but once she arrived, she couldn't put her phone down. Lu Yuanqiu didn't remember her ever being so fond of taking photos before. Soon, the guide led them indoors, into a spacious exhibition hall. The high walls were covered with photos, accompanied by text that seemed to describe the history of the White Rhino. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia looked up, hoping to see what they wanted to see, but there was nothing, completely gone. It was as if someone had erased any trace of Bai Songjia's past. Every introduction mentioned Zhang Jisheng as the founder, even including a photo of him and a rhino. Bai Qingxia paused, holding her phone, before finally snapping a picture on the disgusting photo wall. If Lu Yuanqiu hadn't so firmly insisted that her father owned the company, she might never have believed she had any connection to it. Lu Yuanqiu noticed a change in the expression of the girl beside him. He took her hand, a questioning look on his face. Bai Qingxia glanced over, paused, then put down her phone and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have sold him that portion of noodles back at school." "Okay," Lu Yuanqiu muttered to himself, feeling a little irritation at Bai Qingxia's impotence. Zhang Yifeng felt someone poking his arm. He turned his head and saw, sure enough, it was the same girl. He was frantic and about to hide, but after a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, "What's up?" The girl's eyes were constantly examining the outline of his hat. Zhang Yifeng simply lifted the brim to reveal his identity, glancing sideways with a less than confident look. Do you recognize me? The girl covered her mouth with her hand in shock, her expression exaggerated. Okay, so she hadn't dared to confirm. Zhang Yifeng's expression remained blank. Lu Yuanqiu glanced to the side, his eyes slightly wide open in surprise. He saw Zhang Yifeng, like a puppet, posing for photos with the girl on the bus. He gave Lu Yuanqiu a desperate, pleading look, but Lu Yuanqiu simply smiled and ignored him. How could he interfere? He just complied with her requests. I hope Zhang Yifeng can hold his ground. He turned and saw that Bai Qingxia had already put her phone away. Not filming anymore? Bai Qingxia shook her head, offering a slightly dry smile. Lu Yuanqiu suspected she might be feeling lost, or perhaps resentful, because she hadn't found even a trace of her father's presence. But if she could relate to these feelings, then Lu Yuanqiu would consider this trip to Baishi to be meaningful. After all, she had always lacked empathy for the Baishi robbery. Having lived through hardship, it was hard for her to believe that glory had once belonged to her. Seeing the girl's gloom, Lu Yuanqiu thought for a moment and suggested, go out for some fresh air? Buy a bottle of water. Bai Qingxia glanced at Zhang Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu said, it's okay. He's busy. Just send him a message. Lu Yuanqiu pulled out his phone, said hello to Zhang Yifeng, and then slipped Bai Qingxia out of the exhibition hall. Their hands swayed gently, Bai Qingxia's forced smile a persistent one. Lu Yuanqiu felt a pang of pain. He paused, shaking her arms, and tried to smile in return. Is there anything you want to say? Anything you want to ask? He removed Bai Qingxia's hat and fanned her like a hand. The girl smoothed her sweat-matted hair. After a pause, she raised her head, finally shrugged, and offered Lu Yuanqiu a bitter smile. She shook her head, looking away with a dejected look, saying nothing. Is this really her home? Zhang Jisheng, like a stray dog, had urinated everywhere, marking the Zhang family's territory. Aside from the white rhinoceros, Bai Qingxia couldn't find any sense of belonging here. She now even felt that the rhino's whiteness was a bit of a stretch. After all, the history of the white rhino had been tampered with by Zhang Jisheng, and even the company's own people were reluctant to speak the truth. Bai Qingxia lowered her head. Why are rhinos white? In the exhibition hall, Zhang Jisheng had already given a fantastical explanation on the information boards. His own explanation. Lu Yuanqiu, of course it's because... Just then, a buzzing sound came closer. The crazy old man they had just encountered at the company gate drove up again in his cleaning truck. Make way! Make way! Make way! Make way! Ha ha ha! He was still shouting his crazy words, a foolish smile on his face, but the cleaning truck was driving very steadily. Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Qingxia's arm to the side. The old man drove by. Lu Yuanqiu thought he would drive straight ahead, but he didn't expect the car to suddenly brake beside them. What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Qingxia aside. The old man's expression was dazed. He turned to look at Bai Qingxia, his face clearly transformed into one of surprise. Oh! Miss Luo! I've been looking for you so hard. Bai Qingxia looked at him in confusion, and after a few seconds realized who he was addressing. She blinked rapidly, her eyes seeming to light up with a hint of life. Lu Yuanqiu understood, and hesitantly asked, What are you looking for? Miss Luo? The old man hurriedly got out of the car, wiping his dry hands on his body. He immediately grabbed Bai Qingxia's arm and took her somewhere, yelling, Boss Bai has given me a task. I'm going to take you somewhere this afternoon. I've been looking for you for ages. Chapter 676. That was indeed a long time. Lu Yuanqiu stared at the crazed old man before him, thinking to himself, this isn't just an afternoon of searching, it's been over a decade. Miss Luo wasn't found, but the grown-up Miss Bai was. But there was obviously no need to explain to the old man. He probably wouldn't understand. Bai Qingxia turned to look at Lu Yuanqiu, who raised his chin and gestured to just follow the old man. Master, where are you taking us? Lu Yuanqiu asked as the two obediently followed the old man. The old man surnamed Wu finally realized there was someone else. He turned to look at Lu Yuanqiu and asked, Who are you? Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, unable to think of a response. He pointed at himself and said, I'm Huang Mao. Oh, hello, Mr. Huang. Bai Qingxia scoffed. She hadn't known what Huang Mao meant until she learned from Lu Yuanqiu what it meant after the incident with Lu Yidong. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuanqiu would apply the very word he hated to himself. This inexplicably tickled Bai Qingxia's funny bone, and she couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her smiling mouth. Seeing her laugh twice in a row, Lu Yuanqiu reached out and poked her waist. Are you happy that the yellow-haired guy is touching you? Bai Qingxia hunched her waist and snorted softly, quickly stepping away. She turned back and gave him a gloomy look, then stopped laughing. The three of them passed through a metal gate and headed towards a factory building. The old man certainly didn't care about being seen by others in the company, but Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia did. After all, they were still wearing their intern uniforms. They might be thought to have left the organization and wandered around, and they might even be mistaken for undercover Dalha agents stealing trade secrets. Besides, this old man must have been quite conspicuous within the White Rhino Company, and anyone walking with him would surely draw even more attention. "Uncle, you're taking us to the production workshop, aren't you? Can we even enter there?" Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the white factory shed ahead, hesitant. Bai Qingxia tactfully paused, awaiting her man's next instructions. "It's a mission from President Bai, a mission. Take Miss Luo there at 5 p.m. sharp, take Miss Luo there." The old man muttered, seemingly unable to communicate properly. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at his watch. It was only 1 p.m. What was so special about 5:00 p.m.? He pondered for a moment, then said to Bai Qingxia, "If we're seen, we can just make up a story and say he brought us here. Let's go and see if there's anything your father left behind for Aunt Luo." But Lu Yuanqiu felt a little strange after saying this. Shouldn't Uncle Bai and Aunt Luo be together? What was it that Uncle Bai needed to assign an outsider to show Aunt Luo? And judging by the old man's behavior, didn't Aunt Luo even have the chance to see it? Entering the room, Lu Yuanqiu discovered that this was simply the company's internal warehouse. The space was vast, and the floor was covered in black tire marks accumulated over time. The temperature suddenly grew chilly. All that was visible was the high iron roof and blue shelves filled with square cardboard boxes. The old man led the two of them around the tall shelves for several minutes, finally making their way to the easternmost corner of the warehouse. It was a bit messy here, as a few people came here. Even the nearby shelves were empty. In the corner, a white cloth was nailed to the wall. The old man moved something and stepped on it, easily removing the top nail. The dust on the cloth fell off, choking Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia, who both coughed and stepped back. "Is there a secret door?" Lu Yuanqiu exclaimed. After the cloth was lowered, the shape of a door suddenly appeared on the wall behind them. The old man said nothing. The door creaked open with force, revealing Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia. Before them. "Is this a rendezvous?" Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia stood at the doorway, their eyes wide. Behind the door was a space of over 10 square meters, the walls painted a dreamy color. There was a sofa and a bed inside, the floor covered with a thick white cashmere blanket. Above the blanket was a solid wooden table, on which lay 2 goblets, 2 plates of moldy, blackened objects, a bottle of red wine, and a smoldering candle. There were dried red stains in the goblet. This wasn't from being unwashed, but rather from the wine being poured but not consumed, and the liquid had evaporated. A cabinet stood against the wall, filled with a variety of foreign liquors and an old gramophone. Overhead, a crystal chandelier and an exhaust fan hung. Lu Yuanqiu fumbled for the door switch, but the light wouldn't turn on. Perhaps the circuitry was old and worn. The old man stood respectfully at the door, showing no intention of entering. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia exchanged a complex expression. It was as if a carefully planned date had once taken place here. But for some reason, the date didn't go ahead, or rather, the person who was supposed to come didn't show up. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia entered the room. Watching Bai Qingxia remove her shoes, Lu Yuanqiu also took them off outside. The carpet was so soft, you could sink right into it. Lu Yuanqiu surveyed the scene intently. Even a man like him couldn't help but sigh. To create such a warm and romantic room, the decorator must possess a truly tender and delicate heart. Bai Qingxia hurried inside and saw the photos on the cabinet. They were all pictures of her mother, Luo Ran. Some were dancing, some were horseback riding, some were roller skating, and some were archery. The women in the photos were either heroic or beaming. Lu Yuanqiu then noticed a bunch of dried flowers next to the sofa. He squatted down, but the flowers shattered at the slightest touch. Inside, Lu Yuanqiu picked up a small card and saw it beautifully written, "Happy 8th wedding anniversary." "Xia Xia," Lu Yuanqiu called out. Bai Qingxia, still examining the photos on the cabinet, came over after hearing Lu Yuanqiu's words. Lu Yuanqiu handed her the card. 8th anniversary. Bai Qingxia muttered the 3 words, then frowned at the end. Lu Yuanqiu, what's wrong? Bai Qingxia, I was 3 that year. Lu Yuanqiu didn't react at first, but when he realized it, his expression froze. The incident with Bai Shi happened exactly when Bai Qingxia was 3. Could it have happened on their wedding anniversary, too? Just as the two of them sat in silence in the room, The old man standing outside raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lu Yuanqiu and the other man turned to look at the door. The old man raised his left hand and glanced at the non-existent watch on his wrist. Then he reminded them, "Ms. Luo, please sit down and wait patiently for 20 minutes. Mr. Bai will arrive promptly at 5:20. You can listen to some music first. It's all your favorite records. He'll be here shortly." The old man put down the watch on his left wrist and gestured to the phonograph on the cabinet with a smile. He looked like a well-mannered and elegant servant, with no trace of his previous frenzy. Chapter 677. But he's truly mad. There's no Miss Luo here. It's not 1997. Bai Songjia won't arrive at 5:20 p.m. on time. The candles will burn out alone, the red wine will go uneaten, the steak will rot, and this room will only have one madman remembering how he drove a cleaning truck around the company every day, searching for someone who looked like Miss Luo, leading her to an unfinished date from 16 years ago. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia stared at the smiling old man at the door in silence for a long time. Neither of them could think of any words to say in response. A moment later, Bai Qingxia noticed Lu Yuanqiu move. He reached for the bottle of red wine on the table, glanced at the label, then uncorked it with a pop. He brought the bottle to his nose and sniffed it, smiling at Bai Qingxia. It's still drinkable. Without waiting for Bai Qingxia to respond, Lu Yuanqiu handed 2 goblets to the elderly man at the door and said, "They're dirty. Miss Luo, please help clean them." The crazed elderly man smiled and bowed. "Okay, please wait." Seeing Lu Yuanqiu sit down on the cashmere blanket, Bai Qingxia followed suit, silently, though with her legs crossed. She appeared silent, or perhaps even sullen. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuanqiu patted his knees, thinking of words of comfort before speaking. Zhang Jisheng isn't that powerful. At least he hasn't completely erased all traces of Uncle Bai here, right? And there are still people who remember him? There are things he left behind. There's love he once left behind. Lu Yuanqiu said the last part, glancing back at the bouquet of withered flowers beside the sofa and the photo frames on the cabinet that only contained Luo Ran. After hearing Lu Yuanqiu's words, Bai Qingxia rested her face on her knees and began to cry silently. Lu Yuanqiu blinked, looked down at the table, and fell into a brief silence. Neatly placed knives and forks sat on either side of the blackened food. The two of them were sitting exactly where Bai Songjia had envisioned him, and Luo Ran sitting 16 years ago. Lu Yuanqiu stood up and sat next to Bai Qingxia, gently patting her shoulder. "It's all in the past. So they really had been here before," Bai Qingxia replied, choking back tears. Lu Yuanqiu thought of the many photos the girl had taken today, none of which were of familiar objects, and a look of disappointment settled on his face. Instead, she had been led here by a madman, witnessing these very real traces of Bai Songjia's past. Lu Yuanqiu thought that, despite his own sadness, he would probably never truly empathize with Bai Qingxia at this moment. A moment later, the old man surnamed Wu returned with 2 water-stained cups, which he had scrubbed spotlessly clean. "Here, Miss Luo." He held them out the door, but refused to enter. Lu Yuanqiu stepped forward to take the cups, suddenly curious. "Uncle, what did you do before?" The old man simply stood there, grinning naively, without answering. Seeing he couldn't communicate, Lu Yuanqiu took the cups and sat down across from Bai Qingxia, pouring some red wine into both. "Here, would you like a sip?" He handed the poured wine to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia looked up and reached out to take it. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu take a sip, she also brought the cup to her lips and took a very small sip. It was Bai Qingxia's first time drinking red wine, and she found it incredibly sour and bitter. She gently placed the glass on the table, but then, remembering that this was something her parents had once wanted but never got, she picked it up again and brought it to her lips. Lu Yuanqiu, seeing this, held her hand and advised, "Just take a sip now. If you want, I secretly take the bottle." Thinking of how she'd gotten drunk on just 1 beer, Bai Qingxia nodded and withdrew her hand. "Oh yes, Miss Luo," Mr. Bai said something and put it in an envelope. The old man outside the door reminded him. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked around, but didn't see the envelope. "Where's the envelope?" "On the table." "Am I blind?" Lu Yuanqiu scanned the table, puzzled, but couldn't see the envelope. Just as he was about to search the room, his phone rang. "Zhang Yifeng, come back soon, we're counting people." Lu Yuanqiu, okay. He stuffed the bottle of red wine from the table into his clothes. Seeing Bai Qingxia still gazing longingly at the photo frames on the cabinet, Lu Yuanqiu, thinking of the envelope, said to her, "We come back sometime." Bai Qingxia nodded, took Lu Yuanqiu's hand, put on his shoes, and left the room. Lu Yuanqiu closed the door, tiptoed, and reinserted the nails from the white cloth into the wall. Miss Luo, aren't you waiting for Mr. Bai? The old man behind her shouted, watching Bai Qingxiao leave. Bai Qingxiao looked back at him as she ran, and it seemed as if the waving old man had frozen in time. In the evening, the three of them took the bus back to Daohe Company. Zheng Yifeng and the other two found a lounge to sit down. He looked incredibly exhausted. Bai Qingxiao noticed that Zheng Yifeng's underwear was soaked with sweat. She wondered what the girl who had been pestering him had forced him to do. Zheng Yifeng also noticed that Bai Qingxiao's eyes were slightly red, but he didn't intend to ask. It wasn't until he saw Lu Yuanqiu pull a bottle of red wine from his arms that Zheng Yifeng's eyes widened. Are you stealing wine? Lu Yuanqiu, more or less. He moved the bottle of wine in front of Bai Qingxiao, who cradled it in her arms like a treasure, as if she wouldn't give it back. Bai Qingxiao, drinking? Something seemed to have happened that Zheng Yifeng couldn't understand. When are you going back to Zhucheng? Tonight? Or tomorrow? Zheng Yifeng asked. After he asked, finding that both Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao were silent, he repeated his question. Ah? Oh, either way, Lu Yuanqiu replied. Zheng Yifeng, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. Nothing. Bai Qingxiao was still dazed, clutching her glass of wine. Ding! Ding! Lu Yuanqiu's phone suddenly buzzed with a rapid message notification. He took it out to check. Zhong Jinqing, where are you now, Zhong Jinqing? Something terrible has happened, Zhong Jinqing. Come back soon. Come back soon. Lu Yuanqiu, what's wrong? Something's happening at Zhuhai University, Zhong Jinqing. I'm terrified. My senior is pregnant. Bai Qingxiao rarely saw Lu Yuanqiu look so frightened, and it made her curious about the content of the phone conversation. Who? Zhong Jinqing. What? Lu Yuanqiu was speechless for a moment. Zhong Jinqing wasn't even 20 yet, and he was going to be a father? No, from the tone of his voice, he wasn't happy at all.